Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket. To change so as to be at a different level, amount or time. That is one dictionary definition of reset. It's too early to know if England are moving to a different level. In fact, so far it's been deja vu all over again. A top order collapse. A top order collapse rescued by the lower order. Johnny Bairstow, aided and abetted by the assonant trinity of Stokes, Wokes and Folks. West Indies, conversely, got off to a cracking start against some pretty limp England bowling, before also losing 4 wickets in rapid order, 2 of which were to absolute pies. By the way, if you want to get a Guerrilla Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt, then they are available on all sizes from our website. Jason Holder and Akrima Bonner have dug in though, and whilst much of it wasn't pretty, it was effective. The Windies start day 3 on 202 for 4. After the best part of 67 overs, 109 runs behind England's 311. We've even had some Antiguan liquid sunshine to make the largely English crowd feel at home. Oh, I should also tell you, the GPL stands at close to 50 English pounds. So jump in early and at guerrillacricket.com/competition. I'm Tony Bishop, and alongside me to kick things off are the poet of Perth, Messy Jez.
Hello, Tony. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist laughing. The reset, do you know what the reset consists of? Since the Gabba, which you will remember so fondly,
very
in bowling, it's exactly the same 6 bowlers with the exception of Robinson not being fit. So he's been replaced by a somewhat large and slightly slower replacement in the form of what's
our favourite desperate down lookalike, Craig Overton.
Well, there is exactly the same attack. Exactly the same attack, with that exception.
The poet
so
of
it's no free fucking reset. I am fucking furious because if you're going to have a situation where you leave out Broad and Anderson to allow new blood to come through, and then don't put any new blood in, and open with Wokes, whose average opening bowling average overseas is over 50. With Overton with him, who's a dobber as far as I'm concerned when it comes to bloody Test cricket. It's a fucking joke. It really is, and it's an insult to the West Indies not to pick at their best team. The West Indies are a lot better than most English people seem to give them credit for.
Wow. And
I think it's a bloody insult. So there's my rant for today. I'm making up for Hendo being all zen.
Well, there's a fifer nailed on for Craig Overton at least. And alongside the rather angry Messers, who's wearing his, I want to be like Hendo t-shirt today, is the seer of Singapore and Indo Dutta. Hello, Indo.
Hey.
Are you still there after that, or have you just got up and left?
Yeah, almost.
Well,
good morning, Tony. And I hope you feel better, Messers.
Oh, I do.
The rant.
I should add that I was really pleased to see you yesterday giving it to Stuart Broad over their stupid comments about.
he's unfucking believable. Stuart Broad. unfair. Yeah, I mean, Joss Butler going halfway down the fucking pitch is. Yeah.
Well, that is two more uses of the word fucking than you'll ever find in the history of Indian spin bowling, the book that, of course,
which
made this
true.
man's
And
name.
I was also going to say, I've never heard Messrs swear more often in a 2-minute span than he did in the production.
Well, look,
I was angry.
I mean, let's calm down a wee bit. I will take your point. You know, England have no God-given right to assume this was going to be an easy series, and I agree that taking liberties is exactly the wrong thing to do. They've only ever won 3 times in the West Indies in a series. Remember, 1960, 1968, and 2004. So how long's that? That's the best part of 18 years since the last one. Which makes you think that any optimism is unfounded. Let's start on a couple of things. Let me start with you, actually, Anindo. The pitch.
Sure.
Seems to me that pitching it up and fuller has been far more effective than anything slightly short. It's just not a huge amount of life in it, right? Or it's
I mean,
certainly variable.
it didn't look like there was going to be a lot of life in it even the first morning, right? When we looked at it, you remember there was this delivery which got an LBW, and I can't remember who it was. Maybe Dan Torrance, who was LBW, and the basically it took a piece of the pitch off that delivery. So I mean, how on earth would you expect the pitch to bounce after that? So yeah, pitching it up is the only way. But I'm just wondering. You were talking about spin bowling, and I'm just wondering that the fact that not a single spinner has taken a wicket here, is that a reflection of how poor they are, or the fact that the wicket still isn't doing anything?
I think it'll be, ask me that towards the end of play tomorrow, and I'll probably let you know. We shall see. I mean, it's Jack Leach has been in sort of almost a holding role, hasn't he, for his role in the West Indies innings so far. And then you brought me onto spin, actually, which was going to be my next question for you. So I'm going to start with Messrs. There we go, seeing as he's in fine form.
I'm sorry, I probably did get a bit carried away.
It's fine.
You carry on.
Doing your Hendo impersonation. That's fine.
If you want the best impression of every England fan, you've got to go to Australia and dig out Messrs in Perth, and there you have it. Spin to feature later. That was my next question for both of you, but I'm going to offer it to you, Messrs. Is it going to play a big role here, or are we just going to plod away with sort of mediocre medium pace?
Well, I think it really depends what the pitch does, because at the moment it is pretty flat and there's not much in it for the spinners. I think it's inevitable that Leach is going to just play a containing role if he's bowled at the moment. But
he's an English spinner, right? He's a modern English spinner. What other role is he expected to play?
Well, exactly. And the other thing is, Root doesn't know how to use a spinner as a captain, as far as I can see. Doesn't have the confidence in him, so he doesn't have the confidence in himself a lot of the time. Unless it's really fizzing for him, I think he's a stop bowler, really, and I feel a bit sorry for him, but I don't think it's going to play a big part. But going back to the pitch, I think the pitch isn't offering much. It's noticeable of the wickets that West Indies have lost, 2 of them were just bloody awful shots. So, there's not a lot going on for the bowlers, but it would help if they actually bowled a little better. We might actually get to see whether there was something there for them.
Well, yes. So, I mean, so that's your view of the likelihood or not of spin to feature. Where do you stand on that argument, Nindo?
Oh, same. I agree that I think Joe Root's probably going to use himself a bit more if and when it starts spinning. I mean, when I look at the two of them, I've always thought Root was the better spinner. Mm-hmm. Sorry, but I've never been a big fan of Jack Leach. So from a spin standpoint, as a holding spinner, he's fine. I just don't see him as a good left arm orthodox spinner. That's all. So I don't know. I agree with Messrs. If the pitch starts doing things, and that's probably not going to be today, then spin might play a role.
Well, it's interesting how both sides got to a point and lost 4 wickets ahead of where they would have wanted to. England got there cautiously and lost them earlier. West Indies set off like a bullet from a gun and still ended up at 4 for about the same amount. A lot hinges, doesn't it, on the two that are at the crease at the moment. Lose one of those early, and won't England just be that little bit fired up? Whereas if they can keep almost grinding away, you know, I think last night they were magnificent. Yes, there were rain interruptions. You know, the fact is, it was only the second day of a Test match. They'd got 4 down comparatively early. They're building a platform, and if England can whip the foundations from under that platform, England will feel in a good place, won't they? Messers?
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. I mean, as in so many matches, so much does depend on the pitch. But I seriously do think that England and English fans, to a large extent, have underestimated the West Indies at home. I think there's a sort of assumption that because they haven't had a lot of wins and they haven't seen a lot of them themselves, they're not a very good team. Well, they've been getting better, and they've been starting to have some confidence in themselves and have some discipline about themselves, is my judgment.
Well, the players are out there. We've been talking about Jack Leach, and it looks to me as though it is going to be Jack Leach that is going to open the bowling to Jason Holder. So I'm going to quickly get his jingle in whilst we can.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
He has 3 men around the bat, and he's bowling from the Andy Roberts end towards the Curtly Ambrose end.
In the Viv Richards Stadium, that sounds so difficult for any team, right?
If you wanted to name 2 ends and a stadium to intimidate, then it'd probably do it pretty well. Around the wicket comes Leach. It's a full bunger to start with, but it's not really pushed very hard away by Holder. It goes straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 202 for 4. Actually, it's Bonner who is facing first. So in my capacity as DJ as well as commentator, here is Nkrumah Bonner.
Don't you listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all Nkrumah. Don't listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all Nkrumah.
Well, there we go. Interesting lyrics, to say the least, I think. Actually, I'll tell you what happened and what totally confused me. It was, of course, because of the last night's rain when they all went off, there was 1 ball left of the over that Jack Leach was bowling. So we actually, and I did realise that. Hence I'd said the best part of however many overs had gone, 60, whatever, 67 overs gone. Because we had 1 ball to bowl and it's been bowled. So it's going to be this man who will be into the attack for England. It is, of course, Chris Wokes.
Wokes is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the team.
Chris Wokes it is, and he's going to be bowling to Nkrumah Bonner, who's on 34 off 103 balls. Jason Holder 43 off 105 faced. Both, I think, an Indo, I think you could say careful, would be a good description of their approach.
A very kind description, but you can't blame them. I mean,
well, no. In comes Wokes. Just the one slip, kept low, rather squared up. Bonner gets a round of applause from his captain, who's clapping his hands above his head, and it squirted away towards point, and there was no run.
That looks so much like an Indian pitch.
Like an Indian pitch?
I have to tell you. Well, I mean a flat Indian pitch. That's what it looks like.
Well,
if it does start keeping low, it's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Well, it is. Wokes going to be bowling the second ball again. That's a better ball. Didn't get up much, but was on a first-rate length, bang on the off stump, and was just played defensively away into the offside by Bonner. He's a big Aston Villa fan, is Chris Wokes. I don't know what he'll be making of their progress under Stephen Gerrard. I'm sure he will have been following though with some interest. 36. Let me see. 2 for 64 he got in Hobart, and 1 for 40. This one's on leg. And just really looking to tickle it finer than perhaps he got it, and it just dribbled away to short square. And again, there is no run. 3 dot balls to start with for Chris Wokes. 1 dot ball for Leach. No runs on the board as yet.
Yeah, that was it's early in the morning, but that ball could have been put away down the leg side. It was so far down. There's nobody there. Stop it.
Well, Wokes is
But
going
there's
to
a
be
defined leg, but very, very far. Yeah.
Wokes over the wicket again to that 1 slip. Again, that's a good probing line without the ball getting up too high. On off stump and away, dealt with comfortably enough by Bonner. He's only ever played actually 3 times against the West Indies, would you believe, Chris Wokes? All of them were at home.
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask you. I mean, Wokes has had 25 matches at home and 18 away from home.
Yeah.
His bowling average at home is 22.6. What do you think it is away from home?
Oh, it's a
38.9.
It's about that, yeah, I think.
52.4.
Wokes full. That one was more swinging, a little hint of away swing, but was dealt with confidently enough with Bonner. Well, I can tell you his best bowling against the West Indies was 5 for 50. He's got 13 wickets at 23, but remember, all of those were not in the West Indies. 5 for 50 he got at Old Trafford in 2019, which England won by a street. Man of the match, Stuart Broad, if you remember, 10 wickets, and he thumped a whopping 62 as well in that game, did Broady. Over the wicket comes Wokes, nicely forward comes Bonner, pushes it to the man who's at, kind of silly mid-on. Not quite silly enough to be completely silly, but definitely looking a bit daft where they are.
Okay.
But Messrs, honestly, we were talking about a couple of series before, I think in the last summer. If you continue to make pitches like you do in England at the moment, how on earth are they supposed to, and you pick bowlers accordingly, how on earth are they supposed to go and have better averages outside?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I'll come back to it later. I must get some tweets in.
I was about to ask you to do that.
Jay is with us. He says, afternoon all. He says, Messrs is wise. Whereas Josie Oak says, afternoon, Messi is angry. And Ravi says, he's spot on his messages. We all should be fucking furious about this England.
I might just say that they're not two, mutually exclusive states to be, are they? I mean, you can be both wise and angry. It's not like you have to be one rather than the other.
Yes.
Well, we're going to.
Wisdom.
Here is. It's going to be this man who's in the Vincent van Gogh lookalike, who's been quite pumped, I think, in this game. Fairly gentle swing, and Jason Holder is comfortable enough just to leave that. This is the man we're talking about.
But he's still got 2 years.
I got up in the Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean.
He's in. He's got a sort of a 1 slip in the second slip position, really, and that's left alone again through to Folks. It goes. There is no run. I've realised I've been very remiss in not jingling up the batsman, so I'm about to do that for you. I shall wait until after this ball, and then we will jingle up Messrs Holder and Bonner. Joe Root stands, hand on hitch. Still quite a breeze blowing. You can see that as his cinch shirt is billowing away. Stokes in, good ball, takes an edge, played down with soft hands, and Root, who is that man at slip, dives to his right. Again, not appreciable lift, but a little bit of movement. This is Jason Holder.
And Holder's a tall man, but that ball hit the bottom of his bat.
Yeah, it indeed. It wasn't getting up at all. You're absolutely right. You can see the trees rustling away, and the sunshades that people have built on those 2 terraces either side of the Vivian Richards Stadium. That one's very full. We were saying full's the way to go. And getting a little bit of movement in the air, but nothing to trouble Jason Holder, who's started where he left off, really. A stubborn wall of resistance. And you might well expect him to pick up the pace a little bit as the day goes on, providing he stays there. Right now, it's about not losing an early wicket. And these two have said about that
I'll
pretty well.
squeeze some tweets in as we go, if that's
Go for
okay, Tony.
Well, just after this ball, let's wait for Ben Stokes. Right arm over, full, and that one was an absolute grubber. And poor old Ben Folks, he may be a master craftsman behind the stumps, but I don't think anyone could have dealt with that. There was literally no bounce at all. Disappointing and worrying signs.
It's not looking good.
The lack of responsiveness in this pitch. Messers.
Leah says, from what I've seen of him, I'm confident Overton will never take a test fifer, not even if England are forced to offer 5 test series to Afghanistan and Zimbabwe beginning next summer. And Pirate Bradshaw says, afternoon seasoned Sea Dogs.
Stokes in again. That one he strays onto legs and whipped backward a square nicely away for a single by Holder. So he'll help himself to the strike next over. We'll have to wait for Nkrumah Bonner. I think I might play his jingle anyway, then it's done. If I can find it. It seems to have disappeared. What is it? Oh, here it is. Here is Nkrumah Bonner.
Don't you listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, does all the groomer. Don't listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, does all the groomer.
Well, we're looking at Mark
You
Wood.
had played that one.
Did I had already played it? Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
It's multitasking. You know, I can sit at home. I've got a table. I can just lay my notes out. I've got one laptop to worry about. It's simple. Here, I'm like, you know, a bemused Rick Wakeman. I've got an array of keyboards, and I'm still not entirely sure what each one of them does. I genuinely feel I should be.
Knack will last this long.
You've got to now get up and make your omelette and come back, and then you'll have done everything.
Well, I'm feeling more like I should be reaching out, my arms all over the place, and sort of bursting into 6 Wives of Henry VIII, to be honest. But there we go.
You should be shouting, "Get me a beer, Bear!"
Wokes is in, and Holder leans forward, guides it towards point. Root has to gallop around from his position at slip, and Holder will get a single. And we are going to hear Nkrumah Bonner, who you can rest assured I'm not going to jingle up for a third time, because at least I remembered that I'd already done it. As a catamaran is seen on what looks like, frankly, quite choppy seas out there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Jay Grover says, I love hearing an Indo swear. It's lost currency in my media, but he makes it sound subversive.
Yes, I think I could see. Of all the articles and books I've read from an Indo, it's not a word that appears in any of them that I'm aware of. As forward comes Bonner, easily dealt with, nothing threatening so far. Indeed, the only real threat has been, you know, one that might decapitate a worm on its way through and hit the bottom of one of the stumps. But other than that, it's been pretty tame stuff. Which, let's be honest, in Indo is not necessarily easy to play, is it?
No, it's not at all. But to Mess's point on something you were saying a while ago about, you know, England expecting to roll over a weak team, or English fans expecting
in comes
to
Wokes.
roll
Oh,
over
that's
a weak team. I'll
down.
come after this.
Leg, and a swish from Bonner is very, very sharply taken by Ben Folks, who has now decided that standing up to England's fierce opening attack is probably the way to go, certainly to Wokes. But I think that's a reflection. That's a reflection on the fact that it is being pitched up. They aren't going to bang too much in short.
And the fact that the ball's not bouncing. So.
Well, with a combination of factors. Just the one off the over so far. That was for Jason Holder. 3 balls delivered. Slip goes down. That's guided to point by Bonner. He will get, well, to back the point, he'll get an easy single. Jason Holder ambles up to the striker's end, and the West Indies move in a comparatively calm, placid and untroubled way to 205 for 4. 2 off this Wokes over.
What were you saying, Knack?
I was just maybe after this.
Did you nearly call him Knuckle? You actually nearly called an Indo Knuckle. as this one's full and played nicely into the offside by Holder. And let's just, it's worrying what might have been going through your head. That a man now at Sky, who I have to say, there are moments when when we miss him.
Anyway.
When we miss him, there are moments.
Yeah, I was just saying that you're talking about rolling over West Indies and how they've come along over the last few years. I think,
Interesting onside field, by the way, for Holder. So I'll tell you about that in a moment as he just pushes forward. There is both two really mid wickets, one very short mid wicket, and then a kind of I don't know how to describe it. A sort of square backward mid wicket. Yeah. So I think they're looking for that flick into the onside and seeing potential fertile ground there, because they've also got a short mid on as well. So there's maybe angling the ball into leg is a strategy. Messers.
Brian Barry says, "Good morning, cricket nerds. I heard a lot of angry Anglo-Saxon words in an Australian accent, but all I heard was rah, rest, Messi, smash." Warren says, "Morning all." Leah
Morning,
says,
Warren.
"I'm stealing that from my pop-up restaurant. Smoked fish, sausage, homemade tartar sauce." That's another thread that's been going on for a while. Hattie the Mad Old Bat is with us. She says, "Happy memories of watching Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh with my late grandfather."
Fabulous.
And Radley says,
Stokes is continuing. That is on leg, and Bono was looking to pull, didn't really get much on it, and it just dribbles down towards short fine leg, and he will get a single. The deficit has dropped
Ravi
to
says,
105.
"Have Dukes manufactured special anti-English balls to be used in the Windies?"
Well, I don't know. What ones that don't bounce?
Obviously, it is.
It's more like bowls than balls that we're seeing at the moment. Bowls as in the Walter Raleigh sense. No, actually, it's Francis Drake. What am I talking about? I'm getting my English seaman confused. And I'll probably want to rephrase that as well in a definitely nautical sense.
You love to shave off your beard.
Onto the back foot.
At this rate.
You're just...
Well, there used to be a historian, sadly no longer with us, called LCB Seaman, who was a very well read historian. And I remember my history teacher would talk about seamen, and everyone in the class would titter, and he would always go, "Nautical, not sexual." So Bill Podmore,
You're lucky Annie's not on.
Bill Podmore, may you rest in peace, because I've always remembered that phrase. Over the wicket comes Stokes, forward comes Holder, pushed to that short mid wicket, and there's no run, just the single off the over. 206 for 4.
Yeah, I'm just going to complete what I was saying.
sorry. Yes.
No, I was just saying that I don't think people the improvement that the West Indies have had and the number of players who are playing today is so different from 10 years ago. I mean, I was in Barbados 10 years ago, and I distinctly remember that there were empty cricket fields, nobody playing there, and the people were bemoaning the fact that the youngsters are not playing cricket.
Stokes
so I think they've come a long way.
Left by Holder, through it goes to Folkes, who for Stokes is standing, well, I wouldn't say he's standing back, but equally he's not standing forward, he's standing in a sort of half position, certainly not where you'd stand for a quick bowler, standing 7-8 yards back. Joe Root still got a smile on his face. There was probably a point when they were 4 wickets down for 40 odd that I think he may not have been, especially as he was one of the wickets that had been lost. So we've got the mid on and the 2 short mid wickets. Stokes is over the wicket, it's full again, and it's played 2 mid on by Jason Holder. There's no run. Someone has shut the window, now they've opened it again, and we will continue.
Neil Harris is with us. I'm sure Neil's enjoying this, being Jamaican by origin. It says, "Morning, Gorillas. Thanks for the great coverage. Good to have you on board, O'Neill." And Leah says, "How is Stokes a Van Gogh lookalike? I can clearly see both his ears." Well, if you look at it from one side, it's a Van Gogh lookalike, okay?
That's true. If you see him in profile, that one swings a bit, and it's taken an edge, and it's gone. And would you meet, but somewhere, the man who you call upon to make something happen has made something happen. There was that little bit of bounce, there was a bit of swing, moving off the pitch, tickled at by Holder, and he's tickled it to Folkes, and England have their early wicket when Holder has gone. Well, I think the umpire says you're out as well in that instance. As I was grappling for an appropriate jingle, and I think that one's probably more about reviews, isn't it, than it is about actual wickets. But what a delivery, Anindo! Where did that come from?
Well, I couldn't see it, so to be honest, because of Zoom.
You couldn't.
No,
Have you just been making it all up as you've been going along out there in Singapore? Just
sometimes.
sometimes.
For us, the Zoom feed, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. I'm
It's
lucky.
not there,
I've got Fox as well, so I can watch.
I see Stokes, and then I see Folks, and nothing in between.
Oh, well, it's 206 for 5. The first wicket is gone.
So it's on the catch.
And coming to the crease, Old Wimbledonian, sponsored by Woodstock. It is, of course, Joshua De Silva. Here he is.
Someone's bowling looseners. Watch him hit a bounty again. See the runs Josh De Silva's counting, See the runs Josh De Silva's counting,
But it was the last ball of the over, so it's Bonner who is going to face Stokes. Bear, if you're listening in the green room, I'm pressing all the right buttons to try and let people in, and it ain't working. So could you help me out, as this one is steered into the offside by Bonner, and there is no run.
Why is Jake Grover saying Tony is Anne of Cleves? True fact.
Oh, because I was talking about six wives of the Henry VIII.
Ah, right.
Oh, I'm pressing in exactly the right way, but in precisely the wrong place, apparently. So
Hello, Bear.
equally the story of my love life. But we shall move on. As that one, lively ball from Wokes, and it's given us wide by Joel Wilson. Yeah, it did seem to leap up. I'd like to see that again, I must admit. I'd like to see it at all, to be honest, because I had Bear's considerable frame in front of me when I was trying to commentate on it. It's very short. Yeah, it was well above head height, and for a man who's standing up to Chris Wokes, I think that might have come as a bit of a shock. Having said, well, he's going to stand up to Wokes, so we're not going to expect anything remotely short. He digs one in a half tracker, and it loops high and handsome. Wokes in again. Bonner guides towards cover, where it's fielded, and there is again no run. So we've had two dot balls and a wide given on height. Jason Holder would have been a wide with Holder batting. Bonner, of course, is somewhat shorter. It's
Considerably shorter.
well, considerably shorter, and there was no doubt about it being a wide. I wonder if that Anindo might make folks rethink whether he wants to be stood up. No, he still stood up full this time, and squarely met by Bonner, pushed back down the track to
It was probably
Birmingham's finest. No run.
It was probably Wokes expressing his displeasure at folks standing up to him.
So 36 for Bonner. De Silva, Old Wimbledonian. Let's see what that Woodstock bat can do. I know, Jono, you're listening. You're going to be on soon. He's got that fine Woodstock willow in his hands. What's he going to do with it? As this one is uppishly flicked backward a square leg past umpire Brathwaite, and they will get themselves a single. So we are going to have the chance to find out, because Josh De Silva is going to be there. Johnny Bairstow is the man at backward square who did the fielding, and we are going to see Josh De Silva. And there it is. Look at the W, that fine curved serif face of the Woodstock W on his on his wand.
I'm beginning to think you had Holder get out deliberately so that you and Jono could talk about Woodstock.
Well, I'm not actually sure we're on at the same time, but I'm just, I'm doing the groundwork.
And then Jono.
I'm doing the groundwork for the man.
He better be paying as well.
Don't forget, if you buy Woodstock kit, of course, off the Gorilla Cricket website, you get a fantastic discount. Quality gear, and at a fantastic Gorilla-only discount price. So you couldn't want for better, really. 208.45. Who's that going under the lid? I won't ask you, Anindo, because we've already established you're making it up as you go along, and probably would have no idea. But it's folks. It was folks getting back to be. There we go.
We won't be seeing it at the same time. So yes, you're right.
Well, no. Some I don't know, 1950 satellite system is sort of getting it 2 days late to Singapore. Forward comes De Silva, and that Woodstock Willow is absolutely as solid as it needed to be. Pushed back towards Wokes, who has one ball left of this over.
Farong says, evening all, hope everything is well. Interesting stage of the test. Who's going to take the honours? And he sent us a copy of the weather forecast, which shows it being 27 degrees. He also says to me, messages, we don't all look the same. Can't believe you confused Knuckle with an Indo there.
Well, yeah, I think we were all a bit shocked. There's a man at forward short for De Silva, but he's not brooking any of that, and he just pushes it to one of those short mid wickets, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. And
Madan,
Hendo,
sorry.
no Messers. So
we're all Hendos. Madame Mohan Sharma says, I think England has the upper hand. West Indies have to bat in the fourth inning. England need to reduce the current innings within 300. Leah says, Rick Wakeman.
Madan Mohan Sharma actually called for England at 325. I remember that. So he was probably the closest there was.
Yes. Rick Wakeman is an amateur, says Leah. Things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 301 from Ravi. He says, here, I'm like a bemused Rick Wakeman. Now ask Jack to get that reference. And he would.
Well, Jack's on next. You can ask him about his Rick Wakeman knowledge, as this one is played into the ground by Bonner. I can tell you a couple of things. Obviously, he was a director of Brentford, and was once famously called, I think, on a Chinese website, Rock Wankman, which he always used to find quite amusing.
So how much is Chelsea going to get sold for, you think?
Well, they can't sell it at the moment because they're not allowed to take the money.
No, but didn't he give it to a charity or something like that? Because they have until the 15th to make bids.
No,
it's all
bets are off there as forward comes Bonner.
Okay.
To guide that to the ring of there's three. There's a point, a cover, and an extra cover out there on the offside, and that one went to cover. 2 balls of that delivery. And there on the screen, what a pair! What a man!
Mike's operating or not, Tony? Do you know?
No. However, work on the assumption that it is until you can't find it. Would be my advice. 208.45. As Stokes turns at the top of his mark. 2 for 22 for him. Just the one slip, strays onto leg, pushed to square by Bonner, will get himself an easy single. And West Indies move on by 1 to 209. So they've reduced that deficit this morning. However, they have also lost that early wicket. But what we've seen of De Silva, I think, in his comparatively fledgling international career, is he's not a man to give his wicket away easily at any point.
Especially because he plays with a Woodstock bat.
Well,
absolutely, yes.
There is that. There is that indeed. Well, I suppose the new ball's going to be in a factor fairly soon. It's we're 7.5 overs away from that. 72.5 overs have been bowled. The slip, the ring of the backle point. There's a short. Well, there's a very close point, cover mid-off around that. So it's a more sort of evenly distributed field for De Silva, who goes onto the back foot and dabs that to Alex Lees, who's that man at short point. 209 for 5.
Mike wonders why Folks is up to Wokes. There's no bounce on the pitch. Yeah, that's exactly right, Mike. And he says, Warren says, can an Indo make it to Sydenham for the 3rd session to operate the equipment, please?
An Indo?
I'd love to.
Yeah. Well, at least we'd see what was going on.
Exactly. Exactly, just to get live coverage.
He's the Joel Wilson of analysts. What happened? Oh, don't ask me. I didn't see it.
Brian Barry says, I'm pretty sure anti-English balls is what George Washington called his testicles.
Quite possibly. As we wait for Stokes. Just the one run from his over. 2 slips are now in place. The extra slip is Crawley, who's come in. That's wide and taken comfortably enough by Folkes. So we've got Stokes with Folkes behind the stumps. That was, I think, a replay from earlier. At least I hope it was. Yes, it was. Thank goodness for that. We're seeing Stokes' previous 2 wickets. He does make things happen, doesn't he?
Now I saw
that
it.
is the thing. Now you've seen it. You saw what happened yesterday. It's finally got to Singapore. As onto the back foot goes De Silva, dabbed towards that short point, and there's no run. 102
Harris,
the
the
deficit.
second man out to be out off a leave. What the fuck? That wasn't a leave, was it? That Aninda didn't see.
No, that wasn't leave. I mean, he was definitely playing at it. The ball moved away.
It was 209 for 5. The thing about that Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, I suppose, compared to the recreation ground, which of course was so popular, is it really does seem to be in the middle of nowhere. Let me see. Change at the end of this one. Yeah. Or we can change now if you wish. The bear is hovering. You want one more over? I'll do you one more over. For you, one more over. Okay, I've got to also let somebody in. Jack
John
Hope.
Alford says, greetings from Madrid. I was just about to write something scathing and insightful about England when work strikes. Oh, don't let it stop you, John. I've set you off so you can keep going.
Well, we have a change of
Neil
bowling.
Harris,
I'm sorry, and
Well,
I'm just going to jingle up
The only English bowler who should be in the 11.
Do you know Mark
Yes.
Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy, of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. What?
Again, quite a leg side field for Wood when he's bowling to Bonner. Forward short leg, short mid wicket. There's a man riding the deep mid wicket boundary and a short mid on. So once again, we might see a short ball or two here from Wood. Let's see how he starts. Quite full. It's on leg and it's guided nicely backward a square. Johnny Bairstow does the fielding. Bonner gets a single and De Silva will be on strike, yet to get off the mark. That elegantly honed Woodstock willow has got
By the Wimbledonian.
has got beautifully.
I forgot.
It got beautifully behind the ball, but has yet to get itself a run.
this bat has got more coverage than any bat ever on Guerrilla Cricket.
I mean, Jono's got to double whatever he's paying.
Well, you're good, yeah, quite right. 210 for 5. Well, it'll still be north, let me tell you, as this one is pushed away into the onside by De Silva. I won't mention the name of his bat this time.
And
although
Neil Harris
remembering
asked
famous
to-
60s festivals.
Neil Harris is looking for some discretion. Bish, he says, too much information of your love life.
Oh,
You should-
sorry about that. 210 for 5. 1 for 25 for Mark Wood. He's bowled pretty tidy actually. I think he's only got the 1 wicket, but he's bowled pretty well. That one swings and moves in, but it's nicely guided by De Silva. It's out to Stokes, who De Silva is going to be off the mark. So he and his Woodstock willow have got
First
themselves rolling.
runs off the Woodstock bat.
It's 100 now, the deficit. So
oh dear.
that's 5 wickets. Now it's pretty well for all the, the joking and harumphing and general feeling that it's not been the best cricket in some cases. The fact is, it's pretty well poised, this game.
Yes.
You've got to say, it is an extremely well poised Test match as it stands right now. Day 3, West Indies 100 behind, 5 wickets gone as Bonner plays that into the ground towards point. There is no run, 2 balls left. We'll have a change very shortly. Jack Hope is going to slide virtually into the commentator's chair. Should be with Jason G, and the bear is going to come in and do some summarising jingle playing and Rick Wakemaning very shortly.
Well, Warren's asking if Gorilla Hendo's interaction was with the English seaman or foreign seaman.
I think we might want to move on swiftly from that question as Wood barrels in, short pulled by Bonner, pulled down into the ground nicely. There is a man at deep wicket. It's Johnny Bairstow, and it will just be a single for Bonner. Bring Josh De Silva, old Wimbledonian, former teammate of a man of Jono, who's going to be on later, and all-round good guy by all accounts. So we have a sort of a vicarious guerrilla interest in him, or in the case of Jono, a very direct guerrilla interest in Josh De Silva. 212 for 5, 99. So that lead for England has been whittled away to under 3 figures. Wood is in full. Very solidly played back to him by De Silva. It is the end of the over. It's 212 for 5, and we are going to have a change in the commentary box.
Well, I'll see you folks in the next test.
Thank you, Tony.
Oh, see you, Nindo.
Thank you. See you. Hi, Jack.
Bye-bye. Well, hello.
Listen.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm joined by Jason. We're waiting for Bear to come in. Jason, do you have the tweets up?
I do. Jay Grover says, I'm not a natural supporter of all things, but I will cheer on De Silva, if only because I want to subcontract all of Jono's new piranha pits. Brian 001 says we've got some issue with hot mic. It says the event's happening soon, but there's no sound, so that might be something for the Bear to look at.
What's that?
Brian 001 says there's issue on the hot mic.
There's no sound now.
Stokes continues. It's defended by Bonner on the front foot to the short extra cover, no run.
Apparently, yes.
That's kind of weird. I mean, they were basically offline. The pitch is there, but I don't know why the sound isn't there. It's going there. Same as everything else. Basically, they're having issues.
Turn it off and on again.
Yeah, exactly. Now, here's a question.
Okay. Is it not?
It's an
not
obvious.
more citizenship.
No, not citizenship. You passed that. You can stay.
Thank you.
No, it's an obvious one for Jono, actually.
Stokes in. It's a short ball. It balls up in the air and a diving Ollie Pope, I think that is, at short wicket. Doesn't quite get there. I think that came off glove. It looped up, hung tantalisingly in the air, but not for long enough.
I think it was on the half volley. It looked like it.
Yeah, did he get there? He didn't quite. There's 6 inches in it or so. Good effort from Pope, but perhaps didn't quite read it to the last second.
I think he thought it was going further, didn't he? Initially.
Yeah.
And that just half step. Close.
It was pretty close. Bonner lives to fight another day. Stokes in once more. That's full, wide of off stump, and a swishing leave from Bonner.
This seems to be the day. This seems to be the time of day. Around the first session seems to be the time of day when the wind is strongest and there's the most swing. I mean, this ball is now swinging and it's 75 overs old.
Yeah, it might be a bit of moisture in that as well. I think yesterday we saw it rained on and off, didn't it? And they say that a wet ball doesn't reverse swing.
Yeah, true.
Today it looks pretty dry so far. Stokes come through once more, bangs it in short. Bonner leaves. That time it carries through to Stokes, about waist high.
Yeah. So the obvious question, as Tony pointed out, Woodstock, the festival. Why doesn't Woodstock do a spoke set of, I don't know, Hendrix bats or something? I mean, it's tacky, it may be, but there's a demographic of old fogey club cricketers will pay a fortune for that, probably.
So it's a great question. One of the great marketing minds there with the suggestion. Stokes is in. It's dropped into the offside by Bonner. Fine enough that it will run down to third man for him to pick up a single. Moving the score to 213 for 5. There's one ball left in the over, which Joshua De Silva will face.
It's good to get that wicket as well, wasn't it? Just before the new ball, 5 overs time.
Yeah, another gift for England, really, I thought.
Yeah, it did move a little bit. He sort of left it, didn't he? And half played, then went to leave, and it just sort of feathered off the end of his bat.
Yeah, real sickener if you're the batter. Stokes comes in once more on a length, defended by De Silva into the offside. It's fielded. There will be no run. That brings the over to a close, and we will go to Jason.
Jay Grover says goodbye to Jack in his own inimitable style. Farong says, all we need now is Tony Bishop and Messi Jet to start inhaling some helium. Very jovial Thursday. Well, I think he must have some very slightly odd the network connection then. O'Neill Harris says, great job keeping up with your tweets, Messi. I want to see your work. You work tweets while Brooks is commentating. And Brian says, Hot Mike is still dead, and gives us a graphic of it as well.
Well, it says that. Oh, hold on. You know what I haven't done? Because I haven't used it for a while. Just to press go live.
Parkwood in. It's a short delivery. It doesn't really get up, and Bonner rides the bounce, plays it straight down into the pitch. There's a short leg in. If that one does get big on him, might bring them into the game.
I've forgotten temporarily. Yeah, that's the problem. You take a few weeks off and everything sort of slips out of the brain. So many things to. They're all very simple things to do in here. It's all a process like anything else. But it's remembering so many things.
Maybe you should do a list, checklist.
I'm not a man for lists, funnily enough, Jack. It's all mental lists. And occasionally little bits of info drop off those mental lists.
Mark Wood lumbers up to the crease, bangs it in again. And again, it doesn't quite get up. Outside off stump this time, and Bonner drops his bat on it. There will be no run.
I thought with the field he had set, he was going to bowl a little bit fuller and straighter, aiming for that induct maybe, and Yorkers.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting field, isn't it? He's got one slip, short leg, and then kind of like
he's got a leg
umbrella.
Field. Yeah, but yeah, a couple of men out deep on the leg side as well. So it looks like he's trying to bowl straight.
Have confirmation that pushing the go button has actually made a difference there.
Good.
Wonderful. Wood once more, wide of off stump, and defended by Bonner. No run.
Only 4 overs left to a new ball after this one. Like another one before the new ball. That'd be a luxury, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think 100 for none, or 89 for none, or whatever it was. They'd have taken 213 for 5, England, with the tail West Indies have.
Yeah. We see Holder as one of their better batters as well.
Oh, Wood in, and he hits Bonner in front of the stumps, but I think it was a little high. That moved back in quite dramatically and sawed Bonner in half. He got nowhere near it with the bat.
No. Yeah, it missed the inside edge of the bat. Hit him up around the groin area, and certainly too high. May have been actually going down. It seemed to take. Or maybe it hit his bottom hand, I think. Backhand. It's a good ball, quick. That's what we like to see from Woody.
Yeah, it was quick. I think England would probably have taken the situation they're in now yesterday evening if you'd given it to them. What did West Indies start the day on? 202 for 4. They've not really gone anywhere here, have
and
they?
They've lost a wicket. And they've got a holder
probably
as well.
the dangerous wicket, yeah, as you say.
Bonner is completely becalmed. He seems to be able to defend quite easily. He can't hit it off the square.
Yeah.
It's just absolute rank long hop.
Wood through once more. That one is wide off stump, and again Bonner defends. Very happy to hang in there.
Was this
no run?
Was this the test where he got his double ton last time?
Don't know.
Who?
Holder.
That was Barbados, wasn't it?
That was Barbados, yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. But England fear him for that, don't they? I mean, go to the West Indies. And, he scored a ton against us before in the West Indies, I'm sure, as well. On a previous tour.
Yeah, and he was looking good yesterday.
Yeah.
Here comes the ultimate ball of Woods over past the umpire. It's full, and he gets a little bit of movement there. Comes in late to Bonner, who steers it into the leg side. where it's fielded by a tumbling Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. There will be no run. That brings that over to a conclusion. We'll go to Jason.
On YouTube, Jeff Payne says, Chris Wokes and Aston Villa, both useless away from home. And also Josh Cooper says, afternoon, morning all, again starting with Stokes. Not a great indictment of Overton, which I suppose is true in some senses, but you pick the person who's best from the day.
I don't like Overton.
Someone's got to bowl with the new ball as well here. It's not going to be Stokes, is it? Stokes, isn't going to bowl for the first 15, 20 overs of the new ball, so they might as well use him now.
Yeah, you might like Woody. You might like Woody with a new ball, though.
Here he comes, bangs it in, and De Silva rises onto his tiptoes to defend that one. No run.
Well, then presumably it's Wokes and Overton again. That duo that strikes fear in the hearts of all batsmen around the world.
Well, they can't be any worse than the
people's hearts.
Huh?
Speaking of striking people's hearts, Warren says, I'm hoping that Putin has the same problem with big red buttons as the bear had with the go live hot mic button.
Yeah, that'd be nice to know.
Putin. Stokes in, defended by De Silva.
Putin's a
no run. And we are very much waiting for the new ball here, it feels.
Yeah, very much so. I'll just crack my first beer, I have to say. It feels very good. I'm finding it's third day into the test match and I've worked myself back in. I've been good about it now.
Sorry, so you worked yourself back into... didn't have beer for the first 2 days? Or you weren't used to drinking for 8 hours?
You getting back into the idea of being in the studio and watching the cricket endlessly day over day.
Stokes in, bouncer, bit too leg side, and De Silva kind of ducks and evades that. Carries through to Wokes behind the stumps. He takes it cleanly.
Good start from Messages, where he says that the last 10 overs have gone for 11 runs for 1 wicket. So we're definitely bowling very dry at the moment, up in the run up to the new ball.
Which is good.
It's good cricket from England.
Yeah, I mean, they had that chance, isn't it? I mean, if you give the chance with the old ball, and unfortunately they weren't tired bowlers necessarily.
In the channel from Stokes, and De Silva fences at it. He steers it wide of second slip. It runs down to third man. Jack Leach, who was in the gully, chases it down and gets it inside the rope. They come through for a couple.
I can't believe you need a long sleeve shirt if you're English out there.
Sunburn.
Yeah, but hot sunburn. I'll put sunscreen on.
But windy as well, so you don't feel how hot it is. Cause,
yeah, but it can't make it, I mean, if it's 27 degrees, it feels like 23? That's pretty comfortable if you're an Englishman.
And don't they all want to get a sweat on as well so they can shine the ball? Do you remember Dan Lawrence wearing his jumper in India so they could do that? It happened. Stokes, in he comes. It's on length and it's defended by De Silva with a little flourish added on.
But surely you can get a sweat on in 38 degrees without wearing a jumper, I just would have thought. I mean, you can get sweaty in England at 22, being an Englishman.
They're lightweight now, aren't they? I mean, that'll be, super tech in that,
well,
shirt.
They need to go in a sauna to sweat, yeah?
Final delivery from Stokes, who is lumbering past the umpire. It's turned around the corner by De Silva for a single to square leg. And that brings the over to a close. 216 for 5, the West Indies now.
And Rory there says, I'm looking like one of the aliens from first encounters of the third kind. Backlit and benign. Thank you, Ravi. Joe Grover says, well, a few times I felt old was passing my 40th and realised I had to take a list to the supermarket. Bother.
I'm 51 next week.
Are you? I was 30 on Tuesday.
Ah, good for you. You're in the prime of life, my man. Enjoy it, is all I can say.
O'Neill Harris says, lots of respect for Bonner. He's been knocking around for years. At 33 years old, a lot of people never thought he'd get here. Well, like his batting, he's got here very slowly.
Mark Wood is going to continue. A very shiny forehead, Mark Wood. He's definitely working up a sweat. Here he comes. It's short again, but this pitch is
Dead.
dying a little bit.
It's
If
horrible.
It wasn't dead already.
It's so slow.
He had a long time to play that, De Silva, standing up high.
The fortunate thing is you've got two pretty weak batting units, so there's still probably going to be a result. But two decent batting units on this pitch, it would be horrible. Unless it breaks up. It might break up. There's not a lot of grass there, and it's been reasonably sunny.
It could do. We haven't seen any leech this morning, have we?
He bowled the first ball of the morning because they hung over from yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and that was it.
I'd have thought we'd have seen a little bit of him just to see whether there'd been any change overnight. Oh, that's a great bouncer from Wood. And De Silva didn't know too much about it. He doesn't get anything on it. But he's sort of caught in between De Silva, ducking and jumping at the same time with his gloves up in front of his helmet.
It hit something, didn't it? No.
That looked pretty quick. And I think De Silva's actually done fairly well there to get out the way of it and to keep his hands out the way.
Yeah,
He's actually saved by the fact that he got too high. If he had been 6 inches to a foot lower, that'd be right at his grill, and he wouldn't have been able to get out of the way of it.
That was properly quick on a slow pitch.
Yeah. Here he comes again, Wood. And that one is played into the leg side by De Silva, who is jumping around a little bit. I think maybe shaken up slightly by the delivery before.
That's 137 k's. It's not the quickest that Woody can bowl. Maybe that is the state of the pitch. But don't they measure the pace it comes out in a hand, isn't it? That's the thing.
Well, yes. And also, if the shorter you bowl, the slower the speed gun will read, because it's maths. But if you bowl short, obviously the ball travels downwards as well as in on a horizontal axis. Wood in once more, another bouncer. De Silva sways out the way of that one, and the ball carried through ankle height to folks. So it's even though Wood's breaking his back, it's not whistling through.
No,
you wonder why he's putting so much effort in when a new ball 2 overs away, and he can just.
Well, partly because that's his job, isn't it? Right? And even an old ball, he lets go of it pretty quick. He's still going to arrive quicker.
I think it's probably his best chance of getting a wicket as well, isn't it? I mean, he did have it reversing yesterday, but not so much this morning. He reaches the top of his mark anyway, and arms sort of waving around either side of his body, comes through, and it's left by De Silva. So 5 dots in a row. It's been a while since they've scored off Mark Wood, I think.
Yeah. De Silva doesn't seem to like his pace, I have to say. I doubt Bonner does too. Waved a couple through.
Yes,
Well,
Stokes during his run-up looks like every over he bowls cuts a month off his career. It's certainly not the rhythmic run that he used to have. It seems there's a lot more shoulder action in it now than there used to be.
Well, we're talking to Woody here.
No, we're talking about Stokes. At the
Oh, right, yeah.
Wide of the crease from Wood, and he finds the outside edge of De Silva's bat, but it goes all along the floor through third or fourth, slip down to the fielder at third man, and they come through for a single into the over.
O'Neill Harris says, Bear, it's 27 and windy. Bonner is wearing a long sleeve, Caribbean winter. Lol.
Yeah, exactly. 27 degrees.
And Jay Goer says, Bear and I should leave our brains to medical science. The doctors would be fascinated by the rot.
Yeah, that's possibly true.
And O'Neill Harris comes back with, careful, we don't want the bear does math.
Maths. Yeah.
Yes.
Quite. Come on, let's get these things right.
Are you doing any YouTube? Should I get through some YouTube?
I did it about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
There's a little bit of stuff in there now. There's Emily Elizabeth saying, due to HR seminar on Zoom today, since I'll be watching this surreptitiously, I'll try not to insert cricket terms into the literature.
Jack Leach is going to come into the attack for, I presume, 1 over.
Yep.
There are only 2 to go until the new ball.
I'll give that jingle.
Another master stroke.
Yeah.
Coming up. Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Round the wicket, and he hits De Silva on the pad. There's a little bit of excitement from folks behind the stumps. Jack Leach didn't seem too interested. It's going to be a leg by. I don't think this straightened enough. Pitched on leg and slid down, I reckon.
I think it did. I think you can see his leg stump behind him. It's a question whether it pitched outside leg. Nah, actually, rubbish. I'm talking nonsense.
Might have shaved the coat of
I
varnish
don't even
off of
think
leg
so,
stump.
actually. I didn't think it's straight enough. I thought initially it had. I thought it was a pretty good shout, but on replay, no.
Leg by. 218 now, the West Indies. As Jack Leach twirls the ball around in his left hand. That's straighter. Pushed back to him by Bonner. And Leach swoops in like a bald eagle to field the ball.
Well, we want that shot, but with Josh De Silva, don't we?
Yeah. Leach is through again. Maybe a little bit quicker that time. Bonner playing back. Tries to steer it fine. But it finds a fielder. We have a look at that, the replay of the LBW shout. Yeah, it's missing actually by about a ball width there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not actually that
Pitched
close.
actually outside leg anyway. It's just my initial concern.
As Bonner checks a drive, which bounced once, two, three times before it's fielded by Overton in the covers. Decent enough start by Leach.
Yeah, I think there was someone banging on yesterday, sitting next to me. Was it Henry? Gary, yeah.
Leach through once more, a little bit quicker, a little flatter. Bonner defends off the back foot. There's no run.
I mean, I know he's clearly 99% is for Matt Parkinson. But the way he was talking about Leach and spinners in general, I don't think he kind of gets the deal with spinners sometimes.
Yeah, I mean it's later on today, days 4 and 5, that you expect them to be a wicket-taking threat as Leach's in once more. It's defended, and Crawley under the lid. That silly mid-off fields.
Exactly.
One bounce.
I mean, I think maybe it's a little bit old-fashioned, but I mean, I guess the gig is, he couldn't understand why you pick someone who can contain. It's just like, well, that's what spinners do in the first innings. In a 2-innings match, you can kind of contain in the first innings and hope that the pitch breaks up and you become really effective in the second. I mean, that's the deal. As far as
we've always had containing spinners at some point. I mean, Giles is a containing spinner.
Wickets in the first innings are kind of a bonus, especially if you have to bowl first. It's like
even Tufnell was a containing spinner in the first innings.
Exactly. And when a pitch comes into your favour, then you're an attacking spinner. But maybe that's because he was a seam bowler. But I just think he was completely wrong about that. But he so wants to see Matt Parkinson in the side, which I kind of do too. Actually, I'd like them to give him a go.
And here's Woody, short, and Silva rides the bounce, no run.
If only for the fact, Hasim, Hamid over the winter. And when he came back last summer, it was like we all had really massively rose-tinted goggles about, that one innings in India 4 years ago or whatever, And then he came back in and actually wasn't very good against good quality bowling.
No, he wasn't.
No, and now, but we could all sigh now. We can go, okay, fine. He's not necessarily what we thought he was, but at least you see, you know what I mean. It's the same with Matt Parkinson.
Wood in once more, straight and defended by De Silva. Full face of the bat that time, and the ball runs up to mid on where it's fielded. No run.
So you kind of think everyone kind of wishes and wants to see whether he has the potential, and until we see it, we're not going to scratch that itch, if you like. And I think he probably deserves a chance. Why not? I mean, if you are doing this whole new whatever it is, new outlook nonsense, post Broad Anderson thing, then give him a shot.
Yeah, why not? I agree. I don't. If you've decided this doesn't matter, then then
No,
why
I
not
don't
answer
think it
that
doesn't
question as
matter.
well?
But I mean, he's a fairly decent spinner. He's good enough to get in the squad. Therefore, give him a shot. You know.
Mark Wood's going to come round the wicket here. He's got a slip, a short leg, a leg gully in as catches. De Silva opens up his stance, steps across his stumps and turns that into the leg side. The short leg was in play, but I think the ball went into the ground. De Silva's found some acreage in that leg side, so we'll get through for a single as well.
Yep. I think that inside edge on onto his thigh pad. It doesn't seem to go out with any pace into the leg side.
No, he sort of chopped at it, didn't he? It wasn't. It wasn't.
It's just fast enough and wide enough to beat the short leg, which is all it needed to do for them to scamper a single.
Well, new ball available in 3 balls time.
He's staying around the wicket, Wood. The leg gully's out. Has become a conventional square leg for Bonner. Although Wood's directing traffic a little bit here, trying to move someone else into the leg side. There's a cover and now a gully. I think they may be the only offside fielders for England. Possibly a third man down there in the shadows of the big stand.
Possibly.
Yeah. Wood from very wide round the wicket and pulled really nicely by Bonner, and he's going to pick up 4 in front of square there. That's a beautiful shot. And, Wood's telegraphed what he's going to do, but yeah, you still have to execute the shot.
Yeah, that's very true. That's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
He's leathered that as well.
Yeah, just caught it right. I guess he was predicting it. Got his prediction correct.
Bonner moves to 45 now from 140 balls. It's been quite a patient innings, to say the least, to be honest.
Yeah, 140 balls. Yeah. Minus Lamashane pace in the Ashes, wasn't it? Roughly.
Well, at points, yeah.
That was quite dull to watch, and I do hate Minus Labuschagne.
Yeah, not one of the cricket's
Lovable characters.
free-flowing batters, is he?
I
Again, England makes some
Word you want
adjustments.
is idiosyncratic.
Fucking irritating is the word I'd choose.
Ugly.
Well, that's 2 words, but
Wood staying around the wicket. This again a leg side bias to the field. In he comes, short, wide, cut this time, and will this run away for 4 through point? It will. Nicely played by Bonner, who's really showing how slow this wicket is taking on the Mark Wood bouncer.
backward point would have snaffled that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that was in the air. That was in the air for a long time.
There are only 3 fielders on the
Yeah.
offside though, aren't there?
Well,
So if you're going to
they're
bowl a half tracker a metre wide of off stump, it's a pretty... Yeah, the percentages, as they say in the business, are in your favour.
Look at this. We're going to have 2 men in the studio again. Oh, it's so good to have people back.
Oh, another short one wide off stump. Bonner goes to the pool, gets fresh air, and that is the end of the 80th over. There will be a new ball, there will be a new commentary team. I'm handing over to you, Bear, and heading off for the day. So see you later.
Well, Jono's supposed to be joining us, but he's not actually logged in yet.
Yes, he is.
That's factually
yes, he
incorrect.
is. That is actually incorrect, sorry.
I'll be back in half an hour.
Yeah.
He's also got the swirling serif W. In fact, he's uttered completely bedecked in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect timing, one would say, Jono. It's a new
hi,
ball.
Ben.
It's a new ball now. Though. We get the first over as a new ball, which is quite exciting.
I've never been as nervous watching England in my entire life, and it's not because I'm watching England.
No,
It's-
you want him to stay there and flash and flashy drives. I hope you've got a photographer out there right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll be out there obviously to take some photos next week. I'm more scared of the damn thing snapping on
Oh
TV.
wow! All bats get dead. No, hopefully it won't snap, but bats get cracked. I presume you've given him a bucket load anyway, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I'm taking him some more out next
Yeah,
week.
exactly.
And,
But there you go. See my obvious question from before, as Tone said, you know that
What's his name?
Woodstock. Have you never thought of doing special editions like the Hendrix or anything like that?
I have, but when I don't know if you saw my answer in the chat, but I did
No.
answer it, and I put because Bear, old wankers like you who can't hit it off the square are my core market.
Yeah, that's
So-
true. But it's only a sticker, isn't it? You just put it on one of the other ones and flog it for about 50% more for the old wankers like me, precisely, who'll pay more money because they've got more money. That's my
Big ball,
point.
dirty left arm off touch.
Yeah, exactly. But just want a nice bat to go and show off on a Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's weird. I've got this really strange feeling to that. I mean, obviously, I'm immensely proud of Josh as one of my really good pals. Immensely proud to be to finally have someone in the international arena using our products. It's a real fine moment for us. So very proud, and also immensely proud to be back with you boys.
Well, that's good to hear. It's good to hear. It's been quite a slow morning. I think it's all about to change now. I think England did well to get the wicket. Jason Holder. It was a big wicket to get. And to get him with the old ball as well was quite nice.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a powder puff wicket, isn't it? There's not a right lot in it. Bonner doesn't seem to be going anywhere particularly quickly. I know he's just hit a couple of boundaries there, but the new ball will either end the innings quickly, or the West Indies could probably rocket on a more aggressive field and a ball that will travel a bit quicker. So
well, England did that, didn't they? Johnny Bairstow certainly took on a new ball and cracked a few quick runs with it when he came out. And you kind of want that, admittedly, if you're batting, but England will equally. It does certainly go through a bit quicker, and if there's going to be any up and down, uneven bounce or whatever, you'd hope to get more of it, I suppose, with the new ball.
I think what I would love more than nothing else is for Josh to get 49 in every innings of the entire series, because then I don't have to pay him a 50 bonus.
That's cruel. Well, I think the W's been on the screen enough already. Right. There's a whole series to go. We'll get it out there a few times, but we don't want to give them too many.
Absolutely not.
His average is 22, doesn't it, internationals?
Yeah, I think. Look, I heard. I was screaming at the TV when Carlos Brathwaite referred to him as dodgy yesterday while I was making the dinner. Like, he's batted at 8, he's batted at 9, he's forever batted behind Jason Holder. I mean, this boy can play, and he was about the only one who actually stood up in Sri Lanka on turning wickets. Like, he's very talented, still very young. I think, from a West Indies perspective, they seem to rate him very highly and see him as very much one for the future. So,
how old is he?
He was, what will he be now? 22.
So he's bloody young. I mean, that was a good catch to get Zach Crawley out on the first morning. Cracker.
Terrible shot, by the way.
Yeah, it was, but you've got to catch it. New ball's been taken. England are bowling. I'll give you the jingle. Well, we all know who it is, and it's this man. First ball's just an outswing, left alone by De Silva.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the tee.
You can say it into the mic and I'll hear it, rather than...
Well, I was about to say, the next tweet is apparently Jay Grover, and I'm saying it doesn't necessarily narrow that down much. But
okay. That was at 15:02.
15:02, thank you very much. I'll go with that. 40 minutes ago, that's probably about right then.
That was a no ball. Damn.
Got it.
Should have clattered it.
So De Silva faces up. Second delivery by Wokes is in the channel, outside off stump, left alone, through to the keeper. No run. West Indies 2-2-8 for 5. I would tell you what to trail by, but the graphic's gone to Wokes' length. This isn't very helpful.
The graphic's gone to Wokes' length. Well, that's...
With his first new ball, only 26% of his balls were good length, 32% were full. Which means the other bit was short, I presume. There was no Yorkers. That's a decent ball, straight. A little bit of movement in the air.
Deficit's 84, by the way.
Deficit is 84. There you go.
It's well poised, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, it is. I mean, West Indies got a really good start. Get to 85 for none, and then you think, but you always think, much like England, in that test in Tasmania, I think we got our biggest opening stand of the series, and then we're all out 50 runs later. So, I mean, and you think that's possible with both of these teams, to be fair. De Silva facing up, Wokes edged. Oh, I don't think it was really a chance for second slip. There's a second slip and a 4-slip strash gully, and it went in the gap between 2 wide of second slip, probably where a third slip should be.
Well guided.
Yeah, beautifully guided off the outside half of that Woodstock bat down to third man boundary for 4 runs.
It's got a classy edge, isn't it, that bat?
Yeah, it has. Do you hand make his bat? Does he come in and you go and do all that?
Oh yeah. Big edges for the Bristol boys. No, it's. I mean, I think one of the great things about Josh is his mentality. Like, he will dig in and bat and bat long. He's not someone who's going to, not a Mark Wood who's going to seriously look to try and take the game to the bowlers.
Yeah, left alone outside is off stump through the keeper. No run. He made his debut in England, didn't he, in that last test? Was that right?
He did. When so Shy Hope decided to try and eat a couple of short ones, didn't he, off Shannon Gabriel, and lost a couple of teeth, and then I think, was it Brathwaite who was the first replacement, or maybe Shy Hope then got an injury. So Josh, who was part of the touring squad, had to run to his hotel room, get his kit, and on he went.
That's right. And then he went to left alone outside the off stump. There's no run, and he went to Pakistan after that and did well, didn't he? Is that isn't it? It's part of that winning side that Carl Mal's got a double ton.
New Zealand, he did really well in New Zealand. Learnt a lot. Spent some time with Bolt, Southey, Carl Jameson. He said that the New Zealand boys were fantastic with him. He's just trying to learn and from the best players in the world as much as he can, as often as he can.
Hold on, I'll tell you in a second.
He comes down the track. Takes a step. I think he's bang outside his crease too, to Wokes, and follows the swing, just defends it out to cover, and there is no run.
His debut officially was in New Zealand, wasn't it? In Wellington. Got 3 and 57 and a bit of a rear guard, which he's played a few times. The sub appearance at Old Trafford was the 3rd test, and he caught Burns for 90 off the bowling of Roston Chase, but it doesn't technically count as a debut because he was effectively a sub.
Yeah.
So his official debut will have been the New Zealand debut.
Yeah, he then went to Sri Lanka and did well a lot. Having to bat for the team. I think that's one of his greatest attributes. As I was saying, he's not just going to go and try and play for himself. He'll certainly go out there and do whatever the team needs to do. He was very much the leader of our batting attack at Old Wimbledonians, but it's probably slightly different.
Yeah, I can imagine he loved that. Yeah. Right, this man's going to bowl the second over.
Banned 3 times for saying something that was naughty. Kicked off the pitch was quite an incident.
Well, they haven't gone up, so it's not out. It went down the leg side, must have clipped the thigh pad, not the handle or glove of the bat, which I initially thought, but no one went up. From Bonner. And there's no run. He's on 49, 1 run to get his half century, 143 balls to get there. 232 for 5, the trail by 29. And this is the second over with a new ball. And Overton is bowling it, which, let's be honest, if this is the future, don't look good. That's left alone outside the off stump through the keeper, and there's no run.
He's certainly not going to go anywhere too quickly, is he, Bonner? I mean, again, but doing a great job for the West Indies team. If he sticks around for, get to lunch and maybe an hour after lunch, the scores are going to be somewhere near parity, and then they're in a pretty good spot. And then it's a 1 innings game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It might be a good time to mention the GPL, Bear.
Oh yes, the GPL. Let's see if anyone's entered the GPL. Of course, you can go to and GPL. You guess the amount of runs scored in the day. Put your money on your guess, and if you win the pot, it's like a lottery. You win the fund. That's full. Really loopy. That's a slower ball. You can't roll slower balls if you've got a new ball in your hand. It was 121 Ks. That's paltry. I've faced quicker than that. And there's no run.
We should mention pretty quickly as well, Windrush Bay. David sent us a care pack. It's got all kinds of fantastics. White rum, plantain chips, different types of beer, all arrived today.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Windrush Bay, and we are incredibly grateful for it, so thank you for that.
You've got 50 minutes to enter the GPL still. It's defended out on the offside. There's nothing off the pitch. There's Overson bowls at a paltry 124k. Mind you, I mean, Jason Holder was bowling around that pace. So it doesn't really instill anything in you. We only had one entry for the GPL. On Bueno Nuevo has gone 277. So come on, folks. It's another way you can A, keep Gorilla going, and B, have the chance of getting a return on your money. Imagine getting 45 to 1. That's pretty good. That's driven half-heartedly by Bonner out to the covers. Picked up by Stokes. They'll get a single.
The thing with Bonner, he doesn't look like he's actively trying to go anywhere, though, does he?
No.
Like, he's going to drop the bat onto the ball, which can often get you into as much trouble as actually looking to play some shots. I know they're obviously trying to get as close to parity as possible, but and he probably wanted to get to 50. He's got a pretty good record, but you need to show some kind of intent, whether that's in defence or
well, yeah, there's times and places as well, isn't there? New ball's coming on, I suppose. You want to see what it's doing for a couple of overs. Defended in the offside by De Silva, and there's no run. And you really think you probably only got Kemar Roach, you can bash a few after this, and then you're looking at the proper rabbits in the tail end. Well, I'm sure they can hit a ball, but wouldn't expect them to get much. But then again, England against India, didn't expect much out of their tail, and they kept fleecing us all over the park last summer, didn't they? Fuckers.
Jay Grover says the list of things Gary doesn't understand are as long as yesterday's bus ride. He's probably about right. He also said if the Bear was picked up as a dibbly dobbler by a team on a budget, he would probably waste all their reviews. Jay Grover says my love for Jono exceeds my vague appreciation for England. Ton for Josh. I'm off to fuck a chicken heart with my... Oh dear, I think I might leave the rest of it to Leah, the name Wakeman was mentioned, and someone made a joke that it only means someone who's old farts, and that we should test your Wakeman knowledge. That was the conversation with Jack, where I did get the answer, Leah. I think I'm right. Did Jack answer? Because I might have not been paying attention to find out if he got it right. But my guess was it was Starship Trooper that she was referring to.
Okay. Going away from the batsman, but starts too wide from Wokes, and Bonner just lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. Only 117 innings from Nkrumah Bonner. 450s.
Most of our batters would take that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, totally. He's only had 17 innings, that's not bad. 5 half centuries and a century. Left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run. This is Test cricket, though, isn't it? I mean, this is the whole thing over the Ashes. Everyone got really frustrated, and I guess you could say that there were points when Smith and Labuschagne, not necessarily Travis Head. Who was the other guy in the top 3? There's one of the openers, Warner.
Wasn't Marcus Harris.
No, Labuschagne was 3 and Smith was 4. Yeah, that's left alone through to the keeper again. There's no run. I mean, they left extraordinarily well, and that is Test cricket. The ability to leave is what makes a great Test batsman, almost, because you've got the time to leave balls that you think might get you in trouble, and there's plenty of shit out there that you can hit and accumulate runs until you really feel confident. And that's the art of making a Test innings. If he gets to 75 and West Indies are ahead, I'm sure he's got a complete other gear. He can smash it around the park if he really wants to. But you're right. That's full straight, defended by Bonner, back up the track, and there's no run. This point in the game, he's trying to get he's trying to get his team to parity, and then think about it from there.
Yeah. There really is nothing in this pitch, though, is there?
No,
even with
there isn't.
Second new ball.
It's trying to build it up, Jono.
Sorry, Bear.
But there is fuck all in the pitch. It's doing nothing off the surface, is it? It's all in the air, and there's a bit for the spinners, but it's very predictable.
Even the stuff in the air going from the hand, though. It's
yeah. I think that's the wind or whatever. But another ball defended into the offside. There's no run. You still got to be watchful because you can make a mistake. You drive at a ball that's too wide and you nick it off. But if you're sensible and leave those ones and then play the ones that are in your spot once you've got your eye in, then
make the bowlers come to you.
Yeah, precisely. Like all good batsmen. Bonner 50 off 152. Wokes bowls, left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over.
Warren says, at this rate, West Indies may not have to bat last on this track. Jeff Perkins says, graphis of the shortness of Woke's balls, filth. Nestler's, new Woodstock limited edition bat, the old wanker. It has possibilities. Do you need a new marketing manager? Leah says, wait, I just realised there's no southpaw in England's pace attack. I thought they were obsessed with those. Yeah, no, we are aware of that gap as well. Matthew Cullen, oh, how I've missed the Bears' dulcet tones since the Ashes. Glad to hear you all again. How depressed are we about England's Test future on a scale of 1 to 10 right now? I think high degree of concern.
High degree of concern. Yeah, I think we got better bowlers than this. I mean, this is it. I don't think Overton should be in an England shirt. I don't mind Wokes at home, but I'd have liked. Oh, now that's beat the outside edge, I think, of De Silva's bat, hit him probably on the top of his back thigh. There's a half a peel, and it was a no ball anyway, so it doesn't really matter. No ball square of the wicket. Why?
Really, that is strange.
Why is the umpire at square leg giving a no ball? I don't get that.
I mean, they would do that in a one-day game if there weren't enough fielders inside the 30-yard circle, but obviously that is a non-entity.
Is he saying there's 3 behind square on the leg side? That's shaping to go down leg side from Overton. There is a leg slip. Now I wonder if deep backward square leg was just behind square, and therefore it's a no ball given by the square leg umpire. That's the only reason I can think of, because
it would be the only possibility, I think.
But it doesn't seem to be. Is that a man standing out at square? It is a man standing out at square. So that guy must have been slightly behind square. They were all being a bit dozy and forgot about the rules. This is pretty stupid. Let's be honest. It's pretty basic stuff, that. Wow, now that hoops in quite a lot by Overton. But De Silva clips it nicely off his pads. Good timing out to deep mid wicket. Came off that bat very sweetly, one has to say. What bat is he using? Oh, it's a Woodstock.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I've got 4 behind me actually that I've got to take out for him next week.
Okay, let's have a look. Come put them up on screen. This bat is going out to the West Indies to be used in the Test match, man.
That's one.
Okay.
Some absolute cannons. If he doesn't like it, Bear, I'll bring it for you.
Oh, lovely, thank you. Not that I play anymore, but I'll take it anyway and put it on the wall. That's driven out through cover and chased down by Mark Woods. It'll come back for 2.
You have to buy them their own seat in business class.
Yeah, do you take them on hand luggage? I would. You don't want them thrown in a hole.
They'll be very securely wrapped.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're arguably more valuable than me, so my wife would have me in that hold and the bats in business.
There you go, see. 238 for 5 West Indies. Bono is 50, De Silva is 14. And trail by, 63. That's left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. Overton's gone for 64 in his 17.4 overs, only got a 1 wicket. Looked pretty ineffectual.
And that was an awful ball.
Yeah, I was so up for Saqib Mahmood playing in this Test. He's another one. I kind of get Gary's frustration with Parkinson. I have a similar deal, I suppose, with Saqib. He seems to have the pace. Jesus, it's windy out there.
Yeah, Mark Wood just lost his cap.
He's lost his cap.
It travelled about 20 yards.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of extra cover to the stumps. That one's straight again by Overton. He misses it on the follow through. It's picked up by Wood and there is no run.
I think that the frustration is that, if you're going to prophesise this new dawn and take these young lads, I mentioned it a couple of days ago, like, they're much better placed learning from Jimmy and Brodie as the best 2 seamers that the country's ever produced, 2 of the best, 4 in the world that the world's ever produced in terms of wickets. They're not going to learn a great deal from Wokes, who struggles away from home, Overton, who's got a fledgling Test career when you consider the fact that he's not just carrying drinks all the time.
Yeah. Last ball of the over because there's no ball, of course. Short pulled. Ooh, didn't time that particularly well, did De Silva, but got enough of it through mid wicket out towards the boundary. Chased down by Wokes and they'll come back for 2. 7 off the over.
Madan Mohan Sharma is quite wise, and I think he's saying what a lot of people are thinking, which is West Indies feel the pressure right now with the new ball. England must take wickets. If both these survive till lunch, then post-lunch session will be very testing for England bowlers. I'll go along with that.
Yep.
O'Neill Harris says, you're right, Bear. Eating up time is part of Test cricket. The longer they keep the other team fielding, the more you wear them down mentally and physically. Then you induce errors. Quite right too. Rabina says, Wokes reminds me of the title character of How to Train Your Dragon. He's toothless. Messi Jazz. There were definitely too many men behind square. Shit captaincy. Let me in, please, Bear.
Oh. Okay. I shall let you in.
Managed to get there. Farong, 30 odd runs in 100 minutes so far today. Flattering the bowlers, methinks. Okay, new ball, but only 3 overs old.
Yeah, there's really nothing. The problem is the wicket's doing absolutely sod all. Let's try and induce a mistake and then hopefully get through to the batsman who can't hang around as long. That one swings away, but it starts too wide from Wokes, and it's easily left by Bonner, and there's no run.
Jersey Oak says, last time England had such a piss poor opening bowling attack, Derek Pringle opened the bowling.
Yeah. But you're right. You see, I mean, this is it. If you're going to do the rotation thing, okay, the Parkinson thing, Leach. If you're going to have one spinner, it's a toss-up. You make the choice. You go Leach. But we've got so many seamers, and if you're going for a new dawn, this isn't a new dawn attack, is it? I mean, this is an old dawn minus. As that's left alone through to the keeper, no run. I mean, it's the same attack, but without Broad and Anderson. I mean,
it seems a bit betwixt and between for me, because they've obviously decided that, having got absolutely battered in Test cricket for God knows how long now, they've decided that this is their best side in order to try and win the first Test. Which means if they do win this first Test, they're going to have to pick the same side for the second Test, maybe put some of the youngsters in for the third Test if they're 2-0 up. But if this doesn't then work, they've got nowhere to go, so the young lads are never going to play.
Well, then they might. Well, the opposite of that is that's defended up to mid-off and there's no. The opposite of that is that, yeah, you put your best side out and it was pretty toothless, so you might as well try the other guys.
Well,
they can't be any worse, you know.
When have you ever known this England management to do anything bold or out of the expected? It's too safe. I think that's.
But it was bold to leave Anderson and Broad out.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
Then they haven't followed through with that kind of bold kind of thinking.
That's extraordinarily bold, I'd say, and a little bit crazy. Wokes bowls and it's left alone outside Bonner's off stump. Decent line, decent length, but not doing anything spectacular. Dot ball, no run. I mean, he went for 30 in his first 3 overs, didn't he, Wokes? So
yeah.
He's bowled 15 overs for 30. That's not bad.
When bowling at one of the... wasn't he the slowest Test batsman in the world? And yet he was clumping...
Yeah, crack breath. Yeah, exactly.
Slowest batter and slowest bowler, I think I heard people saying yesterday in global cricket.
That one's straighter, and this time doesn't swing, goes straight on. Surprises Bonner a little bit, forces the shot, but up to mid-off safely enough, and there is no run. Oh, there's a mother with a mask. It's good. Taking a health advice, of course. No one cares about coronavirus anymore now. It's war, and we completely forgot about it. Bonner is facing up to Wokes. It's left down outside the off stump. There's no run.
Over on YouTube, hi to Emily Elizabeth. We are talking, there's quite a long conversation about let me see.
Suits who usually.
Yeah, I'll start there in a minute. From Big Brain 61, who very sadly, his dog passed away. But he'd said that she'd had a good innings. She'd 16 apparently, and people look at him because they don't understand what that means. So look at me like I've got 4 heads. But Emily Elizabeth says that's right. It's a good age and a good innings, and she's spot on there.
For a dog, yeah.
Suter Who's going now Bear. Every other nation likes Marnus, just not the bitter English.
God, he's an irritating man.
My wife was saying yesterday she had to go to. She's pregnant, so she had to go to the hospital yesterday, and she spent 2 hours watching little YouTube videos of Marnus talking to himself whilst batting. She finds it hilarious.
He's a man, yeah, fruitcake. First child?
First one, mate. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
good luck with that, man.
Little boy due in June, future England captain.
Sweet.
No pressure there then.
I thought my son was going to do that, and it didn't happen. I was
thinking probably tiddlywinks or hopscotch, because if he has more cricket in genes, he's got no chance.
Through to the keeper. Does that thing that it did on day one and goes sharply after it's gone past the stumps. Down leg. Well taken by Wokes. And I think Wokes has kept pretty well, actually. He did an amazing take this morning when he was standing up to Wokes, I think it was, with the old ball. And he shoved it down leg side quite short. And he took it really well at shoulder height down the leg side, standing up to Wokes. I was pretty impressed about that.
He's a hell of a keeper, and he batted well as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I thought he batted well. His batted probably got more runs than pretty much Butler got the entire Ashes. That's worked into the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run in one innings. Not the same bowlers, admittedly, but he looks more organised than Butler at red ball cricket when he's batting. I mean, Butler's got all the talent in the world at white ball. He just doesn't know what to do when he hasn't got a target. It seems to me he doesn't. His brain doesn't work with red ball cricket anymore. The fact that you can just pace an innings yourself how you want to pace it, don't have to play at everything. Now that's got to be close out. Surely, yes it is. The tail's into Josh De Silva. He has reviewed, so maybe he thinks he's got an inside edge. If he hasn't got an inside edge, that is as plumb can be. Surely. The umpire gave it out.
He must think he's hit this.
And it is Joel Wilson.
It's true. He is pretty awful when it comes to decisions. How many's he got wrong so far this series? He must have got a few wrong already.
He got a couple wrong yesterday for sure. England. Well, you've got a situation here where both seem equally convinced.
Yeah.
England seem happy.
Well, it's
Josh looks convinced.
Well, it's all a question of whether it's hit the bat. If it didn't hit the bat, then I think Josh's conviction is.
Don't forget, it's a Woodstock bat. Pretty
misplaced.
effective edge.
Yeah.
Inside and out.
Very big edge. Let's have a look. Oh, maybe actually it's going down leg.
I think it's sliding down leg.
It could be.
Yeah, I think it is.
I don't think he's not hit it. I don't think
he's not hit it. No.
Sliding down leg, I think though. But it might just be umpire's call.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, it might just be umpire's call.
Might just be umpire's call, but he'd be slightly unlucky because that's.
The thing is, you see at the end and it's going quite a lot, isn't it? It didn't look like it was going that much. Let's have a look. It's in line. I think it's going down.
I think that's going down. Yeah, it's missing.
Yeah, it's going down there. Good call by Josh De Silva. My initial instinct was that was out if he hadn't hit it. He must have thought he hit it.
It does go to show, though, doesn't it? Umpiring at this level is hard.
Yeah.
And Joel Wilson makes it look incredibly hard.
He does.
It's true. We'll have a change at the end of this over. Right. We're going to have a 3-person Zoom chat. Jono's going to take over. Messers is coming back. Jason is coming back.
Do you need me to slide over into the jingle seat?
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Thought you might.
Of course. I've been here for an hour, man.
You could bring me a cup of tea then.
Oh, I can do you a cup of tea. How do you like it? That's pulled out towards deep square leg by Josh De Silva. It's fielded by Bairstow out there. It'll just be the one run.
Peppermint tea, no milk. Leave the tea bag in.
Okay.
Josh, it looks like Josh is having a bit of a go at Craig Overton. He's obviously said something to him. Go on, Josh.
He's probably criticising his eyesight as being quite similar to Joel's.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because in retrospect, that
it was going a long way down.
Yeah.
The thing was, where he kind of ended up after he hit the ball, you could see all 3 stumps, couldn't you? And you thought that hit him. I thought that hit him in line with sort of middle and off, actually, but it ended up as hitting in line with leg, middle and leg. That's defended by Bonner, back down the track and there's no run. It goes late, and you kind of think, when he walks across and you see his stumps afterwards, you think, wow, that's hit him in front of middle and off. It's got to be pinging leg. But it's, not like that.
He's a big lad for if he's like a man mountain at 17, he's a big boy. He won't be scared of any of these older lads having a pop.
Yeah. Defended by Bonner, out behind square on the offside, and there's no run. That's the end of the day. It's the end of my spell. Tony's going to nip across into my chair. 3 people on Zoom, and I'll see you. I think I'm on straight after lunch. I'll see you then.
What do we have for lunch, and can you be ready to set it up for us? Top man. When I say what do we have for lunch, obviously I don't mean food wise, I mean entertainment wise.
And what treat were you up to, Tony?
I was about to tell you that as well when the bear, who'd accused me of being somewhat cumbersome earlier of getting out of a seat, is considerably more cumbersome than I was. I would say Warren Red Dawn.
Okay. Expecting Red Dawn any minute, according to Warren. Hello, John. Is this your debut as a test bat?
It is, Jezza. Yeah. So
congratulations.
Very nervous this end. Both in now, full ball swinging away from the brilliant Joshua De Silva, who lets that through to Ben Folk. Yeah, I mean, I've got all these, like, I feel like full of adrenaline, but it's like nerves and pride and all sorts at the same time. It's a really strange feeling, but obviously
it's
really
totally beyond your
apprehension
control.
and fear and all the other emotion.
Absolutely all of them. So, but yeah, very proud day. Wokes in now, second ball of his over in again to Josh De Silva, who drives hard back up the pitch. As Wokes doesn't collect that cleanly, but there will be no run.
Wokes is getting some movement through the air, but it's slow movement. It's not moving late. It's predictable. You can line it up. So he really needs to get the line and length right to make the most of that movement that he's finding in the air.
Yeah, we were saying just before it's going from the hand as well, so you can see it's so early that at this level these lads can read that pretty well. Me, absolutely not so much. Wokes in again now, third ball of the over. Silver just blocks that back up the wicket. Be collected by mid-on fielder running in, and it's another dot. 3 so far in the over. How's things with you then, Jez? It's been a good long while since we've last spoken.
Indeed it is. Well, I'm feeling much better since I had my rant this morning, because I really got a bit off my chest then about England's selection. I don't know if you heard it, but I just
I didn't. I missed
ridiculous. Basically, it's the same bowling attack that they had at the Gabba, so that's new blood, I don't know.
Shorter one this time from Wokes, just played out into the offside by De Silva, and solid in defence, no run.
I think if I was Wokes, I'd be getting closer to the wicket to try and maximise the movement. He seems to be going slightly wide and angling it in, trying to straighten it rather than bowling it straight and then moving it away.
Yeah, probably just trying to utilise the angle. I think probably maybe jumping a bit wide at point of delivery. Just seeing there the Stokes dismissal of Holder this morning, who's trying to play quite a late lead. Wokes in again now. That's squirted away off the outside half of Silver's bat, but they decide against a run as Johnny Bairstow rapidly to that backward point.
You get the feeling Joshua De Silva was keen, but Bonner doesn't appear to do anything particularly quickly, and certainly scoring runs he doesn't appear to do anything particularly quickly. He was going to the danger end, so
Johnny Bairstow,
conservatism wins.
As we all know, Wokes in again now, and De Silva just stands tall and blocks that down into the gully region. That completes a maiden over for Chris Wokes, 163 off 19. Messi.
Okay, just before I say anything, I should mention it's 25 minutes until the GPL closes. So there's your chance to get nearly 50 quid. And I've been nearest the pin the last 2 days, so it's somebody else's turn today. Madan Mohan Sharma says, I do feel that Saqib Mahmood should have played instead of Leach. Ruled himself as a better spin bowler than Leach. Saqib has done reasonably well in ODIs. He was deserving his debut. I agree with that 100%. Farong says, just on the Tigers front, the BCB today announced central contract for all 3 formats to Shakib Al Hassan, Musfiqur Rahim, Linton Das, Shariful Islam and Taskin Ahmed. Combined contracts would equate to $550 to $600,000 US. Not a bad wage. It's really good to see that BCB can afford to do that now, because it needs that base from which to build.
But those five players between them earning just over half of what one central contract's worth to an England multi-format cricketer, which shows the problems in world cricket, frankly. A short one by Mark Wood, who joins the attack. Bonner swivels on it, I think a top edge, and it's gone all the way for 6.
Wow.
Mark Wood.
Hell of a shot.
Yeah, I think it's a top edge. Yeah, absolutely not in control. It might have hit the back of his bat actually. I was talking to Joe Leach, the ex-Worcestershire captain, about facing Mark Wood at Durham when it was dark last year. He said he bowled round the wicket, it was aiming at his armpit, and at that moment he realised he was never going to be good enough for Test cricket. He said he's never been this scared in his life.
I believe it.
He said it's just frightening. Wood in again, that's worked off. Probably middle and leg by Bonner, down to Jack Leach at deep fine leg for 1, bringing De Silva back on strike.
That was a classic overcorrection. No, too short last ball, too full this ball.
Mark Wood, I think. I mean, with a new ball, I know the ball's probably only 7.2 overs old now, so it'll still have a fair bit of bite to it. But I mean, 7 overs when they're trying to bang it into a pretty lifeless pitch, he can't surely be quite as effective at this point as that's a better delivery, probably still a touch straight, but Joshua De Silva just blocking that back up the pitch, getting in line pretty well, showing the stickers, which is what we love to see here at Woodstock HQ.
England are absolutely shit.
That's true. Ravinair says, I love the Bear and Tony's domestic arrangements. Remember, I take tea, no milk, leave the bag in. What are we doing for lunch? Will you set it up? Good man.
Wood in again now to De Silva. Oh, that's looked a bit quicker, that one. But comfortably in behind it, and again just blocked back up the wicket by Joshua De Silva. Moving on, he's 17 from 52, Bonner 57 from 163. It's a bit attritional, gents, isn't it? But you know, it could set the game up quite nicely. If the West Indies back for an hour after lunch, who knows where we're going to be?
Yeah,
well, they would wanted to bat till tea time at least, wouldn't they?
Yeah, you'd think.
Because the pitch is very slow.
I think, but now surely the newer ball is the best time to try and score runs, because there's nothing in the pitch whatsoever. As De Silva kind of goes back to that, not really a solid base, but does get bat on board out to deep backward square leg, and will come through for a single, bringing Bonner back on strike for the last ball of the over.
I was going to say that De Silva, and you would know better than having seen a lot more of him in the flesh, Jono, doesn't seem to get a huge stride in at any stage of the game. He works around his front leg rather than getting a big stride forward.
It was slightly different in Division 3 of the Surrey Championship, Jay. he just put his front dog down the middle of the wicket and twatted it into the middle of next week. Now, the full ball angling into the stumps. Bonner solidly in behind that, blocks it out into mid-wicket, completes the 88. West Indies 2-4-9 for 5.
Okay, Jeff Perkins says the left is so disorganised in England they can't even get a quick into the side. And he does point out that it is a new bowling lineup in the Northern Hemisphere at least. But oh god, don't get me started again, because it really is. It's same old shit basically. Ravi was on YouTube saying they're not considering swing bowlers, and England want to make use of any available swing with the new ball, which Dara Azizi says there is no swing. Any news on Jofra? Well, as I understand it, Jofra is likely to play in the 100, but not in any red ball cricket this year. And frankly, there's a lot of speculation that he never will play much red ball cricket.
De Silva leaves the first ball of the next Wokes over through to Ben Folks, and there will be no run. The Jofra thing, I don't think you'll ever see him play red ball cricket again, based on conversations I've had with people much more in the know than I am. The whole fact that his injury was left far too long without proper attention because England wanted him to bowl. It wouldn't surprise me if he turns into a franchise cricketer moving forward, quite frankly, as De Silva blocks that one back up the pitch to Chris Wokes, who picks it up on his return. Look, there's a number of reasons. A, his injury, but you think about someone like Tymal Mills. You can play 6 months of cricket and earn £3 million if you play the franchise system the right way, or you can be a multi-format cricketer for England, get paid £1 million for a central contract, and then spend half your time injured. Like, if he's asked to bowl 4 overs every 2 days plus a bit of training, and earn 3 times as much money, what would you do if you were Jofra Archer?
Yeah.
Wokes in again now. That ball swings from the hand and left alone by De Silva. It goes through to Ben Folkes for no run.
Yeah, I can't see any argument against it at the moment, based on his injury situation.
Yeah, I mean that's come from someone at Sussex who, as I say, is much more in the know than I am. And it's a real shame. He could have been a real standout performer for England for a long period of time. But it's that classic mismanagement of your strike bowlers bowling them into the ground. De Silva forward this time, blocked out to mid-off. 4 balls of the over gone, 4 dots. Still trailing by 62.
What England need to do probably is to grab whoever's managing the New Zealand fast bowler coach and get him out, because he's got a whole host of quality fast bowlers that always seem to be in form. I mean, how Matt Henry doesn't get in the side and Adam Milne, and they're like 5th and 6th choice.
Folkes in again. Silva. Oh, that one is. I think must have hit him outside the line. It wouldn't surprise me if England review this. I think Joe Root probably not looking that interested. I think he's got outside the line here. Back pad. They're asking if it's back pad outside the line. I don't think he'll go for this. No, not interested. It looked outside the line to me. I thought for a second he might have bowled him, but
yep, ditto. Close, but no cigar. I think for that one until we see the ball tracking and find out it would have clattered into off stump.
Well, Joel Wilson's not the standing umpire, so maybe he possibly got the decision right. No, that's hitting way outside the line of the off stump there. It has hit the back pad. It's gone through to Ben Folkes, who's made some kind of false appeal. The celebra appeal they call it, don't they, in the England ranks. Wokes in now to complete his 20th over, 1 for 63 at the moment. It's now 1 for 64 as De Silva gets up on his tiptoes, rides the bounce and works that into backward square leg for a single.
Nicely done that. No, he went well across and just tipped it into the leg side, so I had to turn the ball outside off stump into a little nudge through square leg with no risk really.
For the LBW on that, they were appealing for the catch.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I reckon anyhow.
Oh, Jack Leach into the attack, looks like. So with a ball that's only 9 overs old. The whole... I think he came on after, 16 overs? Was it with the first new ball? It screams of no real plan. I mean, Messi, you'll have watched a huge amount of the Ashes, and again, it's just that whole... There's no real concerted plan, that you can't adapt quickly enough.
Well, do you know one of the things about it is there's no bowling partnerships that are working. Because one of the things that's really worked, sorry.
Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
One of the things that's worked for Australia, for example, for Lyon a lot of the time, is that he's known he's going to have a fast bowler or a pair of fast bowlers at the other end, keeping it tight so that the pressure builds up.
Yeah.
And those partnerships in bowling are so important, particularly in test matches. And England doesn't seem to have the capacity to be able to do that at all.
Well, how many wickets did McGrath get for Warne and vice versa?
Exactly, yeah.
Leach in, kind of short and wide first ball. De Silva probably thinking he's missed out there as he guides it to point for no run. I think it's difficult to compare. I think Lyon to a lot of spinners in the Test game. I'll come back to that in a minute. Straight to this time to De Silva, as he probably, if he'd have missed that, he might have been in trouble. But sort of gets bat on ball, whips it away through mid wicket, well fielded. But they do come through for a single. I think the amount of bounce that Lyon gets sets him apart from any other spinner in the world, quite frankly, for me, because he doesn't just rely on the big turn that he gets, but it's the amount of bounce that he gets. And so I think to compare other spinners to Lyon I think he's different from anybody else. And so I think that sometimes we like to compare one to another, but I think sometimes that may be unfair. I think he's in a class of his own, to be honest. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Bonner. He looks to be bowling quite quickly here, Jack Leach. He's bowled quite quickly throughout the Test match so far.
Yeah.
I've always thought that bounce is almost more important to spinners than turn, because most of your wickets are caught and having it.
Bonner's got down on one knee and absolutely smashed that, like a hard kind of pull off one knee for one of these, Tony.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Gotta say, that was there to be hit. It was the right length.
I mean, it's missed the short leg fielder's right ankle by millimetres.
Yeah. Okay, 10-minute warning to the GPL too. But I'm going to do that while we're talking. Yeah, I mean, one of the things too for English spinners is they don't have any runs to bowl with either, so they have to bowl defensive.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the beauties for Warne, of course, is that he always had a good batting side, so he could bowl attacking, and if he cost a few runs, then it cost a few runs. It didn't really matter.
Leach in again now, 5th ball of the over. That is short and wide, and that's cut away by Bonner. That is most likely going to bring another. Oh no, it's going to pull up just short. They're probably going to get at least 2, possibly 3. They just stick with the 2. I was talking a while back, Jez, about the same point that you make. Also about Gilchrist, the amount of freedom that he was allowed to go out and bat with, following one of the best top sixes in history, and it was the same for Warne. He's got such a great bowling attack to follow up. He just always felt like he could attack and try and get wickets at all times.
I mean, it's been extraordinary watching some of the footage from those days after Warne's death to just see how much talent there was in that team altogether. It was quite an extraordinary collection.
I can't believe, even then you've just said it after Warne's death, I still can't believe that's actually the case. Like, it just defies belief, quite frankly. It's, to see the great man gone so early is awful, quite frankly. Leach in now to complete an over, and that one has been hit well by Bonner, square point. Again, probably only likely to bring 2 as it just pulled in just inside the ropes. They do stick at 2. That ends Leach's 18th. He's none for 38. West Indies trail by 52. The score of 90 overs, 259.5.
Well, I can tell you that the GPL has now reached $248. And Warren says that the Bear and the Bish are actually the odd couple, which seems about right. Madame Mahone Sharma says, I feel all companies are manufacturing anti-English balls, which are neither supporting their batters or their bowlers. That's... I think the English create the anti-English balls themselves. And Ravi Nair says, it's an anti-colonial conspiracy, I tell you. Are they not grateful we conquered and exploited them? I think we've thrown off the shackles in some of these places, Ravi.
Absolutely. We've now got a new man into the attack, but Bish isn't watching, so it is Ben Stokes.
Yes, he is.
I got out Ben Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben
Stokes approaching. Oh, full bunger to Joshua De Silva. It just definitely wasn't expecting that, and has completely missed out as he drives it up to Chris Wokes at mid-off. De Silva surprises anybody that he's got a knee-high full toss, a foot outside off stump, and just missed out on it.
That really is a loosener from Ben Stokes.
Nothing to do with the bat, I might add. Stokes in now. Second ball of his new spell. That's a much better length delivery, but De Silva in comfortably behind it, just blocks it back up the pitch for no run. It's difficult, isn't it? Like, we want to be excited watching Test cricket, but wickets like this. I was watching a bit on telly yesterday, and Curtly Ambrose was just pulling the little bit of hair he's got left out. Like, the state of this wicket, just shaking his head at all times. Yeah. It's not a wicket. It's not a result wicket, is it?
It's not. Well, I mean, the only thing I can say, it's not quite as bad as Rawalpindi was.
Well, no,
quite.
Silva gets into a good position and blocks that out to mid-on again for no run. I mean, it's in a bit of a difficult spot, Test cricket. We all love it. Everybody talks about how it's the pinnacle of the game and this, that, and the other. But it does need to be made slightly more exciting to draw a crowd, right? We're not all going to be around forever. Where are the youngsters?
It needs to be incentivised in some way for them matches to be important, and that's the issue.
As Stokes lets go of one that swings early from the hand, and De Silva just leads through to the wicket-keeper Ben Folkes for no run. Yeah, I mean, look, results make wickets and boundaries make cricket exciting, right? So, and if you feel like you're watching something and there's something's going to happen, I think the fact that you can play a match, those of us who are absolute purists, draws sometimes can be exciting. Let's look at Cardiff in 2009, etc., etc. You always felt like a result was possible. Thank you, Jez. Love that. Just seeing your background change. Was De Silva this time off the back foot, kind of loops that over mid-wicket. They're certainly going to get a couple here at least. As De Silva moves on to 22 now. But yeah, there does need to be an element of playing on wickets where people feel like they're watching a game where a result's going to be possible,
rather than the chairman's wicket where they've got 5 days to just pat it around a bit and fulfil their boots in terms of their personal statistics.
It's like a net, isn't it? It's like a net. Stokes in again now. That's a fuller ball, and De Silva just covers up. Gets outside the line of the off stump, blocks it back up the pitch. There will be no run. West Indies now trailing by only 50. Stokes.
The truth is, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, we really notice it, and it hurts.
And to be fair, the number of draws in the game has gone down decade on decade. So they are trying to move towards a more result-orientated game. But
unless this starts to break up, which it might, we might still get a result inside 4 days. We don't know, but
the point Bear made was that these are two fairly mediocre batting sides, so that they can lose wickets where others might not.
Yeah. Leach in again now, and that again, too short, too wide, cut away by Bonner, but they are just trotting a single. I assume that there is a man at deep point.
Leach looks like a man with no confidence in his ability to turn the ball and take a wicket at the moment.
He bowled quite well yesterday, though.
But his figures don't belie that, because he's bowled 0-39 off 18 overs.
Yeah. Keeping the runs down, but then doesn't look like he's going to take a wicket so much. As he's in again now to De Silva, who punches that away. The man from the deep point boundary had come in, but they do still run a single.
Well, on a wicket like this, the spinner's on a hiding to nothing. I mean, Lyon, I think, ended up with 1 for 250 in World Index, and he didn't bowl badly.
I mean, and if Lyon can't get something out of a wicket, then I can't see any other spinner in the world doing so. As Bonner comes forward, but with an angled bat just down into the gully region, but I think Bairstow swoops round from backward point, so there is no run.
Matt Searle says, I loaded the GPL and there was only one entry, then suddenly all the threes appeared. Yeah, that was me putting my entry in, Matt.
Leach in again now. Better length this time, but too easy for Bonner to just work on the back foot. Play that out towards the deep point boundary, and they will come through for another easy single.
He does like hanging around on the back foot. He seems to have all the time in the world to just rock back on whoever's bowling, pace or slow bowler, and play it wherever he wants, albeit not with necessarily that much timing.
Leach in again now to De Silva, who comes forward, blocks the outside half of the bat, going down towards the third boundary, as we're now supposed to call it. Ollie Pope runs down after it, doing the fielding. They come through for a 2.
Who's Pope on for? He must be one of the bowlers, I'd imagine.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Maybe Chris Wokes off licking his wounds or something. Talking about a plan that isn't there. Saying to Paul Collingwood, I hope the next coach has got a better idea than you, or any number of things we could be discussing. See Tony in there just shouting to Bear, is my tea nearly ready? in the green room.
No, he's waiting for Bear to get his lunch.
Got his brew. It's his lunch next, is it? That must be the thing. Leach in again now to complete his over, and De Silva just works onto the back foot, works it out through the vacant square leg region. The man comes in off the deep square boundary, and they come through for a single to complete the 90-second 2-6-7 for 5 now.
So O'Neill Harris says, great job fading the jingles from the Bishop. He's much more subtle than the Bear. Well, actually, you'd be surprised, O'Neill. Bear does do a lot of jingles and just fades them back so that we can be heard. It's been trickier over Zoom than it was all sitting in the studio. And O'Neill says, I don't think this is boring or a bad wicket. I'm loving it. It's a relegation scrap, gents. Lots of effort, but not that much skill. Seeing the West Indies suffer on the other end for too long. Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty fair comment. A relegation scrap is about right, isn't it?
I did see something, I think just after the Ashes, where they were saying that England had changed their home series to France, Bulgaria and Spain, but they'd all turned us down because they thought it'd be too easy. As Ben Stokes bowls a short ball to Joshua De Silva. He works onto the back foot and works it out through deep backward square. Well fielded on the boundary, stopping the 4 by Ollie Pope, but they do manage to come through for a 2. De Silva now on to 28. 21 more. That's what we want from him. 21 more, and then he can leave a straight one.
Yeah, I mean, you are a little conflicted between Woodstock and England, aren't you?
Well, not that so much. I have to pay him a bonus if he gets a 50, you see. So 49 perfect.
Be well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Stokes in again to De Silva, who plays a drive. Well fielded by Chris Wokes, running around from mid-off, but they do come through for the 1.
Well, it's not Wokes off the field then, so we'll have a scan and see if we can work out who it is.
Farong says, waiting for the day, no lefties, no gingers, writing the streets, methinks. Yes, well, there's still plenty of gingers in the team at the moment.
Well, plenty of gingers on the pitch. There's a few in the team.
Stokes in, 3rd ball of the 93rd. In now to Bonner, angled in at leg stump, and that's just blocked up to mid-on, and there will be no run. Trailing by only 41 now, gents. I think it was trailing by 80 odd when I first came on, when I was on with Tony and Bear earlier on. So the score is ticking. It's not racing or motoring, is it? But it is certainly ticking.
Yeah, they put, I think, 68 runs this session. So that's not a bad return on their nearly 30 overs.
It's not a fast-scoring pitch, this, is it?
Well, no. Stokes in again. That's left alone outside the off stump by Bonner. I'm not once during this commentary stint have I even attempted to say his first name, because I'll make an absolute fool of myself. That's 3 from the over off the 4 balls that we've seen so far. 270 for 5 now, the West Indies. 41 behind. There must be. Is there another stint before tea? Or lunch?
No, this is lunch.
This is going to be lunch, is it? Okay.
It is indeed.
So 2 balls, I think, before lunch. Stokes in now again to Bonner, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. Josh De Silva can rest happy that he will go to lunchtime now, not out, unless there's a run out. Bonner has looked pretty comfortable, you'd have to say, this morning, Jace.
Yes, he's got plenty of time to play all the shots that he can't.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. So yeah, the 1 wicket to fall this morning was Jason Holder attempting a leave off Ben Stokes. De Silva has come in, joined Bonner, and done pretty well. Scoring not a quick rate by any means, but certainly not overly slow. And that is the last ball of Ben Stokes is over. Last ball before lunch, we would assume. Worked into the leg side by Bonner. They will come through for a single. The score moves on to 271 for 5. Stokes 2 for 33 off 16, and the West Indies trail by 40.
Yeah, it's been a crucial session. It's not pretty, but it is dogged and could be decisive. I mean, both both players are scoring at about 35 runs 100 balls, which is not that's a slow rate for established cricketers. But it's what the situation requires.
Absolutely. So yeah, we saw the 26.1 overs in the first session of the day, 69 runs, 1 wicket. Jez, do you want to take us to lunch with some more tweets?
Yeah, we've got a lovely one from Madame Mohan Sharma. It says, your live broadcast is more interesting than the cricket than the match at the moment. We're all tied to you because of your funny presentation. Thanks for providing us this sort of commentary. Thank you for that, Madame. That sort of feedback really keeps us boosted. And actually, if the truth be known, we have a lot of fun doing this too.
We do. 100%.
I figure if we're having fun, you might be having some fun as well.
Absolutely.
MX Grand Theft Auto says, I have my tea like I have my sex, preferably with the bag left in. Warren, to continue my fascination with all that is Stokes' hair, wondering if there were any options as far as the colour is concerned.
Brilliant. Well, look, that takes us to lunch. I'm not sure what Tony and Barry have got lined up for us. I will certainly be back to join you later on. But yeah, for now, enjoy 40 minutes off.
It's going to be an interview with Sean Jarvis, the CEO of Leicester County Cricket Club.
Change.
And very interesting. It's going to be too, if you're interested in your cricket in the UK. Yes, this one? Just press that. Fingers crossed.
Cheers.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Now, Leicestershire are a proud county, 3 times county champions, 3 times T20 champions, 3 times Benson Hedges Cup winners. If you are a Leicestershire fan, and there are many of them, good things, it seems, come in threes. Not to mention some fabulous cricketing careers that the county has launched. Since we're talking in threes, I'll just give you David Gower, Stuart Broad and Phil De Freitas, but there are plenty of others that have either started or benefited from their time at Grace Road. Yet when England get battered in a test series, there are those who point an accusing finger towards our first-class county game. Some would even question the status of counties at all. Today, my guest is the CEO of Leicestershire, Sean Jarvis, who is looking to not just steer Leicestershire to success, but to grow the size and inclusivity of cricket in the county of Leicestershire. Sean, a huge welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Great to be invited and share a few of my thoughts with you.
Well, we're delighted, but can I start off, just with a wee bit about you, which is very interesting. Being a football fan, I can tell you, I've stood on the terraces at Boundary Park. It's the coldest bloody ground I think I've ever been to in my entire life. But next to Grimsby, possibly. But from sort of Oldham to Huddersfield Town and then to Leicestershire, tell us a little bit about that journey and how you come to be here.
Yeah, sure. You're absolutely right. The nickname for Boundary Park was Ice Station Zebra. Joe Royal called it Ice Station Zebra. Neil Warnock, I must tell you a little story. Neil Warnock used to turn up when he was manager at Oldham. He used to turn up the changing room, the visiting changing room, to as hot as it possibly could. So when the opposition ran out, it was even colder when they went out to Boundary Park. So those incredible tactics. But yeah, my background is I am a Leicester lad. I was born and bred in Leicester, but then I moved to Yorkshire when I was 18, studied in Yorkshire, worked within sport. I was involved in the changing of rugby league from a winter to summer game. And then I ended up gravitating to work at Oldham Athletic. And I spent 7 great years at Boundary Park. And one particular year, I ended up owning the football club. But that's a story for another day. It cost me £1. And a lot of people said to me, well, that's 99p more than you should have spent on it. But That's a story for another day.
You've told that one before, haven't you?
I have. And then after seven years at Boundary Park working with Oldham, I then moved to Huddersfield Town. Spent 15 years, just short of 15 years at the John Smith Stadium, and 15 great years that saw a journey from League One when I joined all the way up to the top of the Premier League. And at one point, Huddersfield Town were top of the Premier League ahead of Man City and Man United. It was only about 3 games into the season, but we were top of the Premier League. So I can put that down as one of my achievements. But having spent 15 years there, it was time for a change, really. And I got invited to be a non-exec director at Leicestershire, and then the chair invited me to become the CEO here at the club. And that was 2 years ago, and it's kind of me coming back to my roots, really. My family's still here. For those that know me, my dad was a big cricket man. He was a second-class umpire, and actually he passed away some 20 years ago, and his ashes are actually scattered here at Grace Road.
Oh, wow.
So on the night time, he kind of haunts me, or just makes sure that I'm doing the right thing, you know. So it's been an interesting journey, 30 years spanning rugby league, football, and now cricket. So yeah, and a variety of challenges all the way along.
Well, we'll come on. Yeah, I think there are a few, and that's part of the reason why we're having this chat here. But let's start with the County Together initiative. You've been mobilising, I think, members and fans to spread the word about cricket at Grace Road. Just tell us a little bit about that and how it's going.
Yeah, I'm very keen here at Leicestershire. I think one of the things that we've maybe suffered from in the past decade has been a lack of engagement. We've kind of been a cricket club that's sat there and expected people to come, and as we know, you can't do that unless you're incredibly successful. Then you can't do that. So I think what happened to us during COVID was we got the chance to press the reset button and look at who we are, how we operate, how we do things, and then try and come out of COVID with a bit more different ideas. And County Together for us epitomises that. It's all about how we really sort of engage with businesses, with the fan base, members, stakeholders, cricket clubs, schools. So there's no silver bullet to it, but we're determined to really engage with many people as possible, and that's across a whole different variety of methods. So, for example, we're literally joining forces with County Cricket Matters and the Cricketer Supporters Association to do an initiative around Sussex game, where we're going to be giving away 4,000 free tickets to hopefully new audiences to come and watch our championship game across those 4 days. So it's little things like that. Equally, we're undertaking road shows. So we're going into clubs and myself, director of cricket, head coach, maybe a player or two, having debates about Leicestershire. We've given away sort of fixture posters to people to try and spread the word. So it's even with the business community. We had an event last week where we invited a local business person who was very successful down here, who gave his insight onto how his business was successful. And we had, I think, around about 60 local businesses come along and listen to him. And that was completely free of charge. And we worked with Pucker Pies on getting a pie into the night and having a pie and pea night. So things like that. It's all about that engagement. Cricket is great, but we want it to be bigger and better and be a place for everybody to come and join, I think.
Well, pies and Leicestershire go hand in glove, don't they? Am I right? Am I Melton Mowbray? Am I in the right part of the world?
Oh, yes, you are. Melton Mowbray, Pucker Pies. Yeah, very good. And a bit of cheese to go with it as well. Red Leicester cheese.
Oh, well, there you go. There you are. I love going to Leicester when I'm watching football and cricket, just on a couple of occasions. Although we lost to you last year, I'm a Middlesex man. And you came roaring back. A couple of people got a ton, and you were out the game. And I can't remember who got the runs, but somebody rattled up about 180 odd and did for us.
Might have been Marcus Harris who played.
Yeah,
for
Marcus
us,
Harris got 180 odd, and somebody else got 120, and yeah. Anyway, let's.
We could talk about that more if you want.
I would, but a little bit parochial for the subject, and just focus in on one match, even though it matters a lot to both of us. Tell me, what was interesting to me is coming out of hopefully the challenges of the pandemic, financially at least. Leicestershire had a pretty good year, which seems to buck a trend there. That's some performance given the challenges of the sports and entertainment industry has had, without giving away commercial confidences. What's your secret sauce? How do you do that?
I don't think there was any one particular silver bullet that helped us produce those results. I think it's a combination of that engagement, really, and speaking to businesses, telling them about our vision, speaking to members, engaging with them, looking at how we really push the asset to as much as we can do. So if you were to analyse it, that there's no single solution to it. But I think for us, it was hard work. It was all about rolling your sleeves up. Do you know what? Communicating to the outside world about who we are, what we stand for, where we're headed, and what we're doing. And I think once you start communicating to people then really want to be part of it. And what I've seen, I guess it's in my DNA as a Leicester lad as well, is that people do want their local sports clubs to be successful, and they'll support them if they believe there is a vision or a plan to do so. And I think we've got some very successful clubs in our area, including Leicester City, Leicester Tigers, and of course Leicester Riders basketball team, very successful as well. And I think for us, the one thing I would say about Leicestershire is that we probably in the past 10 years maybe just lacked a bit of direction. It's been incredibly tough for us, but now I think, and one of the silver linings came out of the pandemic was that opportunity to just take a step back and actually then discuss, well, how do we go forward? How do we develop as a cricket club? What is it we need to do? And almost rewire our thinking. My benefit is very much I come from that football background, so I could bring some of the things that we've done there to the club and try different things. And I think also as well, the staff here were quite refreshed by what we were doing new as well, and began to sort of see things. We haven't got all the answers yet, but that proved last year that if we put hard work, put our shoulder to the wheel, then we can make a big change.
Well, that raises an interesting question, because it kind of goes back to your journey, if you will. I mean, if I look at Oldham and Huddersfield, Leicester, I mean, this is not Newcastle United. You haven't been handed the Saudi Development Fund millions to work with. It's not Manchester United. It's you've had to come up with that something extra. The cliche is punch above your weight. Do you feel there is an element of that with Leicestershire as well, that kind of is in tune with sort of where you've been before?
Yeah, without question. Our DNA is very much kind of the underdogs and developing talent. We use the phrase Academy of Cricket a lot about how we develop. We understand some of our talent does get picked up. We hope that there'll be a tipping point in future. That talent stays with us as we grow as a business and a club. But yeah, we very much see ourselves as the underdogs. Very much see the challenger brand, if you like. So we're the ones that like to snap at the heels of the bigger clubs. I've done that in my career with Huddersfield Town, and if you've got the right chemistry, the right culture, the right vision, the right targets, then anything is possible. And I genuinely believe we will do that. We're on a journey now that I think is only going to be a northward trajectory. Success is not linear, as we know. It's not going to happen, as a steady path. There will be downs and there'll be ups. But we're taking the first year of our foundation, if you like. Last year, good positive financial results. We had figures such as 60 personal bests, the best home win ratio for some 20 years, overall win ratio of the club for 15 years. So there are green shoots to what we're doing, and we very much kind of want to develop that even further, build on that, and that's the challenge for myself, all the staff, Claude Henderson, Paul Nixon, the players, everybody. We want to progress and want to go further.
What are some of the sort of specific things that you're doing then to sort of look to grow the membership in terms of both numbers and value? I mean, I did note, for example, I looked at the different membership options. It's possibly a tad bewildering. I had to read it 2 or 3 times, but I walked away with the conclusion once I'd understood it that my entry level opportunities were there, and if I wanted to buy more, I could. So it took a bit of getting my head around what my options were. But once I did, I thought my choices were good. Tell us a little bit about those, maybe.
Yeah, we've got to attract a new generation of supporters to Leicestershire. That conveyor belt of supporters has got to come through. So we wanted to introduce things from zero, and we've introduced an initiative this year that means that every child in Leicestershire, whether they are playing cricket or not, can actually become a member of Leicestershire and actually have a taste of cricket. So, and then it's a case of, right, well, here are the other options that are available to you. Yes, there's quite a few, but we want to get people on the ladder to support becoming a lifetime supporter of Leicestershire. And I think for us, it's about opening the doors. And one of the things we did last year, and I suspect we might touch on the 100 in a moment, but one of the things that we did last year, on the back of the 100, we had a championship game straight after. And we opened our doors free of charge. We did a free family fun day. And we actually had 4,000 people turn up. Now, that was a little test for us to sort of say, right, is there an audience there that's going to be interested in this? And there was. And I think now it's about us capturing data, communicating with people, making them feel part of the club, welcoming them, giving them experience when they're here. All those, I guess, different elements, food, hopefully a winning team on the pitch, that then starts to create a real special place to be. But we recognise we're one of the lowest in terms of our membership, so we need to address that and actually create that new generation of supporters.
Which direction is that membership travelling in? Is it travelling low base to upwards?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're seeing 25% increases at the moment. People are beginning to engage with us. We're doing a lot more social media. So people are starting, I think, to take a punt on us, to actually kind of go, do you know what, there's something happening there. Let's have a look, let's have a taste. It's then up to us and our cricketers to deliver an experience that then they want to come back. You know, so for us, excited by it, but still an awful lot of work to do.
Well, I know you've done the survey working with the Cricket Supporters Association. I mean, one of the stats that jumped out to me was that probably 50% of respondents were towards the younger end. So, you know, there's that classic cliche. I mean, look at me for a start, but you know, unfortunately, I embody the bloody cliche of the older county fan. But if you put me to one side, you know, most of the people, you know, or a large proportion of the people that responded to that survey were at the younger end of that scale, which I think is hugely important. Is there kind of a really deliberate attempt to really, you know, appeal to younger sports fans, not necessarily even cricket fans, and even you know, and then to sort of think about, you know, ethnic diversity, which is another huge challenge. You know, it's that huge difference between the number of Asian players who play the game at club level and socially, and then who get pulled through to the first team. I mean, these are huge issues, but how is Leicester sort of grappling with those?
Yeah, again, no silver bullet, and the simple answer is yes. And we've got to hit those head on, and it's about how you get yourself out in the community, how you communicate with people, how you listen to them. And for us, it's about not just putting on a show here at the Upton Steel County Ground. It's about how we actually go out to those clubs and listen to what it is they want to do. How do they want to get involved with Leicestershire? And it's simple things like turning up to events where there are festivals in Leicestershire, having a presence with those, and making people feel that Leicestershire is a club for them. There's no, as I say, there's no simple answer. I think if there was, I'd be a very wealthy man and I'd be able to write the book and sell the book. But for us, it's literally about listening, being part of the community, getting out there, celebrating our successes, communicating to people in all sorts of different ways. And there's a particular Asian area of Leicestershire, and I know myself and our advertising manager here, we went into that area giving away free posters and things like that, and the reaction we got was really positive. And I think sometimes it's just simple things like that whereby your face is seen in communities, and I'm very keen on us doing that, and not always being, well, we want you to come to Leicestershire, which of course we do, but actually let's bring Leicestershire to you if we can.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if you look at the women's game, it must be very helpful for you that you're, I think, staging one of the ODIs this year. Was it versus South Africa? You've got at the. Yeah. I'll have to give it the. I'm afraid I keep calling it Grace Road. It's the Upton Steel.
Okay.
It's the Upton Steel County Ground, isn't it? Right. But you have some international cricket there, which is great.
Yeah. Which is brilliant, and you know, women's cricket in Leicestershire over the past 2 years has absolutely mushroomed. It's gone through the roof, and we've seen that when we put our ticket sales on for the South Africa England-South Africa game. I think my head of marketing and commercial sales here said to me that we'd gone up by about 83% compared to day one sales of the following year, the previous year. So things like that are real winning signs for us. I'm really encouraged by it, and I think it's about, again, how we communicate, how we attract people, how we actually get into the communities to get them to come to Leicestershire.
Would you describe Leicestershire as a family club?
Oh, without question. Without question. I think our traits, our USPs, when people come, we want them to feel part of the club. Yes, you could be very corporate and that's your experience, but we're not like that. We want to be very personable, and I've always said my door is always open for people to come and have a chat. I'll walk around the ground, I'll sit in certain parts of the ground, but people can have a chat with me, and that emanates from the very top right way through to every member of staff. That's our personal touch. That's who we are. We are that size of club that can cope with that. Yeah, we want to develop our brand and our identity and our experience, but we must never lose sight that we are that family club, and all families, colour, creed, background are welcome here at Leicestershire.
Well, and that's fantastic to hear. Well, you did say we'd talk about the 100. I don't know we'll talk about it, but I'm interested on its impact a little bit. There is a fear amongst the genuine, historical, shall we say, lovers of county cricket, that a franchise structure with its city bases, positions counties with test match grounds unfairly strongly compared to other counties. Do you feel those concerns of county lovers, and what would you say back to them, knowing that situation?
Yeah, I do. I can see it. I think with the 100, it's arguably, again, it's still too early to actually understand the full impact of that on, say, a team like Leicestershire. There are inevitably going to be pluses and minuses. The pluses, as I mentioned earlier, we had an open day, so we saw that 4,000, and I think it's about how we use the 100 to benefit us as a club. The interesting thing that I see is that people of Leicestershire do struggle to support Trent Rockets because Nottingham and Leicester are kind of rivals, and I kind of get that. Same with Derby. So Derbyshire, ourselves, and Nottinghamshire, we're all kind of rivals. And
I think Leicestershire tend to look at the players that leave and end up at Nottinghamshire. That's probably one reason.
Absolutely. So it's difficult for me because I'm a director of Trent Rockets.
Well, you've interpreted my next question, which was, is that a question of keeping your enemies closer, or is it knowing your enemy, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, like I say, I think it's early to say if the 100 has had the desired effect on the game. I think for me, what the 100 must do is attract new audiences. It must help cricket at all levels, not just the Test ground stage. Test ground, it's got to filter through. I think on year one, on the plus side, I think it attracted new audiences. It was interesting. Last night, I was at a dinner last night, and somebody said to me that I've never been into cricket, but I watched the 100, and I kind of like it now. And whether they then roll over into, say, T20 or a membership of county championship remains to be seen. And I think that analysis work needs to be done maybe year 3. I think is a good time to really drill down on what the impact is and how certain clubs have benefited or not. So for me, there are reservations, of course there are, because what you don't want is my T20 crowd disappearing and going watching Trent Rockets, and that's just robbing Peter to pay Paul. What I need to see is growth in numbers at Leicestershire on the back of the 100. I'll support the 100 if Leicestershire benefits, and benefits in the right manner, as does Nottinghamshire or Lancashire or Yorkshire or any other clubs. As long as it's fair and attracts those new audiences, then it can be a good thing. But it's that management of it, I can look through it rose-tinted glasses, but at some point I'm going to have to take them off, and that might be a year or 2 years, and actually say, right, what has been the impacts of the 100 on Leicestershire County Cricket Club? And we've got to be open and honest on that basis. So I'm delighted to be part of it, and I think we've got to give it time, but it's equally got to go under the microscope at the appropriate time as well.
Well, I think you've answered what's the phrase? You put yourself inside the tent, whereupon it's easier to piss outwards, as they say. So I can kind of see, I can sort of see that how that works from that perspective. But it's all about the benefit for Leicestershire. Do you feel then at the moment that balance is right? So speaking as a cricket fan who is concerned about Test performance, and a huge frustration is the lack of county cricket in the height of summer. Been slightly addressed this time around with the new structuring of the county. Yeah. But there is the argument which says if you put the dollars that went behind the 100 to enable the likes of Leicestershire, Derbyshire, even the county, in the Test match grounds, to really merchandise the blast, to really build on the back of that, you could have had the same net result, and you'd have probably also upped the quality of the cricket that ultimately feeds the England team. How do you feel about that as the leader of Leicestershire?
Yeah, it's without question a fair comment, and I think that review will come. We've only had 1 year of the 100. For me, I think we need to have another 2 years before we can really ascertain the impact. That said, yes, of course, I'm concerned about performances at England level and red ball cricket and where that's headed. I think we here at Leicestershire are slightly bucking the trend. We're seeing growth in numbers. We hope that is on the back of the 100, which we'll see. We'll do our analysis. I, however, come from a football background, as we discussed earlier. One of the things that I think that cricket needs to really scrutinise is its technical performance levels. It needs to be... the impression I get, having worked in cricket now for a couple of years, is that it is maybe a number of years, 10 years maybe, behind other sports, high performance sports, such as football. And I think we need to, as a game, look at how we improve. I mean, one simple thing that I've observed, and whether this is possible or not, it's just one of my ideas, is that our cricketers, like most of counties, go into the indoor nets during winter. So they'll play on surfaces that are not conducive to typical summer cricket. So why don't, say, the ECB, if they want to improve the ability of our cricket, why don't they sort of almost give a grant or encourage the clubs to buy tents for their pitches, so that then they can play, any groundsman listening to this will probably be an uproar at the moment, but then they can improve the technical ability on the correct surfaces. And I suspect that had our players had more preparation, better preparation for the Ashes, it might have been a closer result. Who knows? But I think it's little things like that. I also think technology needs to come into cricket a lot more. I know we use a little product called Stand Speed, which is like a sensor on top of the bat that helps our batting speed and things like that. All those little things, those marginal gains and differences that David Brailsford brought to cycling. I think cricket needs to unearth things like that so that it technically improves and becomes, for want of a better phrase, more professional in its approach.
When you say cricket, Sean, are you talking about English cricket or are you talking about cricket generically? I'd be surprised if the IPL hasn't got every gadget and gizmo and whatever it needs going to get that, bat speed a fraction of a percent faster or whatever it takes. So I think you're saying specifically English cricket there, aren't you?
I am indeed, yeah, without question. I think that for me is where we, as a game in the UK, need to improve our look at our high performance. Our players need as much support as they can get. We've got to help them with technology. We've got to help them with the ability to play on correct surfaces. I go into our indoor nets during the winter and watch our players, and you can see they obviously put different mats down for different surfaces and things like that, and that's great. But surely we can be far more advanced on the technology that we could get into the game, and I think that would only help and our universities. I know it's something I'm very keen to chat to Loughborough University at the appropriate time.
Well,
can you work with
us?
us?
Of sporting achievement.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely an interesting one. Let me ask you about something Jonathan Agnew said, an alumni, of course, of Leicestershire, which I'm sure you've heard. He's very much advocating a 10-team franchise approach to first-class cricket. As the county that nurtured him, and dare one say it, when they talk about almost ideas that would relegate the counties, perhaps Leicester, for all the great work, more exposed to that risk. How would you argue that against your former employee and the county that made it?
Absolutely. We're all entitled to our opinions, and Jonathan is, of course, entitled to his. And I'm still trying to arrange a meeting with Jonathan just to chat that through and give my opinion. And my opinion is...
Can we record it?
Yeah. It'd be an interesting one, wouldn't it, that one? My opinion is the game needs to expand. I've sort of said, you name me one sport where it reduces the numbers that means it gets better. But surely by attracting more people involved in the sport, it will attract more people to play it. And then it's how you create the cream of the crop to play for England and win the Ashes, etc. So I just don't get the logic that, I mean, I do, but I don't understand why you would reduce it down and create a smaller number of people that could actually go on and win the Ashes. Surely it's about widening your pool. I mean, if you look at South African rugby, for example, the size of their pool talent is enormous. And what they've done is they've encouraged rugby from being a traditional private school sport to be played across all areas of South Africa. And look at how they performed in their World Cup. Indeed, they are the world champions. And what they've done is they've just increased the volume of people in their country now are engaged in rugby. So I think the South African team is going to be a very successful team for years to come because they've got a pool talent. And that's what we've got to do. Same applies, say, to Yorkshire. Yorkshire's pool talent is about 5,000 people, 5,000 clubs. I've got around about 200. So, okay, so apply that logic to Yorkshire. Let's reduce the pool talent down to an elite 200. Does that mean Yorkshire's going to get better? I don't think so. I think by increasing the numbers, it makes it strong, makes the game stronger. So for me,
cool.
I would like to see minor counties being promoted into the leagues. I would increase. I'm quite happy for us to have, say, 3 divisions, 4 divisions, whatever it takes, but increase the numbers that are playing cricket.
Well, yeah, I completely see that. I guess there's the only, it's not a counter argument as such, but let's just boil it down to a fast bowler that can take wickets and grind out long spells without falling over injured. They need the opportunity to do that on wickets that give them the chance to do that, and that again down is to when the when the timings of matches are played. I come back to the July August, so there's been some effort to redress that in the sort of the thumping in the Ashes backlash. Do you feel that redress has gone far enough? Are the counties like Leicestershire being given enough chance for their talent to shine, or are they still being somewhat compromised in that objective?
Yeah, I certainly think it's a step forward this year, but I think there's still more to be done. I don't envy Alan Fordham at the ECB and his scheduling programmes and all that. That must be incredible, especially when you introduce a new format as well. That must make it incredibly hard, and of course you've got the media partners and all that, so it makes it very, very tough. And for me, that is probably one of the biggest challenges for the games, as well as the high performance scheduling. And I think this year we've seen a step in the right direction. Can we go further? Yeah, I think we can. I think I'd like to see more red ball cricket across the summer. Me personally, I'd like to see the 50 over brought forward and actually go into an FA Cup style tournament with maybe a bit more red ball in the height of the summer.
Yeah, so you're
and we're back. And they were going back to the studio. I thought we were going to be hanging out a bit longer, but no, we're back straight after lunch. 271 for 5. The West Indies. Bonner is 68 off 175. De Silva 29 off 72. Using that Woodstock bat, we might as well get it in again. Leach is done for 44 off 19. And I'm joined by Max for the first time this series. How are you, Max? He's
hello, Max.
Tentatively looking at his screen.
I don't think he's hearing us.
I don't think you're hearing us, are you, Max? No, he can't hear us. He's looking around his room in what looks like a game playing chair. And I'm joined also by obviously Messy Jez.
How are you?
I'm fine.
I thought I was expecting Hendo, so you've obviously done a swap.
Yeah, Hendo's feeling anxious today, so that's pushed out to the offside and there's no run. It was good that he came in yesterday. Hopefully we can help him away. Can you hear us yet, Max?
Yes, I can.
What happened?
Hello, Max.
We're
Is
gonna,
this the Max? Is this the Max who hosted his first?
No, that was
podcast
Ross.
The other night?
That was not me.
Leach around the wicket. Bonner. Sorry, De Silva goes back. Too short. Pushes it up to mid on. There's no run.
No, we had the classic technical problems just now.
Yeah,
that was
They're always
that's
good.
as far as I'll go.
Yeah.
What's our signature move?
Yeah, exactly. It's what happens when you're on a shoestring. That's defended out to the offside and there's no run. The great thing about broadcasting these days is everyone's so used to technical fuck-ups now that it doesn't really matter. It happens all the time.
Yeah, we got the pandemic to thank for that, haven't we?
Everything
everything was done remotely,
and everything kept crashing.
Yeah,
it was hilarious. Yeah. Sorry, we can't hear him. We'll go back to him later. Leach is in, and that pitch is on the middle and leg. It's a bit too short though. And Josh Silver again, pitch is slow, so it just goes back. And turns
slow, but a bit more lift on that one than I think we've seen, and a bit of turn. So promising signs.
The odd one. Now that's decent delivery as well. It's a bit tentative getting forward there, De Silva. Prodded almost a double step.
Played very late.
In the offside, played very late. Looked like it was going to slide onto the pad, which would have been interesting. He's bowled pretty quick, is Leach. Like he's firing in dart-like, 94 kilometres an hour.
Well, when you're playing on a pitch this... So I'm going to say, you're playing on a pitch this slowly, you've got to make up for it, haven't you? If the turn's going to be that slow.
Exactly.
Yeah. But he's never one to flight it a lot, is he?
No. He has got a bit of flight in there. Like most spinners, it comes when you're feeling more confident. You feel that, you tie the batsman down, you can experiment a bit. Until that point, you like to keep the runs down. I think it's the spinner's mentality, really. Socials?
Yes, indeed. So Chris the Choir has sent us a copy of his new screensaver, which is a photo of his new Gorilla Cricket mug, which of course he got because he is one of our wonderful patrons, has been with us on for more than 3 months on the tier that qualifies him for that, as I have recently, and as many of our other patrons have. I just want to say thank you to all our patrons, and it's you guys who keep us on air, along with the bear, of course. And we'd love to have a few more of you as well, because we've got a whole lot of special content just for patrons there.
We have indeed.
Ian, we're back on.
We're back on, yeah. But that was a good plug, and I'll continue it more. Yeah, I mean now on Patreon, when you subscribe to us, you get all sorts of extras. Overton is in half tracker. It really doesn't get up, but Bonner still decides to duck underneath it. There's no run. So if you join it, $2 gets our undying gratitude, and you get access to the weekly podcast, The Bear and the Bishop. And then you go up to $5, you get that, plus the archive, which is all the days played we've ever done, bar a couple right at the beginning. Over 1,000 jingles. Go up another tier, you get on a glory roll, and you get the mug. I mean, what more could you want, man? I mean, look at that, that's an offering, isn't it? Played off the back foot, forced down towards third man by Bonner, and it's a single.
And the ongoing series of interviews with gorillas.
And of course, that Jez is doing. And one thing I forgot to mention yesterday is actually another benefit of being patron. We are doing these weekly podcasts, me and Bish, and we thought actually, if you're a patron, I mean, we're just going through stories of the news on a weekly basis, just keeping people rounded up and having our view on a couple of stories. As a patron, you can get in touch with us and actually join us for one of those podcasts if you like as well. I thought that would be a good idea, but only if you're a patron, you see, because then, Overton in, short, down the legs, and no need to run, and there is no run.
Not the most exciting over so far from Mr. Overton. Just shaking off lunch, perhaps.
Yeah. Wow, this pitch is pretty useless. Let's be honest.
It's not great, is it?
It's not a great test pitch. It's really dull, and unless it falls apart.
So here's an interesting contrast. This pitch is certainly not as bad as the one in Rawalpindi, but
defended back down the track and there's no run.
I have to say, both the Pakistani fast bowlers and the Australian fast bowlers just kept bowling really well. I didn't see the heads drop until maybe the last half of the last day, and it was an indication of the class of both teams that they just put everything into it the whole time.
Can you turn yourself up a bit, Jez? You're a bit quiet.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I've probably got the mic a bit far away. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. And, maybe you're having your after lunch doze. Well, that one kept low and went down the arse. Just to serve as a little smile. I think he looks a little bit like Strauss from some angles. He's a bit chinless, a bit round-nosed.
I can't. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure if I see that. But you're just riling up Jono, aren't you? You're waiting for Jono to get back and give you pelters. And that was that one just died off the pitch. It was already going leg side, so no one needs to worry about that. But I suppose that's a Josh De Silva. Sorry, next ball.
This time plays it to mid wicket.
So that's a Josh De Silva smile, thinking, I don't want a straight one of those.
No, well, exactly. You certainly don't. Pinged in front. That'd be good night. But West Indies now only 38 behind. And you've still got 5 wickets in hand. They could get a first innings lead here. Looks like a first innings lead, you'd have to say. Things can change quite quickly.
It does. 1 wicket and into the bowlers, though. So.
Yeah. That's the thing, isn't it? You get 1 and you've got to crack on. 2 more and you think you're through. But I'm sure they can give it some hump to at the back end. I don't know many West Indies who can't give it some hump to, even if they've got no technique, There's Leach is around the wicket to Bonner, who late cuts that nicely down towards third man. There's no one back. Pope is having to chase it down. Don't know who he's on for. Just about gets there. Hard ground. Probably scraped his knee. They'll get back for. Don't you ran 2? There's 3 there, surely.
Slow pitch. Slow on the legs. Slow with the ball.
Heavy lunch.
Heavy lunch, yeah. That's more than a point. Do we know who Pope's on for?
He's been on for just about everyone so far today, hasn't he? He was on for.
Yeah, he was on for quite a period before lunch, exactly. I wonder if anyone's injured or they just, get some time in the middle, lad.
Well, he's going to be soon if he keeps sliding like that.
Yeah. Leach coming around the wicket. Nicely met by Bonner, driven out to cover. They won't go for the single. Into the 70s, 72. He's got a test century before, if I remember rightly, in 450s in his 17, 19 innings.
You haven't been doing research, have you, Bear? You know that's against your religion.
It kind of flashed into my memory. They flashed it up when he was on about 45, that's why. Or when he got his 50. That's
I was shocked.
Defended up to the offside and there's no run. Okay.
Well, I think he's one of the 2 players in this game to average over 40
okay.
with the bat.
God, that's 2 players in the whole Test match. That's
on route 1, I take it.
Yes. Yeah, route obviously the other.
No run. And Bonner's only played 17 matches, so presumably you don't really count it until it gets to 20. It's a sort of stable figure. Leach around the wickets and defended again. Trying to catch him out down that leg stump. But Bonner defends it back up the track and there's no run. 66% of deliveries from Leach are in the right area, according to Hawkeye.
I think he's been reasonably tight, hasn't he, Jack Leach, in this game so far? Certainly much better than previous exploits.
Yeah. I don't think he's done too bad. Defended into the offside to cover and there's no run.
That's the end of the over, isn't it? Yeah. Some constructive criticism for you, Bear. Ian Barker says, having listened to the Leicester CEO twice already, I joined TalkSport for lunch.
I did kind of say that to Bish, but he was like, well, I haven't heard it.
Well, he can. I've got the same thing. It occurred to me you might want to play the podcast you and the other Grumpy Gorillas did over lunch one of these days.
That's true. Could do that.
And Ian says they discussed test improvements. Home team has the option to set 4-day tests, synthetic outfields, 30-man squads with unlimited substitutions. What a fucking stupid idea.
Whose idea was that? That's pulled out to deep square leg where
we have some buzzers.
We do have some buzzers. I think Josh De Silva was heading back for a second, and there really wasn't one there. But then Stokesy, being Stokesy, decided to throw in a horrible throw with no one backing up the bowler, and they managed to get through for a couple.
Yeah, there was. Well, I'd say there was almost a run-out chance. There wasn't. There was never a run-out chance. That was a superfluous throw.
Yeah, exactly. Just a shit throw, and giving them a run. 2 off the first ball. Overton won't be happy. Again, they're bowling 2 leg side. There is some sort of plan, but I can't really. Well, it's not very effective. As it's just played to mid wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, Overton's been very consistent in his 2 overs since lunch, but unfortunately it's been consistently back of the leg, half trapped down the leg side. So.
Exactly. I mean, he's the one player I just don't get. I really don't get. They've tried him enough times. He's really not a test bowler. He's a white bowler, but he's really not a test bowler. Long term, anyway. Again, that's shortened down the legs and there's no run.
Obviously come out with a bit of a plan here, I think, to try and get them around the chin. I think Josh De Silva's looks a little uncomfortable to the short ball so far, so probably not a bad idea, but Bonner's looked completely unfazed by short balls so far on this pitch. So.
Well, they're not that quick either, are they? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Overton's what, late 70s?
But yeah, and he hasn't looked that quick either. I mean, I know he's not a quick bowler, but even for him, he's looked a little off colour, I suppose, off pace than normal.
I mean, this is the kind of pitch where you've got to try and make a mistake, I suppose. It's a valid tactic because not a lot else is happening.
Got a man under the lid now.
Yeah, they've got a short square leg out the square leg umpire. There's a slightly deeper mid wicket, quite straight, shortish mid wicket. There's a couple of guys out in the deep. And he's sticking to his guns, bowling that angle up into the sort of rib area, leg side-ish to De Silva. Defends that back down the track and there's no run. The wind's up again.
It's not unreasonable. You have to try. You have to try something when there's not much, not much in it for you.
I mean that's the annoying thing, isn't it? I mean it's so sad that actually there doesn't seem to be a lot, and the new ball is only 15 overs old, and it's still quite hard.
We're already on Jack Leach and
and
Plan C. So
you've got to say the West Indies have been pretty disciplined in their battings, and not tempted into silly shots.
That's fair enough. Short and a wide somehow.
Yeah, that was very short.
It was bowled it very short, and Josh Silver's just
115 kilometres an hour as well.
Oh god, that's
how's that got above head height?
Dear. Overton comes in, 5th ball of the over, down the leg side, tapped around the corner, bounces just for Wokes, who can't collect it cleanly, parries it down towards long leg. Stokesfield, they get a leg by, I presume. Cross seam delivery, again it's 2 leg side though. No, maybe actually
might have been off the glove. Actually,
I think it was off the glove, and I think it will go to the batsman.
Yeah. I think all that talk of 30-man squads and substitutions and stuff was just on TalkSport 2, where they were coming up with funky ideas. Just
really? I presume the artificial outfield is for playing in rain, but that doesn't work either. I mean, why would you have artificial outfields?
Are we talking like 3G?
Yeah, but why? That one jumps. Something happened. Finally. At De Silva, he got squared up, got a leading edge, square on the offside. There's no run. Sorry, Bonner who faced that.
Don't let's go down that rabbit hole. It doesn't seem a very constructive one. Neil Harris says, Gorillas keep playing the same interviews, that's fine, but you play the same part, so we'll never hear the end of the interview.
That was my other argument with Mr. Tony Bishop next door. He was like, no, play it from the start. I was like, but people have heard the first 37 minutes twice now, and there's 20 minutes left at the end, which is half of lunchtime, which they haven't
Maybe mix up the order. Why not play the end first and then...
Well, that was my point.
Then people can piece it together.
Well, that was my point, but Tony was insistent that we start it from the start.
And Jay Grover points out another point. benefit of being a Patreon, and I think he's our longest-standing Patreon, or certainly amongst them. Says you also get told to fuck off on your birthday, which is a price worth more than a gold.
Well, yeah. Leach tosses that up outside the Silver's off stump, and he lets it through to the keeper. And they're in their own.
And he also says, I don't know Josh Silver personally, but I'm fairly sure he doesn't knock around with David Cameron.
Now there's a big appeal where he's been given. Leach has got one. I think I actually was watching you and not talking. Presumably he's gone back on his stumps. And
he has, yeah. He's played back to it, played across it, and just missed it, and it's slipped through. Ben Folkes liked it. Ben Folkes really liked it. He was jumping about like a...
Well, if you do miss that one and you're going back and you're bowling straight, it should be going on to hit the stumps, especially on this wicket. The decision has been reviewed by it's De Silva as well. Let's have a look. Pitches it in line. I think that's probably good enough to be going on to hit leg stump, I'd say.
It did bounce, but he is very far back.
He's
very
deep in his
far
crease,
back.
I think
it's hit. I reckon it might just be over the top.
Yeah, he's still very deep in his crease. Look where he is in his crease. He's halfway back to his stumps.
Just shaving the leg stump then.
Yeah. I think it's probably...
It's certainly a lot closer than the previous one he was triggered for.
I think it's clipping the top of leg stump. And it is... Well, it's hitting, actually.
It's hitting.
Hitting Midland leg. That's a good decision by the umpire. Got its one right. England finally get another wicket. They're still 32 runs behind. It's going to be a one innings game, boys. It's going to be a one innings game.
Save Jono some money.
You can breathe a sigh of relief. 32, it's not too bad.
What was the bet on?
No, well, obviously, because Jono...
Woodstock pay him a bonus if he gets over 50.
If he gets a 50, he gets a bonus, doesn't he? So,
does he? Okay.
Yeah, so Jono wants him to get 49 in every innings, obviously. You've got good screen time for Woodstock.
Yeah.
Was he on earlier when that there was a period of the game where the ball was particularly soft and Josh De Silva looked like it absolutely creamed a cover drive and it dribbled off the square. Was he on for that?
Yeah, I think he was.
Did the bat get some tap?
No, well, I thought about it, but I thought I'd better not mention it at the time.
No.
Oh dear. Perko says, bloody Bishops, always wanting to start with in the beginning.
Exactly.
And Neil Harris says, bear, act like a bear and threaten Bishop.
Occasionally I do, but sometimes, you know what, I can't be bothered. Trying to keep everyone in line. I mean, I'm loving the fact that everyone's come in. But it's amazing, like Bish was saying earlier, when he's got his ELO light, Wakeman style set up in front of him. I kind of get the feeling they love the idea of coming in, but everyone's kind of lost the idea that actually if you're in, you've got to do something else and rather just talk about the cricket, because you're sitting in a chair in the control room. And that's just my little gripe from everyone who's been in so far. It's like, I can't do anything. What do you mean you can't do anything? You used to do it all the time.
Life has changed.
Yes, it has indeed. It's like I'm a gopher. That's defended on the back foot, out to cover, and there's no run. But it is nice to have people in, I have to say. And then they'll get there. I'll teach them all slowly, whip them all into shape.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, if it hadn't been...
No run.
Sorry.
Carry on.
If it hadn't been for COVID, we would never have got to a stage where we could do what we're doing now.
Very true.
You would never even have thought about doing it this way, but it works fine.
Yeah, no, it does work fine. Leach around the wicket, fifth ball of the over, and that keeps a little bit low, chopped on by Joseph, who's a new batsman. I'll play his jingle in a second. Goes down towards third man, and there's a single. So Leachy gets a wicket. I think he's bowled all right.
A wicket. Yeah,
more wickets than the West Indian left arm spinner by one.
He's gone through a lot of work, hasn't he? He's worked hard. I think it's reasonably deserved, probably more deserved than Chris Wokes' wicket. So
the economy rate's pretty good actually, marginally over 2.
Yeah,
eating up some overs on a pretty dead pitch, and if it does break up, he could come into the game in the second innings. Of course, as that last ball is just defending the ground, there's no one. If you tell Gary that, he'll tell you that he shouldn't be there anyway. You can't not take wickets in the first innings. But he's taken a wicket, Gary, I say to you. So at least one.
All Gary will say is Parkinson.
Yes.
I'd like to see Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, I think we all would.
Yeah.
I think we all would. And maybe they should have picked him. But you can't trash Leach just because you want Parkinson on the side. I hope they'll give
He's been
Parkinson
trashed enough, hasn't he?
Yeah. Exactly. He's been treated appallingly by England for the last year and a half, 2 years.
Certainly has. So Dan De Castro and Colin Soda are having a bit of a chat on YouTube, but Dan De Castro was praising West Indies for gradually improving year to year, and then realised he jinxed them immediately because of wicket put up. And he also says he's not supposed to be here; he's working.
No one knows. Working from home. Smile at the camera in front of you if you're doing that. That's Left Alone by Joseph. I'll play him his jingle, and that is no run. And here's a jingle that goes like this.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
Gets a short one from Overton, which isn't particularly quick.
Determined to duck under these so far, Alzari Joseph. He's so he's got a couple of Test match 50s, so he can bat a little bit. He's not I think he fancies his batting, so I think they'll probably carry on the way they're going, won't they, the West Indies here? I don't think until he goes before Bonner starts.
Keenan Roach has got Test match 50, hasn't he? He can, he's not occasionally you can bring it out. Likes to hit the ball. That one's onto the pads of Alzari Joseph, who turns it around the corner down Stokes at long leg. A bit of single. Might be tempted to give Woody a go soon. Well, this is an hour after lunch tea.
Yeah.
Forget what time of day it is.
Alzari Joseph has got a top score of 86.
That would be very helpful now, wouldn't it?
Is that against England by any chance?
Probably. I don't know. Although his overall average is only 14.
Exactly. So he's probably got 86 against England. Guarantee it almost.
I'll have a look.
Overton in. Short, down the arse. Bonner just lets it go. So to keep it, and there's no run.
Persisting with this negative line. It's the reason leg side wides exist. This type of bowling.
Yeah, I mean you can see what he's trying to do, but you've got to bowl it straighter, haven't you? I mean you basically got to bowl it at the man. It's got to be hitting his chest to be an effective strategy. You can sort of let one go down a leg side, is striving for an over, but virtually everyone has, and there's another one onto the hip, pulled at. Ollie Pope is very fine, so I've only been a single.
No, the 86 he got was against New Zealand in a match where they lost by an innings. He made 86. Jermaine Blackwood made 104, and nobody else made any more than 12. So it was a strange inning.
Yeah. Sounds like an England innings of sorts. Overton in. Last ball of the over. It's pulled. Oh, that's gone up. Should be out. Yes, it is out.
It's worked.
Well, it's worked. There we go. We've been slating it all along. Overton shit. But he's bowled one. slow long off down leg side. There's been Hoyt down to.
All it needed was a complete brain melt from Alzari Joseph.
Exactly. Tempted into it. And the substitute, Ollie Pope, has caught it down at long length. That's appalling, really, by Joseph. Got suckered into that.
It maybe did get up a bit.
Not
Again,
really.
I think it looked well. Maybe he just made it look like it got up a bit more than he expected.
Yeah, I think it might have, but it was pretty poor.
It's a pretty poor shot. I mean, I mean, they played for it. I suppose you got to give England credit for that. We didn't like the tactic, but it's worked. Give them a jingle.
No.
Leah says, "Oh no, I do the shopping for the weekend, come back and the silver gets out." And Jeff says, "Gary has Parkinson's on the brain." Ian Barker says, according to pundits at TalkSport 2, who I cannot name, Thanks for not killing the messenger. And if of course, had it not been for the 3 feet of Leicestershire CEO, I wouldn't have been listening to it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll
so
tell you
it's
what,
fuck again.
you can carry this on when Tone's actually in here and suggest it to him rather than relay it through me and make me look like the bad guy, is all I'm going to say. Because he'll be here at the change of it. One more over, I presume, and then...
No, he's not on next.
Well, according to mine, he is. He's on with...
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah,
Max.
I had Hendo down, but Hendo's not there.
Yeah, exactly. Hendo's not here, so Tony's going to take his place. Max is going to take ball by ball, but we'll get another over in before that happens. And you're going to be joined by Jono. So you can wax lyrical about...
Look forward to it.
Yeah. Woodstock bats, once again.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't...
Well, I've got one.
Oh, and how successful have you been?
I won't put it down to the bat.
On the back foot, Leach continues, and Bonner goes back, punches up to mid-on, and there is no run.
There's nothing wrong with the middle of it. It's the fact that I keep hitting it straight to fielders.
Dear. Tell us about the experience of actually getting fitted for your bat.
On the back foot, pushed out to the offside, and there's no run. Did you go to the factory?
I actually did it vicariously through a friend. We all went up together, and a sort of one person did the fitting, and then we decided afterwards what we wanted, which was all of us got the same one.
Oh, fair enough.
Driven out very full by Leach, driven out by Bonner, but he hits it into the ground. Leach goes across and covers his own bowling. No run.
I like the idea of getting fitted for a bat. You know, not just being told bats.
A lot of companies.
I
did that with. I've got a handmade bat as well. That's defended up to the offside. In fact, back to the bowler, and there's no one. I got 2 actually. I got one from when we did the Gorilla bats. We did the same thing with Gorilla, but I didn't get fitted for that one. But I had a bat from a company called Fusion Sports. It's very the same thing. On the back foot, defending the offside, and there's no run. I was doing a Holmes under the hammer shoot up in Manchester, and this guy was off cruise, an ex county player, and made bats, and I went up there and he's had a barn full of stock things, and he just sort of shaved it off, said how heavy do you want it, where do you want the weight. It was all prepared for in no time at all. Drop! Oh dear, I think it's a drop anyway. Might have been going up for LBW. There might have been an attempted drive by Roach out on sorry, that must have been Bonner. They changed that dot very quickly. Attempted drive out through mid wicket. Might have got an inside edge onto his pad and then went to slip where it was dropped by Crawley. Well, I don't know if there was an inside edge.
Sure.
Wasn't obvious.
I feel like there might have been an inside edge, because if there wasn't, they'd have probably been going up for the LBW.
Nah, I think it was too far down leg for LBW.
Yeah, they would have gone up for it then.
Yeah, they might have gone up for it, that's true.
I'm pretty sure it was inside edge.
Well, maybe we'll see for Snicker. And maybe they'll put up dropped. We're having a look at Snicker.
Here we go, ultra edge.
Yeah, yeah, there is a bit of an inside edge. So that's a drop by Crawley. That would have been quite handy. We're due a change. Max is going to take over ball by ball. Jono's coming back, and Tony's going to sit in where I am. And I'll see you shortly.
I'll just do a last tweet from Rebel Scum, who joined us yesterday. He said, it's a wicket, but Overton is still shit.
And so shit gets wickets.
Next tweet is for wrong.
Well, it is the aforementioned Overton in again, and he continues with the same approach of trying to bounce out Kamal Roach on the world's slowest pitch. Roach just ducks under that one. Hello, Jono. Hello, Tony. How are we?
Oh, not too bad. Although I've been getting a bit of slating for something I'm not sure about. If the Bear, of course, did the production job on the other content I've given him, he'd have more to play, wouldn't he? But he doesn't tell you that bit.
Overton in again, short, down the leg side. Roach ducks. Folks takes.
I will also tell you that for second and third test, we're going to be taking the Babbling with Brooke tea time slot on a few days and extending it to do a lunchtime slot as well. So live Caribbean chat from all kinds of interesting people. We've got, we believe, Viv Richards' son on today, Marley Richards. He'll be on at tea time, Babbling with Brooke. If he can get a word in, poor old Marley, we'll give him hopefully he will.
Overton in. It's the same as the last 2 balls. I'm not even going to describe it. It's the same again.
Is David in the West Indies, Tony, or is he in the UK?
He was in a pub yesterday in somewhere not Dover Street, Duke Street. He was a pub in Duke Street in the West End yesterday, where he seemed to have got himself a little table in the corner by the wine list on the with the chalked up on the blackboard, and he seemed to have made it his own for the afternoon. It was all very entertaining.
Can think of worse places to be, and this one's a bit fuller from Overton, but it's still down the leg side. Roach sort of plays at it, but just goes through to the keeper once more.
I thought I could have done a live broadcast with him from Barbados at the second test, but if he's I'm not doing it from Dover Street. I'm not passing up the opportunity to go to Barbados just to speak to babble with Brooke from central London, that's for sure.
Well, I've got a few friends out there. Toby Den, if you're listening. Toby Den, if you're listening, for any reason, hello to you, because I know you're out there. I certainly saw you the first 2 days, not sure about day 3.
Fifth ball, Fuller. This is straight. Roach jumps across and blocks this into the leg side for no run. Off to Barbados then, John. Are you heading to any of the cricket?
I am. I'm going to all 5 days. You may
wow.
have, my new charge has been before missing a straight one was
yes. I've been enjoying seeing the Woodstock bat in the hands of a batsman rather than Steve Finn.
yeah.
Last ball of the over. This dies off the pitch. Roach tries to flick it away, misses it, and it goes through on the bounce to Ben Folkes to end the least threatening maiden I've ever seen.
Yeah, I did quite enjoy your little give me a bit of a rib tickle earlier about seeing Josh De Silva absolutely nail one and it just dribbled off the square.
I found it really funny.
It won't be the bats. I think the ball that by that point was probably made out something resembling blancmange.
Yeah, I think was it Mark Butcher's description was a ball of old socks.
Yes,
I think that about summed it up. Yeah.
Old socks. Rebel Scum has said it's a wicket, but Overton is still shit. Stop me if you've heard these. Thinking caps on, says Farong. Just clicked to 60 overs remaining today, plus a minimum 90 tomorrow. 150 odd overs left in the test. England lead by 30. I'll have to stop. It's quite a long one from Farong.
Yeah, and Leach is back in quickly. This is straight full and defended down the wicket. Back to Leach by Bonner. No run.
Just let me finish that. England lead by 30, but the Windies have 4 wickets in hand. Now 3 wickets. Will we have a victorious team this test?
Leach is in again. This is again in a good area, full, straight, and Bonner is back this time defending.
You would think surely that drop off
bad.
That's criminal, but
it's a bad drop.
You would think that the wicket can only get more up and down. Will probably break up a little bit. I think there's probably still a result in this pitch, although it's been pretty attritional.
Leach in again. It's once again accurate on off stump and just blocked by Bonner. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think there's a chance that they certainly day 5 we could see some funny business. Could be one of those 100-a-side affairs. This is slightly wider from Leach, and it's just tapped into the covers for no run by Bonner.
At what point does Bonner change his approach here, gents? Like at some point, you think he's going to? Are they still just trying to get to parity?
And the 9 down.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't gone a bit more attacking yet, but obviously maybe he backs Kamal Roach to stick around, as he's back to this one and just fends it to forward short leg, and again there is no run. But yeah, they have to get to parity, don't they? They've still got 30 odd runs to get, so 29 now, so England might be sniffing an unlikely lead.
Yeah.
The Leach will be in to finish the over. This is straight down the wicket, Bonner there, just trying to glance into the leg side. Leach dives and stops that. So another maiden for England. West Indies remain 282 for 7.
Madan Mohan Sharma says neither of the teams is trying for a win. Both teams are spending time waiting. I feel a draw will keep both teams happier. England should take remaining 3 wickets soon and then score quickly to get a win. Yeah, it's like 2 bottom of the table teams in the relegation scrap, isn't it? No one wants to give anything away.
It doesn't look like the kind of pitch where you can advance and try and go over the top because of variable bounce and what have you. So even then, coming down a couple of steps,
yeah,
trying to play a bit more force down through mid on. It just doesn't look like the pitch where you, even if you wanted to, you could go hard.
Yeah, it's not coming on particularly well, is it? So we're continuing with Overton. I'd have thought we'd be seeing something of Mark Wood at this point, but Overton will continue his spell, and he's in, and it's back of a length that side off stump, and Roach plays inside that.
How did your cricket go then last year, Max? I saw a few videos. The boys clonking it everywhere.
Yeah, so I actually normally play for a different team from my fellow podcasters on a Saturday, and we had a pretty inauspicious season, to say the least. But I was batting really nicely, and the bat is beautiful, and I then just kept getting out in like the 30s when I was looking really well
set.
set.
The James Vince of local cricket.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I'm next year. That's the year next year. But yeah.
I've been playing for 25 years, mate. Next year.
Overton is in, and this is a bit shorter, and Roach ducks underneath it. Then we have a what is that? Is that a silly mid off in for this one? So trying something.
Yeah, they seem quite comfortable getting underneath it, though, don't they? I think because it's quite a slow wicket, it seems to be pitching and then almost standing up a little bit.
Tennis ball bounce, kind of. But yeah, it's not looking the most threatening, and the wicket of Joseph was mainly batter error. As Overton's in, this is Fuller, and sort of just down the leg side, and Roach flicks it back straight to the fielder. So again, no run. Still to get off the mark, Kamal Roach.
I know that there's obviously the Broad and Anderson argument, but I'm sure they must be sitting at home thinking, well, I'm not sure I'd have really enjoyed bowling on this anyway.
No. I think we could have been fairly confident they'd have been a bit more accurate in the first few hours, but by this point, as Overton's in again, this rears up, and Roach doesn't really know what to do with it, and it hits him in the shoulder, but he manages to get anything dangerous in terms of a wicket out of the way, drops his hand underneath it. So again, dot ball.
Oh. That's called taking your eye off it.
Yes. He's in about 4 different minds there, Kamal Roach, and in the end just wears it.
Quite a tough lad.
Bounce.
And Overton's in with the old 1-2 there. He's hit the batsman, so he follows up with I assume an attempted Yorker, but it ends up being just a half volley that is blocked, and again no run. It's a string of dot balls here. England, normally you'd say building pressure, but it doesn't feel like it, does it? It doesn't feel like the pressure's on.
It seems to drift. I think at quite a lot of points in this game so far, that it doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
And the final ball is defended back of the length by Roach to end the 3rd consecutive maiden. Roach has faced 12 balls for no run, and Bonner has faced 200. It's the double century for 73.
I'm going to catch up a bit on YouTube. Suter Who said, back from my tea, De Silva is gone. Is there a bonus being paid? Suter Who said, great bowling, Overton. Consider yourself the future of the ECB bowling attack. Dan De Castro is saying we're hidden in his earbuds. Scott Harrison says, is the wicketkeeper De Silva related to the Hacienda DJ John De Silva? I don't believe so. No, I have had that confirmed by the man who knows him better than do I. Suter Who wants to know, is Overton wearing women's underwear on his right arm, or is it a laced doily? That's, I hadn't spotted that. What have we seen?
Yeah,
I'll have to look out for that next time.
Yeah, there's when he pulls back his sleeve there, it does look like there's something lacy under there. It's
is he, by Jove? Saucy devil. I wonder if it is an undergarment.
They'd run out of black armbands, so it was the nearest thing he could find.
Oh Lord! And how come that was near to him if it was the nearest thing he could find?
Right, there will be a change in the bowling, but it's Jack Leach that's being replaced, and Chris Wokes is coming back for another bash.
Wokes is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a nap, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the tee.
And the first ball of the over is full on off stump, and it's driven down the ground by Bonner, and not timed particularly well, and mid-on comes across to pick it up, so there will just be the one run. But we have a run. Wokes has been a lot better today, isn't he, than than he was yesterday, although still not particularly threatening, but he's at least managed to bowl, presumably where he's trying to.
Yeah, well, he's not going at fives anymore, is he?
Pulled it back a bit.
The three. I was just thinking then, when he's talked about the missed timing of that drive, I think Holder hit 2 6s down the ground. Maybe Brathwaite against a new ball charged down at Jack Leach a couple of times early in the West Indian innings. But there is so little in this pitch that if we were to see a wagon wheel from the entire game so far, there's not been a lot of drives through the V for 4.
Well, this one's sort of hurried Kamal Roach, and it looks like it's wrapped him on the thumb. It was sort of just back of a length and straight, but really kicked on him, and it's, looks like he's in a bit of discomfort there, off the seam and reared up a bit.
Amazing what happens when you hit the seam, isn't it? Not that I know quite so much.
So he's taken the glove off straight away there, Kamal Roach, and twiddled his thumb around. It's his bowling hand, so won't be wanting any injuries there. The physio is on.
Just checking that is. Yep, that is your thumb.
That is your thumb, yep.
And around a bit.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure what that was. It was a jingle called "Injured Bowler," but I'm not entirely. I probably should have listened to it before playing it for everyone else.
I thought you had some kind of jingle Tourette's. It's happened a few times.
No, we're safe enough. Sean Jarvis did say he's not sure it's a treat himself. Actually, I'd tweeted out that it was a treat for Leicester fans, and he said I'm not sure it's a treat. Jay Groves said even Bishop's interviews are repetitious and with exclamation marks, for fuck's sake. Neil Harris says, in order to win you must first ensure you can't lose. West Indies have wanted someone to play attritional cricket since Shiv. Yes, I'm loving this from a team that struggles to concentrate for 5 days. Well, do you know what, I'd go along with that, O'Neill Harris.
Well, speaking of Shiv, I think Bonner also took a Chandapaulian guard earlier, didn't he? I think I saw him tap the bail into the ground. So
gone full crab, has he?
That's
Mark
anything
says,
to go by.
Lacy underwear, a subtle tribute to the excellent baseball movie Bull Durham. I'm trying to remember. I've seen Bull Durham, and I'm trying to think what the.
Yeah,
tell us what the underwear reference is, Mark. There. Actually, we were talking about you earlier today, or we were talking about Woodstock, and I was thinking about you. There we go.
That must be nice to know, Johnny.
Well,
yeah, exactly. Lacy, Woodstock.
Well, no, because Mark, I believe, lives near Woodstock, from where he conducts his musical record empire.
I see. Right, the physio is off after some magic spray, so Wokes will continue his over, and he aims for the same area, and it's a beautiful delivery, but it's somehow missed everything, and Folks spills it behind the stumps as well, just to add insult to injury. That is...
How was that missed?
Missed both bat and stumps by Whisker, and as you say, I'm not quite sure how. Straight over the bail of middle and off.
Ben Folks channeling his inner Joss Butler down the stumps.
Yeah, well, he's done his hard work for the day. He stood up to Chris Wokes earlier and showed off a bit, so
yeah.
he's got points. Wokes in again and probing outside off stump, and again just missing the outside edge. Roach prods forward, and Ben Folks does take this one, sprawling to his left. A little bit of excitement. It's all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yes, that's one of those classic April deliveries that somehow rights the seam after it goes past the bat and absolutely hoops.
Hits the seam.
It's a really good take.
Stands up and then swings 3 yards after the bat.
This one swings a bit earlier and goes down the leg side and is left alone. And no one ever believes you as a keeper when that happens. You know, one that just takes off after it goes past the bat and makes you look like an idiot. No one understands. Only keepers understand.
Bowlers are just like, get on with it. You got massive mitts on. Get something on it.
last ball of the over. This is on leg stump and defended into the leg side, and they will come. They won't come through for a single. They're going to give Bonner the strike. So perhaps some strike farming going on. I don't think Kamal Roach is too happy with the decision as he remains on no runs.
I don't think they're in a position to kind of go about it like that, though, are they? Like, just take every run you can in order to try and get to parity as quickly as you can, or in the most sensible way you can. And then, even a 20-run lead here is worth far more, you'd think, especially if the wickets start breaking up. They need to try and squeeze every last run out of this innings. And Roach can play, so I could understand if it was a number 11 in farming the strike, but I think it may be a bit early for that kind of a tactic so far.
I can tell you over on YouTube, Scott Harrison saying, is Parkinson ever going to make his Test match debut, or just spend years travelling the world on drinks duty? Good question. We are wondering. I know a few of us would be very keen to see him.
He might get a Simon Kerrigan test or something,
Yeah.
a one-game testimonial. Yeah. It goes very badly.
One bowler Shane Watson.
Right.
The next word.
There is a new bowler who we will jingle up shortly, but the end result is much the same. Back of a length and defended into the leg side for no run.
I don't know if this is one of those occasions where we can't hear the jingle, but it's actually playing.
No, it's not. I was concentrating on something else.
Well, I'll ruin the suspense as Ben Stokes back into the attack, so still no Mark Wood. And this is Fuller and angled in, defended into the leg side by Bonner for no run.
It's this man, but you have to sort of remember to sort of talk over it. I'll quieten it down as needed.
I got out Ben Stokes and he called me a
Yes.
Oh, if I'd only seen
The mild-tempered Ben Stokes.
that Ben Stokes.
He's in back of a length and stand and deliver defence from Nkrumah Bonner, who just swings the bat down through his follow-through, doesn't move his feet, and just nonchalantly blocks it into the offside.
Never heard the phrase "stand and deliver defence" before, but I'm a huge fan. I really like that.
I've never used it, so I'm glad the first first experiment was successful. It was almost like a shadow defence, though, wasn't it? Just sort of swinging like a cradle through. So this is Ben Stokes' 17th over now, and this is back of a length, leg stump, and swatted away down to a deep square leg, and they will come through for the run. 284 for 7 now. Bonner on to 75. I'm guessing Ben Stokes has got through rather a lot more work than England were hoping.
Yeah. Matt Fisher on for his testimonial. He's had like an 8-year career in first-class cricket. He's only played about 30 first-class games and not got a huge amount of wickets. It did seem like an odd pick.
Yeah, is that injury problems the reason?
He has had early injury problems early in his career.
It's nothing like picking a bowler with injury problems to supplement England's injury-plagued bowling attack. As Stokes is in again, this is full and defended by Kamal Roach for textbook for defence, and again no run. I'm just thinking they might have learnt, from the saga of Ollie Stone having a constant sort of stress fracture in the back almost every time he might get a chance because Mark Wood's injured, and Ben Stokes' side now as well. But
it's a catalogue, an ongoing saga for England, isn't it? Fast bowler injuries.
Final ball of the over from Stokes, and this keeps very low, and Roach does well to get some bat on that, because it would have been would have been curtains, I think, had that snuck through. Again, signs that there might be some funny business occurring with the pitch.
Yeah, I think if there's one thing that is absolutely for sure with this pitch is that we're more likely to see more and more funny business as the test wears on. I'd love, obviously, next week, I'd love to see a quick, bouncy wicket that, back to that old West Indian kind of wickets of old. Because they have got a bowling attack that could really make use of a quick, bouncy wicket. But I don't know.
Especially if Shannon Gabriel's back into fitness as well.
Yeah, he has got a yard. So if they need any net batters to just to get Shannon loose, I will not be offering my service.
I'll tell you very quickly. Mark Zip says in Bull Durham, our heroine convinces the newbie pitcher to wear a lacy garter in order to take the other half of his brain off his pitching. Don't think, just pitch.
Okay, Wokes is in, full and straight and defended down the wicket by Bonner for no run.
This could be a 350 ball 100 if we're not careful.
It's creeping along slowly. It's one that you can bottle up as a cure for insomnia.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, no question.
But certainly no doubt that he's acquitted himself very well in this role. And Wokes is in again. This is just a length ball outside off stump, and again defended. Not a shot in anger for a while. It's
there doesn't seem to be. I don't know what you guys think, but to me, there doesn't seem to be enough happening yet with this wicket to suggest that even in the last 2 days, it's going to turn into a minefield. You'd expect to see it doing a lot more than it is now if you thought it was going to break up to a point where you could have a 120 third and fourth innings.
Wokes in again. This is a bit shorter, and Bonner rocks back and pulls this into the leg side, but there's a man out there, so they will just trot through for the single. Yeah, I mean, there's been no sort of egregious puffs of dust or anything like that, other than no big cracks to aim for, no rough as such. So just the odd up and down so far.
Get a few more grubbers, but other than that, it's just a bit of a featherbed, isn't it?
Yeah, slightly disappointing. I don't think Curtly Ambrose on commentary was too complimentary about the state of the wicket either. It's a bit of a shame. And Wokes is in again to Roach, who shuffles across and defends this on the back foot. Just, that's the thing with the stand and deliver defence. We're just having to try and invent new ways of describing defensive shots, aren't we?
Exactly.
That's the task.
Plentiful supplies. I'm having a net tonight. I might try and master the stand and deliver defence.
This is Fuller, and Roach is forward and defence, and it squirts off the face of the bat into the leg side, so they will come through for 2 runs. Well run 2 there. That's a bit more like it in terms of the intensity, and that is Roach's first runs on the board after 21 deliveries.
Yeah, you'll have to WhatsApp me. Can you give me some guidance on what it would take to kind of master
You probably need a Gray Nichols bat for that. The stand and deliver defence.
This is Fuller and defended again by Kermar Roach, and no run. Yeah, I think the key is just to move absolutely nothing else but the bat.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Well, I've never been one for moving my feet. Great deal anyway, to be honest.
Obviously, it requires the ball to be in the right place, otherwise you're in a spot of bother.
Yeah.
So nets might be the place for it.
See, I'll get on the bowling machine tonight.
You might have to enlist someone with a large sponge to replicate the track.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Was that the end of the over? Oh, right, I'll catch up. We said that Jeff Perkins says talking over Mog Jingle seems disrespectful and brave. Grandfather Starto says at the peak of their powers, who would win a fight between Rick Wakeman and Alan Rickman? My money is on Alan. That's an interesting sort of celebrity deathmatch pairing, isn't it? I'm not quite sure. Why are they thrown together? Did I miss something?
Stokes in to start the over. This is outside off stump and a sort of attacking shot by Nkrumah Bonner, but sort of not. And it dribbles into the offside for no run.
Weirdly then, Tony, when you said Rick Wakeman, the first person I thought of was Rick Waller, the big fat fella who was on Pop Idol all those years ago. I don't know why.
Oh, Lord.
completely the wrong person.
Very much so, yeah. Very much so.
I feel like Alan Rickman's got what? He's got magic and German terrorism on his side, hasn't he, to invoke. This is Fuller from Ben Stokes and driven nicely to mid-off, but it is only one run. And Bairstow has done himself a mischief in the field there, stopping that one.
Oh dear. Leah says they named the Durham minor league team Bulls after the movie, apparently. Brian Barish says false. The Bulls named predated the movie by 8 years. Oh, so there's a celebrity fight there between Brian and Leah. Stand and deliver defence is where you do an Edward James Olmos impression and rattle off math problems, says Brian. Oh, he's completely lost me there. Has he lost you as well, Johnny?
100%.
You're looking as blank as he.
Stokes in. This is length ball, straight, defended by Kamal Roach for no run.
Generally, when I smile, nod, and laugh nervously to to these tweets from people who are far more intelligent than I'll ever be, it means I've got fucking no clue what they're referencing.
Yeah, that makes three of us, I'm afraid.
In that occasion, yeah, Brian, you're going to have to give us a bit more information there.
Give us a clue.
Stand and deliver. I'm afraid I'm thinking of Adamant. That's my either that or Dick Turpin. But other than that, I'm struggling. Ooh, got to let someone in. Oh, it gets more and more exciting.
This Stokes in again. Leg stumpish full delivery. Defended into the leg side by Kamal Roach. And again, no run.
There's only so many times that in the time that I've been doing GC comms, and there will be no run and there is no run. Like you have to try and come up with.
I'm going to have to record this on something and just get it played. Yeah. We'll just leave that bit out. Just unless unless otherwise stated, there was no run. Stokes is in and it's blocked.
I believe we're having a change at the end of this over, gents.
Yeah. So just to highlight how it's been going, 1.23 runs per over in this session so far.
Yeah, I'd have had money on the West Indies to be ahead by now, but they're still, 20 odd, 23, 24 behind?
17 for 2 in nearly 14 overs. I've had more exciting stints, I will
23 behind now.
Final ball of Stokes is 18th over. This is back of the length. Kamal Roach back and across, defending nicely into the offside. And yes, as previously mentioned, I think we'll go over to socials and then we'll be due a change.
We are indeed. Thank you, Jono. Thank you, Max. Fantastic effort.
Thank you.
We should be saying hello to Bear. Do you need to enable anything for our new guest to join us, please? Because it should be both David Brooke, who'll be warming up for his tea time slot in his inimitable fashion, and also, he's there, hold on one second, should be David and Bennett in for a tryout. I can see Bennett. Hello Bennett, how are you? Oh, I've done it, there we go, press the right things.
Hello there, Tony, hello.
Welcome indeed. Delighted to have you with us, Bennett Oligazaram, who's having a little tryout today. So we'll have a chat to him as we move forward. West Indies, remember, trailing by 23 runs as he joins us. And where is the babbling Brook babbling from today?
Today, Tony, I shall mainly be wearing Dolce & Gabbana.
Well, marvellous, but where is what I was asking.
Well, I know that. I was just trying to make the answer more interesting because I've only got to say my home. Which
you're at home today, not the pub.
No, I don't go to the pub every night, Tony, unlike you.
Well, I'm here. I'm in the studio.
Well, it's one. I've heard it's very well stocked with alcohol, courtesy of Windrush Bay, the online delivery company who offer the very best of Caribbean products. And I understand you've been sampling some today, Tony.
We have, yes. The rum, I have to say, is strong. Let's put it that way. It has a bit of a kick to it, to say the least.
Is that the rum from St. Lucia or the rum from Guyana?
I honestly can't recall. I can give
Maybe
you I'll give
try
you the
and
name
find
of it
that
if you wish.
information. Yeah.
I think I had a picture of it here somewhere.
Yeah.
Have a look on Twitter, which you're doing actually. You're doing social media today.
Oh yes.
Well, while we wait then, because there's clearly a drinks break, Bennett, a warm welcome to you. Oligazarum, am I saying the name right? No, it sounds to me like your internet connection is gone and you've frozen. So, David, it'll just be you and me for now.
You sound disappointed, Tony.
What? No, I'm not disappointed. It's just you and me.
Oh, okay.
My Malahide roommate.
Oh yes, those are the days.
What a
so
day
what
that
have you
was.
made of? You've been doing some sterling work today, Tony. What have you made of the match situation now? You know, how do you see it from here?
Well, it's not been riveting stuff. On the other hand, the actual balance of power in the game is on something of a knife edge, isn't it?
Well, it's shifting over to West Indies, isn't it? They put up a lot more.
Well, it is, but remember they've got to bat last. So
they like
still
a
trailing
run
by
chase.
23. Still trailing
West Indies do like a run chase, Tony. Nothing's more motivating to them than a run chase, and I think I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I think there'll be a lot more spin, tomorrow and Friday. Bennett, can you hear us now? Can we hear you? Oh,
yes, indeed. My apologies. There was some technical difficulties. Can you all hear me loud and clear?
We can hear you. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Bennett. Where are you from? And where did you get your love of cricket from? Let's start there, and then we'll get stuck into talking about the game in front of us.
Fantastic, brilliant. Thank you very much, Tony, and lovely to meet you, David. Yeah, my name is Bennett Olegazagram. I'm actually currently based in the south of Wales, but my origins come from Sri Lanka, and I've lived in the UK for a good couple of decades now. And the love of cricket, obviously being from Sri Lanka, you know, the love for the game comes naturally.
Well,
and from that sense, you know, I used to play a lot of cricket in my primitive years, and even now here in the south of Wales, I've got 3 young teenage boys who are heavily into cricket. Wow. I was an international cricket commentator in Sri Lanka, covering
change of bowling, and
yep.
To the crease comes Jack Leach, who is comfortably dealt with by Bonner, who just pushes it away into the onside. We'll quickly jingle up Jack.
Coming up is a face that I know. It's Jack Leach,
who is around the wicket again, and onto the back foot goes Bonner to punch it into the offside, and Jack Leach trots across to field off his own bowling. It's been, Bennett, has it not, an incredibly watchful, patient, careful but effective innings from Bonner we've enjoyed. Leach in onto the back foot again. It's just pushed back to the bowler.
It has been a very watchful innings, and I must say I'm very impressed with his patience. He's very well known for building these long innings, and he has really done well to hold one end up.
Well, he certainly has. As Leach wheels in, there's a man right under his nose wearing the helmet at forward short, and he didn't have to duck though. It was just dropped to his feet, and again there's no run. Wheels through his overs pretty quickly. There's also a slip for the left-handed Bonner, who steers this to Overton at backward square, and again there is no run. 288 for 7, trailing by 23. We were speculating, and I'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on that, Bennett, is at what point does Bonner decide he might cut loose? But in comes Leach. Forward comes Bonner. I wouldn't call that cutting loose, because it's a push to mid-off, and they had to hurry for a single, which they duly do. Ben Stokes seems to think it might have been a risky run, but they got away with it. Just the one off the over for Jack Leach. 1 for 49 for him, 289 for 7 for the Windies, and 22 they trail by. David, you're our man on social, as I believe Mrs. Brooke is looming behind you. Hello, Mrs. Brooke.
Amelia's got on shot. She tries to avoid the camera, but she's just, what's the word for that? Photobombed me.
She's photobombed you in elegant and magnificent style. But can you give us some social media messages instead?
Well, Pirate Bad Sharp, Red Herring, says that Tony Rum should always have a kick to it. You seem like surprised that.
Not in the least.
And but so we'll do a lot more on rum coming up. Bennett, I don't know whether you're a rum connoisseur in addition to being the international cricket commentator of Sri Lanka. Do they drink the rum in Sri Lanka? In my experience, some of the people do.
Well, they do. It's a rather sort of expensive taste.
Ben Stokes back into the attack.
Yeah.
Right arm over for him. He has a slip and it's pulled hard by Bonner, but straight down to Ollie Pope, who's on as the subfielder, and he's there at deep mid-wicket.
So it's
they will just get a single.
It's considered a delicacy in Sri Lanka, you're saying, Bennett?
Indeed it is. And it's not sort of easily available.
No. So the core drink for the Sri Lankan drinking cricket fan would be what?
Would be the arak. They call the Sri Lankan whiskey is more known as arak. They make it out of like Palmyra sort of, yeah. So it's very well known there.
Ben Stokes got 2 slips in place and a forward short leg. It's fallen and nearly inside edged by Roach. Didn't really know too much about that, but he did get enough on it to sort of bumble it away towards mid-wicket. Not a shot he was in any kind of control of, but he's got away with it. 2 for him.
You know, you were saying, Tony, when's Bonner going to cut loose? I don't see him sort of suddenly giving his wicket away. He's not like that. As long as Roach is there, he'll be batting sensibly, because Roach is a blocker. Roach is one of the best blockers in the world cricket today. As long as he's there, Bonner will bat normally and sensibly.
Well, Ben Stokes is in. Those 2 slips go down. It's outside of the off stump and it's left by Roach, who frankly didn't need to block there, Bennett, did he? Because it was wide of his off stump and comfortably let through.
Yes, absolutely. And I think just going back to what David said, Roach has looked comfortable sort of blocking sort of most of the balls there, and Bonner has already sort of shown that he can farm the strike as well as and when required. So it's an interesting time for England. I believe the next wicket would sort of open the doors in, because I'm not sure how the other 2 right at the tail end are going to be, but this is an interesting time for England.
Well, Stokes is in again. Ooh, and that's, well, it was really on about 4th stump line and just coming back in, but Roach knew very well where his off stump was and was very happy to let that go through to Ben Folkes.
The neutral fan likes to see West Indies, playing in an entertaining, calypso style. They actually like seeing West Indies, losing their wickets as well. Whereas this is a different type of innings, in the long tradition of players like Larry Gomes, who are the solid players around which the others play. And I'm sorry if that disappoints people who've been saying it's dull or boring. I think it's been
Stokes
fantastic.
Drops that short as a cry of sort of half appeal from folks behind the stumps, who I don't think there was any danger of Roach having got in.
What were they appealing for?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. It was halfway down the track. Roach ducked. He never even lifted his bat. He kept his bat down. He bent his head, sort of ducked enough.
Yeah,
up went Folkes, and these Folkes is going. It can't have been a catch. It's hardly likely to have been shoulder before wicket. It does.
It's probably on the head.
It grazes his shoulder on the way through, which doesn't look much like a bat to me, but it did to Ben Folkes. As Roach steps across his stumps and pushes this into the onside again. There's no run. Extraordinary appeal, Bennett.
Roach is kind of very like a lion-hearted guy, isn't he? I mean, a couple of overs ago, he got one on the chest, and wasn't really afraid to sort of take the ball on his body and just make sure it's not sort of taking his bat or his gloves off. So I think it's a very good defiance from Roach to sort of keep one end up there, and certainly Ben Stokes is doing all he can. I mean, what do you think about the strategy? Just sort of going in on the leg stump, bowling it hard, shortish. I mean, do you think they should be attacking Roach a little bit more to try and make him play the usual traditional way?
Well, yes. Aim at the stumps. It's going to be Jack Leach. He's going to continue around the wicket. A little bit of turn away from the left-handed Bonner, and he's just going to sort of edges it, but with nice soft wrists.
Bennett, you don't always want to look for a strategy with England, because it doesn't always follow that there is one. And we've seen that kind of bowling work. It hasn't worked in the past, not working now.
Indeed.
Forward again comes Bonner and plays that tidily. I'm just looking for his highest score, Kemar Roach. I seem to remember it. 41 against New Zealand is his highest score. Sabina Park in 2012. West Indies went on to win by 5 wickets. As onto the back foot goes Bonner and flicks this wristily, but straight to mid-wicket.
I think with Tony, you need a different metric, which is balls faced. He faces so
exactly.
many balls, and he allows the other player, the main batsman, to stay in, and that's his role at the moment, and he's very good at that.
Plenty of flight from Leach, but Bonner is more than the match for it. Pushes towards mid-off. It's a big smile on his face too. There's no Nkrumah Bonner. Does he tend to rival Jimmy Anderson for not outs in his body of work? Then
no one can rival Jimmy for that particular statistic. I mean, look, Roach will puts the bad balls away. Don't worry about that. It's just that he contributes so much to the team.
Given plenty of air by Jack Leach. Flicked again by Bonner, half fielded at mid-wicket. It bounces its way to Chris Wokes, who completes the fielding, and they will get a single.
You see, Kemal Roach contributes so much to the team. He's just such a fantastic team man. So he'll be thinking, I want to get Bonner through to his century. And what Bonner is thinking is, I'm not going to give it away.
Well, and the net result of which is this partnership's now worth 9 runs off 65 balls, which is...
It's fine, there's a 5-day match, Tony.
I wasn't criticising.
No, but
others might. I was not.
Guerrilla commentators through the day I've been listening in have been very critical.
Maybe
on the grounds of entertainment value, but I go and watch some juggling or dancing girls on another screen if you like. I'm happy watching this.
Well, 20 is what West Indies trail by now, which will trouble England. They won't want to concede a big first innings lead, that's for sure. That's taken on the bounce by Overton, who seems to have found his way in to silly mid-off, or silly point, really. It's certainly still breezy there. The sea and North Sound is looking lively enough. We're watching a catamaran which is pitching and tossing in a fairly lively manner. Where, Bennett, are you from then in Sri Lanka? Where's your hometown originally?
Yeah, I'm from the heart of Colombo, sort of in a little city called Bayvilla. So this is where I grew up. I went to one of the nicest schools in Colombo, of course, St. Thomas's College. Played a lot of cricket there too.
Has it produced many Test cricketers?
Oh yes.
Oh, there you go then.
Oh, has it much?
Has it much? Well, okay. Tell us a few in a moment. That would be interesting.
Yeah, sure.
Chris Wokes is going to be into the attack again. 22 overs for him, just the 1 wicket for 68.
I thought he actually bowled with the second new ball today. He bowled much better than in the first new ball, didn't he?
Oh, Bennett, sorry to interrupt you. We've got a message for you from Brian Barish, one of our regular tweeterers. Welcome, Bennett, to the Guerrilla Cricket family. And please let me take this opportunity. I'll pause.
Well, you will, as Wokes is in, and it's full and floaty. He was looking for a Yorker, but it was. It's not. You can often describe Yorkers as having been speared in. That one was sort of drifted in, wasn't it, Bennett?
Wow, it was indeed. It was almost like a floater, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think he kind of
slower ball Yorker
with his fingers.
Yeah.
Rolled it over. And Fox is standing up to him in the last sort of a few sort of overs.
Well, he has been a lot today, you know. He's been standing up a lot to Chris Wokes, which is doesn't say an awful lot for Chris Wokes, I've got to say. This one's a ball on a more conventional length, and Bonner just guides it away into the offside. Again, there is no run. 2 dot balls in this over so far. 20 is the deficit. 9 runs off 68 is the glorious partnership which David and I are celebrating.
Indeed.
Gritty, determined.
David, please thank Richie for me, sort of on, and I really appreciate his greeting.
Oh, that Brian Barish, yeah. I'll finish it off in a moment. Okay.
Wokes in. That takes the pad of Bonner, but I think it's a combination of bat and pad. It's away into the onside towards square leg. Again, there is no run. 80 he is on of 225 balls.
Wow.
Magical stuff. We love it.
Welcome, Bennett, to the GC family, says Brian Barish. And please let me take this opportunity as a vexologist to say that Sri Lanka is one of my top 3 favourite flags in the world. Wow. Shifan Razik, colleague of mine from Combat to that.
Wokes in past, I think that's umpire Brathwaite. And push into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Shifan been in touch. He's a colleague of mine at Oxford Business College, Bennett, and a man from Sri Lanka who loves his cricket. He's delighted to see a Sri Lankan on the commentary team for the first time that he can remember in his time listening to Guerrilla Cricket. So, I'm interested to hear more about your international commentary experience. You've got to tell us about that at the end of the over.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that.
Absolutely.
At the moment, we're going to look forward to the last 2 balls of this Chris Woakes over. Just the one slip with the wicketkeeper folks standing up, and it's worked off his legs by Bonner past umpire Joel Wilson, and they will amble, stroll, not even jog, the easiest of singles, leaving Kemar Roach to face just one more.
That's really good cricket out there, isn't it, from Bonner? He faces sort of bulk of the over and then trots through for a single, just leaving Roche with 1 ball to negotiate. Really good.
Well, he
stuff.
does, but he'll also know, as David was saying, that we both were saying that he's got every faith in Roach's defensive abilities. So he's
that's
he's
what I
not
couldn't
troubled by it.
understand yesterday.
2 slips are in for Roach though, so Woakes bowls another fairly floaty one on middle stump, and there's no run.
I couldn't understand that yesterday when Bairstow suddenly sort of went up several gears and started going for it, whatever the phrase is, with Jack Leach at the other end refusing singles at a vital stage of the England innings. Phil went back knowing that Bairstow was no longer interested in taking singles until the end of the over. Why? You don't trust Jack Leach after what he's done for
Jack
England
Leach,
with the bat?
the most famous one
And
ever scored probably in Test match cricket.
92,
surely,
Island, yeah.
Tony, that should have been sorted out in the dressing room. That's a coaching error for Bairstow to be playing like that with Leach at the other end. I mean,
I'd go along with that. How are we doing on social, David?
We're doing reasonably well,
That's
thanks,
good to know.
Tony. Armchair Cricket Broadcast says, come on, Bonner, why not get a few now? But he says, or is it a strategy?
Round the wicket comes Jack Leach.
He says,
moves away from Bono, pushes into the offside, no run.
Or is it a strategy to grind down England while you get to 100, wait for another session, and then unleash as the ball gets softer? I think you've got it in one there, Armchair Cricket Podcast. And
Leach again, short and pulled around the corner by Bonner, and this might go all the way down to long leg for 4 runs. Yes, it does. Not a great ball, and got everything it should have
I think the highlight of his batting has been that the loose balls, he has actually put them away really nicely, hasn't he? I mean, I was just a few overs ago, Woods, that loosener on the leg stump. I know he had a bit of a thick outside edge and just flew up, but still, that's the opportunity he capitalised on. So great stuff from Bonner. Impressive.
Leach attacking the off stump this time, and Bonner steps back, cuts, and will get a single. So he's got no problem exposing Kemar Roach to the last 3 balls of this Leach over. 1 for 55 for Jack Leach, 5 off this over so far. Was he trying to find the footmarks there, Bennett, or was that just a rank bad ball?
It was. I think he was trying to bowl that quicker, and it just came through a little bit, sort of, on the wrong direction. But I must say, he has been very well disciplined in the last sort of overs that he's been bowling. Very impressive compared to what we saw in Australia. A lot of work. He's got back into a nice rhythm and a flow. You can see him running in with a lot of confidence and lots of spin on the ball, rigor on the ball. I must say, rigorously turning the ball. It looks very confident than what we saw in all Down Under. Don't you agree, guys?
Well, they targeted him early doors, didn't they, Down Under? Sorry, David.
Well, he's more confident in having some of those players intimidating him out the game at the other end. I mean, West Indies aren't trying to do that to him. I think
he has 3 men around the bat: a leg slip, and a forward short leg for Kemar Roach, who steps forward and gets bat pad and just about the kitchen sink as well, tidily in line. And there's no run.
If you put him up against Pramul, I'd say at the end of the match, Pramul will have made a bigger contribution to the result of the match. He'll take more wickets in England's innings.
This one is flatter and quicker from Leach, but equally
Tony,
confidently by Roach.
Pramul didn't offer much. He didn't offer any freebies. He was very economical. He bowls faster than Leach, and he's got more variations.
I agree. 297 for 7. Leach round the wicket, bit more flight, and
very
forward again.
Solid defense. There's solid defense. All three balls were defended very solidly. Impressive defense.
So Bennett, were you a batsman, a bowler?
I was an opening batsman and a first change bowler in my youth. But I mean, funnily enough, after coming down here to Wales and sort of getting back into playing some really active cricket, I had a bit of a niggle on my knee. I'd done my ACL and meniscus, and I've turned into a mystery spin bowler. I bowled the leggies, I bowled some googlies, and the carom balls. I've got like 6 or 7 variations, and I must say it's just come out really well. My older boy is a leg spinner, and just to keep him company, I just started bowling some mystery spinners, and it just worked out well.
So you're good at disguising it?
Well, yes. I mean, I guess I'm a lot better than most of the oldies.
Woke to continue. And this is nicely pushed to mid-wicket by Nkrumah Bonner, who's on 86. He'll be sniffing that ton. Was it Bonner who made 200 and something, David? 270 odd in the leading into this game? Oh, I got the right. Yes, no, he didn't. I got them confused with someone else. That must have been
Brathwaite.
That was Jermaine Brathwaite. Yes, it was. Bonner. He made for Jamaica. He made 49 and 37 in his last game. Bonner's last 2 innings were 49 and 37 before this game.
Yes, but don't forget he had to go. He was picked in the one-day squad, so they took him out the 4-day, and he went over to play in India. For the one-day squad, so he wasn't available. But some would say that was an odd selection.
Steered to Tobacco Square, and he took a single.
I think this team really built around the time when they toured Bangladesh some time back without their regular captain that time, Jason Holder. Some of these guys really established themselves, and even Brathwaite, his captaincy credentials were sort of proven. And I think at that time, Roger Harper came with a decision to Chris Woakes game.
Chris Woakes is going to be in. 2 slips go down. It's full again, and Roach, tidy as you like, just guides it away towards cover, and there is no run, just a single so far from Roach's 24th over. It's very breezy there, very breezy. In fact, there was a point today where there were paper bags and all kinds of. Joe Root's hat fell off, and I'm not kidding. He couldn't catch it up. That's how quickly it flew across, and it was a crosswind, so I was thinking if you're the right arm bowler, that's really going to be helping you to swing the ball, although not from what you've seen from England you wouldn't have thought so. Short, and Roach rocks back and has frankly ample time to seem pretty untroubled by a comparatively short ball. Well, this is the thing, I mean, Woakes, Bennett, he dug that in. It looked like an effort ball in the way he delivered it. It didn't look like an effort ball in the way it came through, did it?
Well, it didn't. It just almost sort of shot up there, isn't it, from no man's land. But he has been having a bit of an awkward bounce from time to time during this test match without much luck. I hope he gets his man.
Woakes has just pulled out of that. Some distraction behind Chris Woakes, who seems to be have a smile on his face. Only 13 the deficit. In fact, if Nkrumah Bonner was to get all of the runs that would make the scores level, it would also at the same time get him to his 100. I'm not saying that's likely to happen, but it could just happen as forward comes Roach to steer that to mid-off, and there is no run. Encouraging applause from Ben Stokes.
Shifan wants to know, Bennett, how you what was your journey to guerrilla cricket? How did you find us?
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying to you before, I was in the international cricket commentary box a couple of decades back in sort of Sri Lanka. So when I came down here initially, I was very keen to get into commentary, but at that time, the usual.
In comes Woakes, and rather squares up Kemar Roach, but it was secure enough. Back to Woakes it goes. He shows his Aston Villa footballing skills. Well, actually, that's he didn't actually trip over his own feet and let a goal in, so that was probably more his Watford footballing skills. But there we go. Sorry, Bennett, we interrupted.
So yeah, just coming back to what you were saying. So when I did come over, because I my background is I'm actually a corporate guy. I'm in the corporate world. So I tried to get into cricket through the Channel the Sky and the BBC that time, but nobody wanted to know me. I didn't play international cricket, so it was very hard trying to establish myself. So I gave up and went on with my life. I was in Hong Kong for a number of years. I got involved with the Hong Kong national team there as the manager of the Hong Kong national team, and we spent some time in Canada. But this time around, a few years back when I came back, I was really interested to do something that I like. So I came across Dan Norcross.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Yeah.
Say no more.
And I just reached out to him through some networking connections, and he was just amazing. Because I thought to myself, if Dan can do it, like how did he do it? So I was interested to reach out to him. He was most welcoming. He gave me the time to talk to him, and he was the man who introduced me to Tony. Some
Fantastic.
great.
Interesting enough, we have that in common because it was Dan I met that got me into doing this. So he does well. Change of bowling. Overton into the attack. Over the wicket too. And Bonner plays it very tidy. Let's jingle up the new bowler.
Banned 3 times for saying something that was naughty. Kicked off the pitch was quite an incident.
How did you know Norcross then, Tony?
I'll tell you that after this delivery, as this is full and nearly takes the edge of Bonner's baton, but there's a solid edge all the way along the ground to backward point. I had just met him and Hendo, I think, one night, 2017, I think, in the tavern after a Surrey or Middlesex and Surrey game.
Oh, the Surrey Mafia.
And I'm not the Surrey Mafia, obviously.
No, but what were you doing there?
Well, because it was a Middlesex. It was in the tavern, i.e. at Lord's.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry.
And it is the evening's a bit of a haze, but I ended up here. That's all I can tell you. This one's pulled beautifully by Bonner, but he didn't really actually get hold of it. Looked a better shot in the way he swiveled than in the actual contact he made with the ball, and for his trouble, although it looked good, it will only get a single. Add one more to score, so he's still on 88. Deficit 12. He's still got the chance of scoring all the runs that wipe off that deficit and getting to 100 at the same time. Deficit 12, 88. The score for Bonner of 235. 17 now this partnership has rocketed along to from 87 balls. But as we've been saying, there is no shame in that.
Jason was there with you, Tony, that day.
As this one is bounced by Overton and did hurry Roach, and it was past him, but he didn't get anything on it. Jason, no. Oh, Jason, no. Jason G. No, he wasn't. No, I was with my usual cricket watching friend Richard. How the conversation with Dan came about, because I don't think we would have known who Dan was at the time, purely coincidental. I literally have no clue how we got into the conversation. It was just a pub conversation. And these things, one thing led to another. I got Hendo's number and off we went. Forward comes Roach just to push this back to Surrey's Overton.
And we've got to thank Norcross for the pair of you. We got Bish, who's this, real stalwart of guerrilla cricket, and what a fantastic job he's been doing as a producer as well. And Bennett, it's a pleasure to have you here. All listeners can tell your knowledge of the game, and it's really lovely to hear you. So, long may you continue to be a part of the guerrilla cricket family, Bennett.
Thank you very much, David. That's very kind of you. I'm really enjoying this.
Well, Overton, this should be the last ball of his 25th over. That does square up Roach again, and it rather edgily makes its way out to point. There is no run. It is the end of the over. David, can you resume your social media duties?
Messi Jez has been in touch. Apparently Mark Wood has hurt his elbow and is unlikely to bowl again in this innings. And I think the emoji from Messi Jez is rolls eyes. Surely, we used to have a footballer at Tottenham Hotspur, Darren Anderton, who was known as Sick Note, and I think you apply the same to Mark Wood, which makes the selection of this England tour party even more curious. Jeff Perkins, sounds like you all have Norcrosses to bear. I like that. Not just a cross to bear, a Norcross to bear. Jeff, your jingles are superb. Please, can we have more of them? Keep them coming. Wonderful musicologist, Jeff Perkins, long time guerrilla cricket jingler. As you know, we got the jingles which differentiate us from the other boring channels who also don't do their homework. People were going on about Bonner. I was listening to a rival radio station today, Bennett, and they were saying, Bonner's playing for his place in this match. It's rubbish. Bonner is the first name on the score sheet in this West Indies team now.
Exactly. He is well established, and I believe he's got an average of over 40.
Exactly. The fact that he had to wait 10 years for his opportunity after a solitary test match, neither here nor there. He's taken the opportunity and he's the man in possession, and he's playing like that. It's been a fabulous innings from Bonner, faultless.
Dave, it's time for a change. You two are off.
But thanks very much for your contribution.
Thanks for your contribution. We'll see you at
welcome
tea.
to the Gorilla team. Well done.
And yes,
thank you.
hello to you, Bennett. And I'll see you soon.
And hello, Jason.
And hello, Jason.
And
hello,
I'm joined
guys,
by,
in the studio.
Yeah, good to see you, Jason, at Lords.
You're doing ball by ball, aren't you?
I am indeed,
Yes, Lords, it's a very important day.
So Leach is continuing into his 28th over, 1 for 55, 2 dot balls so far. Bonner has just padded them both back. Very, very slow day, Bear.
Extraordinarily slow. Very attritional cricket.
Leach in again, left arm over, bang on middle stump, and just punched deep into the offside past the mid-off fielder, and they sort of amble very, very slowly through for another run. Bonner moves on to 89. West Indies 300 for 7, trailed by 11.
Yeah, but they've played it right, haven't they? I mean, they were 300 runs behind first innings. If it had been England, they'd have probably gone crash bang wallop all out for 170 and chasing the game. You got to give yourself a chance. And
Indeed.
And having been, England choosing to bat and put in the field, they had a target to chase down. They got there pretty much. It's a one innings game. They will have to bat last, but unless the pitch breaks up, as Jono was saying earlier.
Yes. It doesn't look like it's doing anything at the moment, is it?
No, but
halfway through the match.
I guess the flip side of that is, we are only halfway through the match and nearly at the end of the second innings. So there probably is a result.
Are we nearly at the end, do you think?
Well, I'd like to think so. Break coming up after this, Sesh.
Leach in again to Roach, who just paddles this away square on the leg side. No run. Hi, Jason.
Oh, yeah, it's been hard work today. I mean, it's just getting up now to about 100 runs in the best part of 2 sessions.
Leach in is a little bit short outside off stump, pushed into the offside by a Roach again. No run.
And I see Leach is continuing to try and push the ball through a little bit. Probably, is he trying to bowl it into the dirt a bit there?
Yeah, and also I think it's just a very slow pitch.
And the final ball of the over is defended firmly by Bonner, and that's the end of Leach's 28th over, 1 for 56.
And if he's bowling, as a lefty, you probably want to be bowling into the wind as well. And if it dives at all, you kind of maybe get a little bit of difference in flight and speed, as depending on the wind, because you're bowling slower. Anyway, give us some socials, Jace.
Leah says the homemade crisp bread is in the oven. Can't wait to have a warm slice with cream cheese and tomato for the evening session. Well, you've got to wait a little while yet, Leah.
Sounds delicious.
Mike says someone should tell him to hit his head and claim concussion so he can get someone else in ASAP. Talking about Mark Wood. And Jeff Perkins says, welcome Bennett. Until you go mainstream, you have to sign an agreement to never ever again acknowledge our existence.
We're back on, and it's Overton continuing in his 26th over. Bonner has just pushed this into the offside. A dot ball.
Oh, is Wood injured?
He seems to have something with his elbow. I mean, I thought we were chancing our luck because I think this is the 3rd test in a row he's played in.
Yeah, but it has been like 7 weeks between them.
2 months rest. Overton in again, outside off stump, and pushed firmly square on the offside by Bonner, straight to cover point, no run.
Well, you say that, but didn't he go to the West Indies in the one-day side?
Yeah, but that's the T20s, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's 4 overs.
It was 4 overs, and he only played 3 out of 5 or something. So yeah,
it's 12 overs. It's not exhausting.
It's not exhausting. And he got picked for the IPL, so that's bound to mean he's going to get crocked.
Overton passing on par again outside off stump. Bonner shapes to cut this, mistimes it very poorly. It dribbles out towards the point fielder. Lawrence fields it again, busily cleaning and trying to shine some sort of shine into the ball. It doesn't look very accommodating, and really does look rather arms crossed. Waves at the fielder, not very much going on. Overton starts his run up, fourth ball of his over, outside off stump. A fairly full, languid off drive by Bonner, straight to Stokes, no run.
It is interesting to note that of the people that have been picked for the IPL, how many of them then subsequently having to pull out for various reasons, either injury or bubble fatigue in the case of Jason Roy, who's not going to play the IPL after all, and he's not going to play for Surrey either.
Overton in again. This one is on the stumps, and Bonner is back and playing across himself to push this into the leg side, and English fielder dashes in and fields it again. Another dot ball. 5 dot balls so far of this 26th over from young Craig Overton. He's a big boy, isn't he? Big lump.
Yeah, he is. He's not very quick though, is he?
He's not a lump, he's a slab.
Yeah. Good catch he took.
He's in again outside off stump, and Bonner very diligently comes forward, very still bat, pushes it into the offside, and it's another dot ball. Maiden for Overton, 2 for 75 from his 26 overs. West Indies 300 for 7.
Dan de Castro on YouTube says, just had lunch in Toronto. Wow, only 20 runs added. Crawling along, lol, but wickets in hand, Windies could still get on top. What's worse, the run rate or toothless bowling?
I think the run rate really, I mean, it is quite toothless bowling. There isn't much in the pitch. I mean, I suppose to a certain degree you've got to say England have stuck to their task, but I think they're bum balls to hit. They just haven't really gone after them, and they really haven't tried to put pressure on England. And I guess the West Indies would argue, though, we just want to, get parity and get ahead, and then things might change.
And Bonner is going on at his own pace, completely oblivious to the match situation.
Yeah,
indeed. Yeah, 89 off 244 balls, so very patient. Leach is starting a new over. First ball defended by Roach. No run.
Well, Roach has got 2 off 47, and it's like they're batting for a draw here.
Leach in again, very defensive-minded approach by Roach. Another dot ball.
I think he feels
filming themselves.
To make sure that
you do that.
I think he feels. Sorry, you go on.
This one's floated up by Leach, and it's almost yorked Roach there, but he's firmly pushed it back down, and it's fielded by the bowler.
But they're doing it on a camera. Who uses a camera to do filming anymore? They uses a phone, don't they?
Again, just off the inside edge of Roach's back as he comes firmly forward with his defensive shot. Partnership 18 runs off 106 balls now.
You certainly don't use video cameras anymore. You use
phone,
digital cameras.
Oh, that's a flash off the edge and past the inside of Slip, actually, between Slip and the wicketkeeper. Crawley, that was at Slip, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, I don't think he even reacted to that, did he? It went pretty quick.
No, he didn't really have a chance there.
No,
it was a big quite a strong flash from Roach, and flew off the outside edge.
Yeah,
absolutely dissected the wicketkeeper and first Slip. Well placed. That's what you can say about that. Leach again, a loopier ball this time, and Roach reverts to defending. Roach has galloped onto 6 from the 52 balls he's faced. End of that over, West Indies 304 for 7, trailing England by 7.
Let's see what GPL was offering today, actually. How many entries did we have? We had 10 entries. The lowest score in the GPL was 243.
Right.
How many runs did they score today? They came out on
204, weren't they?
102 for 4, I think it was.
What, overnight? I thought it was more than
that. That's 102 runs they've scored, isn't it?
No, that would be 202 runs.
No, yeah, there were
I'm going to have to check the scorecard.
Overton is continuing, and Bonner has flicked this off his thigh, just behind square on the leg side. Bairstow's galloped in and fielded and managed to restrict the batsman to just the single. One more run on the score, 305 for 7.
Yes, they went in 202 last night, so they scored, Jesus Christ,
100 runs and 103 in the whole day. As we approach the end of the second session.
That's extraordinarily
4 hours.
slow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Christ almighty.
25 runs an hour, it's painful, isn't it?
When the lowest score on the GPL is 243, they've got to score.
They've got a good chance.
Yeah, they've got no chance at this rate.
Overton, this one's back of a length, and Roach just ducks under it, not interested in paying any attention to that one. It goes through to Folks, dot ball.
Of course, at tea, we have Babbling with Brooke.
Babbling. Who's you got on?
Well, I'm hoping today, Dave, have we finally got Marley Richards? We'll find out at tea.
The suspense. Overton in again, right arm over. This is outside off stump. Roach just shoulders arms through to the wicketkeeper. No run.
Mayank says, in unrelated news, I just stumbled upon Saranga Lakmal's cricket info page, and it's his birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Saranga Lakmal.
I think he'd be perfect for this wicket. He's used to running in and giving you his all on a dead horse.
Overton up to the outside edge, and that is the end of Roach. Caught behind for 6 off the 50 foot. And actually, the umpire. Well, we thought that was definitely off the outside edge. Obviously, must have clipped the pad.
Must have clipped the pad, back pad. I thought maybe it had.
Sorry about that excitement, folks. Yes, it is off his thigh pad, in fact. But
for all the money, it looked like it had taken the outside edge, didn't it?
Well done, umpire. Way better than us.
Yeah. It's just so everyone went up.
You're
convinced that it was an absolute
good ball.
Definite.
See if he can do it again this time. Again, short of a length and over Roach's head, and he just ducks underneath it and lets it go through to Ben Folks behind the wicket.
So who's left for the West Indies? After this, you have Pamal and Jaden Seals.
Yeah, we're just looking at Snicko, and it's absolutely nothing on the bat, and then off the thigh pad. Good call by the umpire. Well done.
I don't know anything about either of those two's batting, so.
Overton in, and again Roach has just prodded this round the corner to a very short square leg. That's the end of the over. West Indies 305 for 7, trailing by 6. Any socials?
Yep, Jeff Perkins says, talking about Norcross et al., I presume they're all undercover agents, and when you have enough in place, they will suddenly rise up and take over all cricket coverage. Well, there's a few around now in the mainstream media.
That would be
to
nice.
which Farron Bradshaw replies, the Sydenham conspiracy has a nice ring to it. Leah says, I think West Indies will take a lead, however slender, because Roach is a competent blocker, and Bonner is just relentlessly methodical.
Yeah, I think they'll get a lead here. I mean, they'll want to try and stretch it out to a 50 or 60 run lead, one would have thought. If they can get to 355, 360 with these last 3 wickets. Roach is no mug with a bat. And if they can get those extra 50 or 60 runs, no matter how long it takes them, if they suddenly get, if England are like the first innings, like 85 for 4, there's effectively 12 for 4. And then,
a little bit of pressure. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling. The captain has decided to bring himself on. Here's his jingle.
Yeah.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
So a little bit of right arm off spring into the attack. Bonner will be facing his first ball. This will be Root's third over. 0 for 14 off the first 2. Clipped away square, beats the short square leg, and they've taken a single.
Nicely turned around the corner.
Little bit of stymie, bowling round the wicket, route to the right-handers, but Roach to face his first ball from route and just nudged and fielded by Slip, who it eventually reaches. No discernible turn yet. Root in again. This is floated a full toss right on Roach's leg stump and clipped to mid on Wokesfield's. Again, another dot ball.
Yeah, it's filthily slow, this game.
This one's a little bit short of a length. Flicks away off the pads of Roach. Kept his bat out of the way. The diving short square leg couldn't stop it, but no chance of a run there.
I don't like the fact that Rooty's wearing an Alice band, Steve.
He's wearing a?
Alice band.
Again, Root to Roach on a very leg side attack here. No idea of a spin from the ball at the moment, and Roach just prods it back to Joe Root. That quite suits him, don't you think? Quite.
Yeah, but I don't know.
In again on the leg side, again into the pads of Roach, and again it balloons away to the man at square leg. End of the over, just the one run off that over from Root. 0 for 15, West Indies 306 for 7. Any
and
socials?
Update on Twitter. I'll just have a look on YouTube and the other channels.
It gets a bit quiet this time of day. Everyone's having a tea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or down the pub.
Or down the pub.
On a Thursday, the new Friday.
Or commuting.
Yeah, my
That's
wife.
so passé commuting now, isn't it? So
my wife commutes, and the trains are getting busier. Yeah, and in town. Oh, that last one, there was a bit of love.
We're just seeing that the last ball of that over did actually just clip the inside edge of Roach's bat. It didn't go to a fielder, but certainly a little tickle of an inside edge.
Yeah, Edison Sullivan says England bowlers are poor. They can't even get a number 8 batsman out.
Having trouble hearing you, Jason. You're with your mic.
Yeah, my network connection I think is a bit iffy. It's a bit juddery here.
The joy of London. I'm getting offered free optical cable at my home soon. Apparently they're fitting it in my area, and therefore I will get a free upgrade.
Leach is going to continue, so it's going to be a double spin attack from England here. Left arm over. Again, slightly down the leg side, and Bonner just clips around the corner. Man just behind square leg. Fields it, no run.
It's difficult to know what to do here, isn't it? Especially if Woody's injured. You've got no extreme pace and a bunch of, medium pace right armers and cutting spinners, and if you've got Root as your second spinner. That was a nice delivery.
That was a good ball. A little bit of turn away from Roach, from Bonner there, and just played down the pitch and fielded by the bowler.
He's playing off the back foot for almost everything as his Bonner. Sorry, as his Roach. So the length
floated in again down the leg side, clipped away through mid wicket. Deep mid wicket, jogs in. Bairstow does the fielding, and it's another single to the West Indies score. They move on to 307 for 7, trailing now by 4. 25 runs off the 123 balls of this partnership.
Yeah, but that's the problem with really slow pitches, isn't it, Jace? No matter how full you try and get it, a good batsman on a really slow pitch of a spinner,
it's turning so slowly.
Will prefer to go on a back foot because they get to watch the ball, and it becomes really frustrating.
He's in again. That one actually stays straight, doesn't turn. Slams into Roach's pads outside the line of leg stump. Short square leg fields, dot ball.
You can just bowl it fuller and fuller until you bowl it too full, and then it'll drive you somewhere you don't want to be driven.
Again, this one's a little bit short of a length, a little bit of turn, but again so slow. Roach is just able to defend that quite comfortably. Very casual looking Mr. Bonner, chewing away.
Yeah, he's very chilled.
Batted well. Leach in again, and Roach again, forward defensive. That's the end of that over, the 120th over of the innings, 307 for 7, still trailing by 4.
O'Neill Harris says, it's attritional cricket, England are 1 bowler down. Test cricket is brutal, it wears you down physically and mentally. It feels good to see West Indies do this to someone instead of having it done to them.
Yeah.
Brian Bear says, I could have sworn I just heard Steve say right arm offspring instead of off spin. I can tell you what my first thought was, but I don't wish to be uncouth.
Offspring. Thinking of
I
the
don't
band
know,
or children?
Root has got offspring, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
2 or 3, I think.
Got 2, but he chances of having any more after the winter.
He certainly wasn't bowling them at Roach, I can assure you. Yeah. And it is Root to continue with his off spin.
Matthew Cullen says, bring on Dan Lawrence, who has got a very odd action.
That's true.
Has he really? Right. I've never seen him bowl.
Haven't you? He bowled in the bowled in Sri Lanka, didn't he? He's all arms everywhere. Helicopter bowling.
Well, that will just distract the batsman. That would be nice for a bit
well,
of a change.
Exactly. It might
So,
get a wicket.
Put Bonner off a bit. Root in again. It's outside leg stump, and it's clipped away behind square. They've jogged through. It must be the slowest singles they're taking as well.
Yeah.
There's no urgency in
I
any
think
of
they've missed a couple as well at times, and they could have had some 2 points as well.
The deficit is reduced to 3. As Bonner moves on to 93 from the 251 balls he faced. Roots in again. This one is actually outside off stump, and Roach has said thank you very much, taken a big swipe, and it's gone to the boundary for 4.
That's nicely driven. Dragged it too wide. It's very full anyway, and put it right across Roach, and at that pace it just says hit me.
A very stylish way to take the lead.
Yeah, indeed. A nice long hop. Long half volley, I should say. And they're ahead by 1, and now they're going to accelerate.
And Roach has really got the bit between his teeth now. He's clipped that away behind square, and that has gone to the boundary as well.
Now you wonder if Roach will maybe try and take it on a bit.
Well, he's been given 2 balls to do that with, isn't he? So it's
well, no, you just wonder now you've got ahead. You go right. Let's try and press the advantage. It's going to be a bit of a downer for England. They finally got there. It's taken them long enough to get there, but
game floated up. Was that put down at leg slip?
No, it bounced just before.
I think it did. Folks was certainly very interested, but.
I think he did glance it, but
he definitely came off the bat. I'm sure.
He came off the face of the bat, but it was just short of the man.
And again, it's on the leg side. Again, it's flicked away on the 45 behind. Square on the leg by Roach. Kick comes through for a single. 10 whole runs off that 1 over. It must be the most expensive of the day, I should have thought.
Well, Roach bowled 4 overs for 25, so. Good reason that
one of his overs went for 8 previously, so he's not having a good day.
6, 8, 1 and 10. Sorry, Jason.
Yeah, talking about offspring, has to give us some offspring lyrics, I think. And maybe done, but I'm not a dweeb. I'm just a sucker with no self-esteem.
That's it.
And Mark Zip says, thank you for the mug, Bear. It was a really nice surprise. The Bear and the Bishop is fun too. That's the podcast, in case other people don't know. How do patrons get access to the archive? Is it a manual process on your end?
Yes, it is a manual process. If you not got it, because if you haven't, I will message Jez is doing that. Point FM, can I just ask you? Yeah, thank you. Just turn your camera off for a minute.
You're on at T. In the meantime, Leach has started his 31st over. First ball was defended surprisingly by Roach, as indeed has been the second ball. So 2 dot balls so far as the West Indies look down on England with the lead of 6.
They've done really well, I have to say. They've been very patient. It's been a very slow day of cricket. That's exactly what they needed to do. Nice field now, eh?
Yeah, a few close infielders again, just outside off stump and pushed away to point by Roach. Now the dot ball. Yeah, we've got a wicket-keeper, slip, and a city mid off and a city mid on.
Well, no, you've got a gully as well. A slip, or two slips, or a slip and a gully.
Have they just brought that in?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Dribbles out to city mid off. Another dot ball. Nice bit of attacking intent here for me. I like this. Try and make something happen.
Well, might as well.
Yeah.
Well, every run that they concede now, they have to score.
I like Kemar Roach's bat. It's called Mighty Willow.
Is it really?
Yeah, I just read it on the back. I love it.
It's a wide Mighty Willow,
Yeah.
certainly the way he's playing today. Fifth ball has just padded back down to the bowlers for another dot ball. He's in to complete the over, and again forcefully defended to city mid off for Lawrence Fields. It's a maiden over, and still only lead by 6.
Can you turn your camera off for a minute, Vernon? Or Jono? Point. Thank you. I guess this will be the last over 4T.
I should think it would be. Yeah, might whiz through it.
I think they want to break. They're a man down with Wood. I still want to know what if anyone actually knows what's happening. I mean, is his elbow? Do we know anything more about his elbow?
I expect there to be some strategic gardening from one side or the other during the course of the over to ensure that this
is the route to continue. And again, very leg side ball, and Bonner this time has just rocked back and smashed it to the boundary for another 4.
Yeah, that's 4 bowling really.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Leg slip was in danger of being hit there. It was not a good ball.
Ball looks knackered as well.
It does, doesn't it? It's only 40 odd overs on.
I mean, that's the one thing, I guess.
That's a much better ball right on the stumps, and Bonner gives that a lot of respect. 3 runs from his century.
That's one thing that has surprised me is it's been pretty dry. I mean, there was a bit of rain yesterday, but there's been no reverse swing at all, and the ball does seem to be getting quite rough quite quickly.
Root in a right arm ball, this one again at the stumps, and Bonner very diligently plays it back. Less attacking field for Mr. Root. Again on the pads and flicked away past short square leg for another single. Bonner moves on to 98, the West Indies to 322 in the lead to 11.
Could be a famous victory for the West Indies if they can get a 60-run lead here. Put England in some bother.
A ground they haven't won at in many a moon.
England, I don't think I've ever won.
I mean in Antigua, so not at this particular ground. But, fifth ball of Root's over has been punched into the offside, but no chance of a run.
Well, they've only been playing in Antigua since 1980, 1981.
Okay.
Last ball of the over, and firmly defended by Bonner. That's the end of the over. Are they going to go for tea? The bails are removed, and that indeed is tea, with the West Indies 322 for 7, Bonner 98 not out, Roach 15 not out, the lead 11.
It is indeed, and now it's time for Dave, the Babbling Brook. I saw Vernon on earlier, Point FM. Hello, Vernon.
Good afternoon to you, Dave.
Good afternoon, Bear. Thank you very much, Bear. Thank you, Jason. And thank you, Steve. Yeah, England have never won a test match in Antigua on either ground, either the Antigua Recreation Ground or this one, the North Sound Vivian Richards Stadium. Never won a game here. That's why I've been saying all along that that West England have got no chance of winning this game, and any chance of a draw is disappearing as well, I think.
Well, no, the draw's still there. The pitch is pretty dull, Dave.
Well, let's wait to see what Pamal makes of it, because quite frankly, what I've seen from Leach today has been poor. Anyway, it's babbling with Brooke. I don't want to babble on. The definition of babbling is just sort of talking very quickly and complete nonsense half the time, so forgive me. Try and fill it out the good stuff.
Okay.
Thanks. And Bear, sorry.
I just want to say thank you for the Nephews and Ray run.
Well, don't thank me. Thank Brad Henderson. He's the chief executive of windrushbay.com, purveyors of the finest Caribbean products. They bring them over and they make them available to people regardless of where you live.
Well, that was the thing. What I wanted to say is they turned up at my house yesterday, and the reason I got you to deliver it there was because I thought it was going to be kind of like a package that came in the mail, but it was hand delivered. And the guy was trying to get into my house at home, and my wife and the kids didn't know what was going on. So it's all a bit of a shame, really. But
well, don't worry, there'll be plenty more deliveries because
I'll get them here next time.
The Guerrilla Cricket Twitterati. Yes, you folks, you can play a role here. They've got rum from every single island you can think of. There's a lovely Grenada rum. There's a Guyana rum, of course, Jamaican and Barbados rum. We've also got all the extras to go with it. You get them in a hamper. So if you like watching cricket in the West Indian style, can I bring in Vernon?
Yes, you can. I'm going to get off and let you two chat.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
So we're going all the way to Antigua and linking up with our very good friend Vernon Springer. Vernon, how do you like to enjoy your day? Not when you're working, of course. Far too professional for that. But if you had a lime, how would you enjoy a day at the cricket? What would be your tipple?
I'll be having a glass of English Harbour right now.
Right.
That's the Antigua rum as we speak. But I had to hustle down to the studio to be able to get this interview done because I had some paperwork to do. So it's indeed a pleasure. I'm live in Point FM 99.1 studio. So and the coverage is coming on Platinum 97.9 FM.
Tell us about the radio sort of cricket in Antigua. Tell us more.
Well, you know, in the entire Caribbean, radio coverage is keen, and I just think that Cricket West Indies is missing a trick by not following through and making sure that we have radio coverage, because you also have to think about a lot of farmers and.
Hold on, Vernon, are you saying there's no radio coverage of this game in Antigua?
The outside of what there's no local voice, in terms of. But you do have.
Let's get us on to Point FM, Vernon.
Well, we already signed a contract, so next time around for sure. Now that I know that you're into this, David, we certainly will have a conversation going forward.
We'll take this one off. We'll take this one offline.
Yes, any cricket. We want to make sure that we can bring it on Platinum FM 97.9, so it doesn't have to be West Indies cricket. It could be any cricket. That's my mission.
Oh, you see, because I'm a member this year of Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Would you like a Warwickshire match? Because they've got a lot of West Indians on the Carlos Brathwaite.
Anything to do with cricket, David. We'll have a conversation.
Well, that's great, and that's great to hear, Vernon. Point FM, you're at your studios now. Is Point FM like a general speech and, or is it a dedicated sports channel? Or you play music as well? What's Point FM?
Well, you have two radio stations. You have Point FM 99.1, where you get your general news, your hardcore politics, and then you also have sports. So you have my sports program, Sports Overflow, which takes place Monday to Friday from 7 to 8:30 p.m. And then we have another entity, which is Platinum FM 97.9 FM, which we are converting into a sports and music station. We also have a television station, and we also have a newspaper, Point Express. And to go with that, we also have a printry. So you understand, it's a one-stop stop for all. Everything is right here at Pointville Communication Inc.
That's mouth-watering. I can feel myself twitching for an air ticket immediately to come over and join you in this burgeoning media empire. And if you've got anything to do with it, Vernon, that gives me a lot of confidence. Because
I'm charged with the responsibility of taking the coverage to a different level, both international and local. So part of the proceeds that we gain from sponsorship, we're going to be able to make sure we put it back into the communities of Point and Villa. And our mission is to really make sure that we cover school sports, local sports, and also regional sports. We won't be able to cover everything, but at least most of the sporting events, we want to be in a position where we can cover that. And once we get the coverage, we can also show it on Point TV.
Yeah, it's so good to hear. Every sport at whatever level needs a narrative, and by providing that TV and radio coverage, what you're doing is providing the narrative for the nation to continue to enjoy their cricket, because no one wants to read about or watch a match they don't know anything about, the context. And what you're doing by bringing it to life in the way that you broadcast is you make it compelling viewing. So thank you very much for what you're doing for cricket in Antigua and what you have done for Leeward Islands over the years. former coach, of course, Vernon Springer, alongside the likes of Richie Richardson, Viv Richards, and a man who didn't even make your top 5 Leeward Islands players of all time, Eldine Baptiste, didn't get in.
No, he couldn't get in. When you have somebody like El Comido Willett, March 8th, it was 49 years ago that Willett made his debut for the West Indies team. So you have to understand, David, I can't rewrite history. History is important. So next year, David, will be celebrating 50 years that El Comido Willett would have paved the way for Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Viv Richards, Sir Curtly Ambrose, the Keith Atherton, the Ranaka Morton. I can't give up on that.
Certainly wouldn't ask you to. You've re-put that name, a name we don't hear very much. What's his first name again?
El Comido Willett.
El Comido Willett. Spin bowler.
Yeah, left arm spinner.
Represented West Indies just a few times.
Yeah, just a few times. Started against Australia. 19-year-old at that time.
So what was it about his contribution that put him in top 3 that kept out the likes of Sir Curtly Ambrose in your top 3 all-time Leeward Islands players?
Well, David, if you understand the history, and I know you follow the history of West Indies cricket,
very much so.
Coming from a small island, here was the first player from an island of Nevis coming through and coming out of a disaster, because during that period of time, St. Kitts, Nevis and Anguilla, you had a Christina disaster where at least it was alleged by records that over 400 persons lost their lives between the narrows of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Right.
And this 19-year-old coming out of Nevis graced the presence and really saved the day and came onto the scene and broke into the West Indies team by being the first Leeward Island player to play Test cricket for the Leeward Islands. That in itself is huge. I'm also calling for him to be a national hero.
Absolutely.
In Nevis. He's also have a park named after him. The original park in Nevis, which was originally Grove Park, is now called the El Comido Willett Park. But I'm looking for more than that. I think that he should be a national hero of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Absolutely. The Leeward Islands, of course, making up Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis and Anguilla. Tell us
Montserrat,
about Montserrat, I beg your
St.
pardon.
Martin, British Virgin Islands and US Virgin Islands. So you realize now, David, you're talking about 8 territories.
Yeah, 8 territories. Yeah.
That is huge. That's the challenge for Leeward Islands cricket. In my role, having to serve all 8 entities wasn't easy. It was almost like, a political battle, because you're trying to see if you can be able to please almost everybody.
Absolutely. And how did you sort of fight your way through that particular maze then? How did you manage to keep these 8 together? Because they were under your era.
Well, the thing about it is that my strength is development and youth cricket. And so I was able to, pull off tournaments. The first ever Leeward Islands under-17 tournament, Took a tournament to Montserrat, Leeward Islands men's tournament to Montserrat, something that has never happened before. So a small island like Montserrat, the home of the late former King Arrow, home of Basil Morgan, a former first-class umpire.
And of course, most recently, is it George Baker, the seaman?
Lionel Baker.
Lionel Baker, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Lionel Baker.
So you understand what's happening. So you see, David, you have all those small countries. You had coming out of Anguilla, Omar Banks is the first player to play Test cricket for Anguilla, and then you had Jamal Hamilton. And then
Omari Banks, just to stop you on some of these names, Omari Banks, of course, part of that team that broke the record, West Indies 419 to win.
Yes, at the Antigua
and they got it at the Antigua Recreation Ground. They chased them 400. They got them. And that was one of the players who played a major role in that run chase was Omari Banks, batting down at 8 or 9.
With Vaspert Drakes.
Yes, with Vaspert Drakes. A man who was removed as bowling coach by a coup by a man from the Leeward Islands, and that's Ricky Skerritt, a man I know well. He was the manager of the West Indies team who came here in 2000. Wonderful fellow, great administrator, absolutely brilliant in that role of liaising between the players. He had a very good relationship with the players, and he was very good with the broadcasters. But has he lost the plot recently?
Well, I don't think it's so much he lost the plot. I think it's the focus. And, I think there's just too much insularity and politics in West Indies cricket. And my thought process, David, is people are just contented to be a director of Cricket West Indies rather than being servants of the game.
Yeah.
What we really need is servants of the game. And when I say servant, I'm talking about being in a position to understand that cricket is an expensive game in the Caribbean, and we have not addressed that area. And that to me is the major concern. The other thing which I think is hampering us also is upskilling our coaches. Our coaches in the respective territories, we have to upskill our coaches to be able to help with the women's program.
You know, I think what you and I should do, Vernon, is we should plan a charm offensive of the ECB and the West Indies Cricket Board. You take the English Cricket Board. I have trouble bringing out any charm when speaking to them, but I'll happily speak to the West Indies Cricket Board. What about getting Antigua, getting the Leeward Islands, I should say, into the English County Championship for a season? Playing a 4-day 16 match 4-day in Division 2 of the County Championship. Now, what would that do for the development of those players, youngsters, 20-something, 30-something?
Well, that is what is needed, because if you look at the track record over the years, David, most of the players who come from the West Indies, look at their first-class matches that they've played compared to players from England or compared to players from...
Yeah, and look back to the golden era. Yes. Look back to the golden era that we're always asked to respect. Of course we do. But sometimes we end up not appreciating some key facts, which are that that cadre of players of the great team of the 60s, the 70s and the 80s was built on players who made their names and their careers in English county cricket. I mean, Viv Richards, Gordon Greenwich being a classic example. He grew up in Hampshire, not Barbados. And he played Clive Lloyd. Yeah. You know, a man that you cannot move him out of. You cannot get Clive Lloyd out of Manchester. He's like virtually Lord Mayor now.
Is it fair for me to also say, David, that the English system has more, or the English authorities have more or less killed West Indies cricket with all these rules and regulations? In those days, you were more flexible, where players were able to allow to come over and play.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you've mentioned that, and that's a subject that actually really close to my heart. And we're going to be bringing into the programme tomorrow a fellow called Chris Armstrong. He's chairman of Frinton Cricket Club, that actually produced Ben Folkes, the English wicketkeeper, and he has been waging a campaign against the English Home Office, complaining about their absurd visa restrictions that are designed to keep young West Indies cricketers out of club cricket, out of second team cricket, never mind county cricket in England. That is a disgrace, and it just needs to be the facts need to be presented to Boris Johnson. You could do that one, Vernon.
Of course, but I think more than anything else, the relationship between the England and Wales Cricket Board. In fact, if you look around, David, who formed part of, as we would say, opening back world cricket? It was the West Indies team that came to England. Yeah. And when you look around, they really have nothing in return for it.
Nothing.
Because what I'm saying, in order for West Indies cricket to develop, you must have young players. Every young West Indian cricketer is not going to get an opportunity to play for the West Indies, but they can earn a living and learn their craft in England.
Yes, absolutely. Like so many white South Africans. Come on. So many white South Africans enjoy that privilege. So many Australians enjoy that privilege. A lot of Sri Lankans, Indian and Pakistanis. Why not the West Indies players who are with such a rich history going back to the Lancashire leagues back in the 40s and 50s of West Indian players, going back further than that with Louis Constantine, of course, he played in the Lancashire league. You know, the history of this type of cooperation, collaboration, life partnership, life passage, whatever you call it. It's Louis Constantine, of course, ended up in the English House of Lords, you know, the very, very top of the government. So these wonderful things have happened in the past. Let's make them happen again, Vernon.
Well, and you will have to also understand, David, that when you hear Michael Holden talking about racism in sports, this is almost like a big factor. So Hilary Beckles has been fighting England for a long time in terms of repatriation, and you could almost sense that the racism is still continuing. You have so many folks who would have come over from the Caribbean and live in England, You only have to look at the Windrush situation and you see how many persons were carted back to the Caribbean.
I've got to stop you there, absolutely, Vernon. Only with a short commercial announcement, and it's an appropriate one. You talk about Windrush, and that came back into the news big time. But this is a brand that I'm talking to you about. Windrush Bay, our sponsors, and it was very important to me that the history of that brand, but also what they provide. Vernon is fantastic hampers of food and beverage. The Caribbean style, and I said, look, can you get us some Guerrilla Cricket hampers together? Could you, if we get them on sale for the second test match, can you do that? And can we have a promo code to give a discount to all Guerrilla Cricket listeners? So big up to windrushbay.com. Come on, get out there and buy your rum. They've got rum from every single area of the Caribbean, plus a range of like snacks, planters, snacks and crisps, and the mixers, little things, the ting. And also the is it the Moby, Vernon?
Moby.
Tell us about Moby. You get that in every hamper. These are the Windrush Bay hampers.
Wow. I have to get you some English Harbour, man. Some English Harbour run.
We need that. We don't have. I'm going to make it a condition of a continued sponsorship. Windrush Bay want to continue to sponsor Babbling with Brooke up to the second and third tests. I said, look, boys, we're not a charity. You're going to have to keep providing us with hampers. That first one's disappeared already. He said, what, the big one? I said, yeah, it may have been big to you. It's not big to a bunch of guys in Sydenham trying to enjoy this game despite the vagaries of the English winter. Come on. So, to be fair to them, they've raised the game. They're going to send over a couple more hampers. And the first time I spoke to Bradley Henderson, who I play cricket with, know him well, we play in the same team. He said, oh, I know, yeah, the cricketers, yeah, you guys want like fruit and vegetables. I said, fruit and vegetables? We don't want West Indies Caribbean fruit and vegetables. We want digestibles. He said, what? I said, digestibles, things to buy. You don't understand. Guerrilla Cricket is about enjoying the cricket in a different sort of way. We're not we're not straight-laced. Bear, come in on this. I think it's a very important conversation, this, and I'm glad you've appeared, because the Bear demonstrates how we at Guerrilla Cricket like to enjoy our cricket. We're here to have a good time.
Absolutely.
And cricket has given us lots of good times, and will do in the future. And I just wanted to hook. I know, Bear, you wanted to thank windrushbay.com. Because describe the hamper that you received, because we're going to make them on sale via the Guerrilla Cricket website with an affiliate marketing arrangement there with a promo code. Giving every Guerrilla basically a free bottle of rum. We're going to be giving free rum.
Are we? I don't know how we're going to do that, Dave, because my web designer has quit, and I don't know if I can do it. So
no, we do it. We just do it all through the Windrush Bay website. You haven't got to touch it.
Oh,
In fact, can you tell your website designer not to touch the website, and neither will he touch a drop of rum if I have anything to do with it?
Okay, fair enough. Well,
Right.
yeah, he's going to quit on me anyway, so this makes it a bit tricky.
The players are coming back out. It's time to say very big thank you to Vernon. He'll be back with us tomorrow, alongside another special guest. In the meantime, Vernon, thank you very much for telling us about Point FM and the West Indies batsmen. Can I just say one thing there before I pass back to you? And I think Tony Bishop's going to be alongside there. Thanks, guys, for all the Guerrilla Cricket coverage. I'm a bit of a fair weather contributor. But thanks very much for fantastic Ashes coverage that you guys provided, staying up through the night to provide that service, which is brilliant.
Hard work to watch us get absolutely hammered.
And say to everyone out there, look, we don't want your sympathy about the fact that we work hard, and we know you work hard too, but we do want your subscriptions. We're going to offer a subscriber service. It's been up and running for a while, the Patreon service, and we're starting to build in a whole load of extras.
Absolutely.
And let me just say Windrush Bay will be involved, okay?
Oh, that'd be good.
I'm not going to go around saying free rum or anything like that. No. But wouldn't it be great? So please join. Go to patreon.com. Bear's got all the details now of how you too can become a subscriber to Guerrilla Cricket. We don't want your charity. We don't want your donations. We're going to give you something back. Not least the Bear and the Bishop podcast every Friday. Must listen to. They even had the Babbling Brook on there last time.
Exactly.
And we'll put that up. We'll put a little taster up for you to see on the Guerrilla Cricket website. Bear, can you give everyone the details of the patrons? I'll pass back. 3:22 for 7. We saw a batting masterclass from Bonner and Roach. Back to you, Tony and Bear.
Okay, well, Leach is going to start straight over after tee, and he's bowling first up. It's into the pads once again. There's half a peel. That's going down leg. No point in reviewing it. Bonner is facing up 98-2 to get his 100s. He had 256 balls. He's batted extraordinarily well. And welcome back, Bennett. We get to meet for the first time.
Hello there, Ben. Nice to see you. How are you today?
I'm very well. That is swept, and I think that's going to be Bonner's 100 as we come to straight after lunch. It is indeed. Too far down leg side by Leach. Swept really nicely by Bonner. He gets himself a 4, and he also gets to be
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
257 ball ton, and he's batted extraordinarily well.
What a brilliant effort there, Bear. I mean, from the time he came in, he has showed nothing but applications of patience. And for a man who's been out in the wilderness for a long time, he certainly made his presence felt, hasn't he?
Absolutely, and you can't knock him. I mean, he's played 17 Test match innings. He scored 2 tons, and that's his. He's got 450s and his second ton now. It's pretty good return for 17 innings in Test match cricket. Next ball, he defends back down the track and is no run. West Indies, of course, now in the lead. I think they'll want to. 50, if they can stretch it to a 50-60 run lead, they'll be more than happy, won't they?
I think the hallmark of his innings, Bear, has been
attempted flick into leg side, comes off the pads, dribbles out there towards mid wicket, no run.
The hallmark has been that he's not really let go of any loose balls, hasn't he? I mean, anything loose, he's actually pounced on them. He's an opportunistic batsman, like that sense.
Well, yeah, and also, he's left the good balls. He's not taking too many chances, which is the art of Test cricket, is it not? As Leach bowls and it's a bit too short. Goes to the back foot corner, pushes it back down, no run. Last ball of the over, and it's decent ball, straight, bit of flight, decent pace, but well defended by Bonner. Ends the over, no run.
I'm going to go back a wee bit.
Hold on, let Tone get some social.
Oh yeah, Hombre Nuevo, Evening Guerrilla Cricket, not to rod on about selection, but getting flashbacks to the first Ashes test without Broad and Anderson, and then Wood getting injured. That stood us in good stead for the rest of the tests.
Yeah.
We had B&A in our arsenal to support England. O'Neill Harris says, if Guerrilla Cricket goes on Antigua's radio, we'll have to censor the bear. That's no fun.
No.
Well, no, it's not. No, it's not. Pirate Badshah says, in the old Intercontinental Cup days, these would be the point you'd breathe a sigh of relief that the team had locked up the points for the first innings lead. Miss those days. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Let me see. O'Neill Harris's little note about David's avuncularity, shall we say. And that'll do. I'll let you chat while I have a check of YouTube.
Stokes is going to come into the attack. First over after tea.
And there, how much do you think Crawley's catch is going to be felt in this time?
Well, when did he drop him?
When he was about 70 or 80, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Sort of, not much.
It's painful, you got to take your chances at this level, and he was brought in to be a better keeper than Butler. Having said that, I think he has kept better than Butler. Stokes is in and defended back up the track, and there's no run. He's certainly a more natural keeper than Butler. Doesn't seem to have those iron gloves, to be fair, the way he kept up to the stumps to Wokes and the quicker bowlers early, even as a slower pitch, was pretty impressive, I have to say.
Yeah, it was very impressive, and the ball was actually certainly sort of shooting up quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
Some sort of bounce there, and the confidence that he showed to sort of stay up. So very natural, isn't he?
Yeah.
Gifted.
Exactly. All the movements in the right place seems to flow. That one's left alone.
And it's such a shame that he didn't really get the long run, and just when he was ready to get on in the series in India, when Butler had a few tests off, he got injured, and I think he was very unlucky. That's when they sort of debuted. Bracey sort of made his debut, didn't he?
Yeah.
And what a debut that was! Poor lad.
Yeah.
He was sort of.
But it's very English, isn't it? I mean, we the whole keep going Butler, Bairstow, and you know they're basically looking for the batsman, the bowler. Ooh, that's short and hits Roach, I think, in the top of the chest.
Indeed. I mean, he's taking a lot of blows on his body, isn't he? He's putting his body on the line.
Yeah, he always does. That's, I imagine he'll store it up for when he gets to bowl. But, yeah, I mean, Wokes has been unlucky because he's not a bad bat. You know, he got 42 in his first innings. He never batted badly when he was in the side previously.
Yeah.
They just wanted someone more explosive, and they saw that in Butler, but Butler never produced it really. Once in a blue moon sort of deal. Stokes in again, Fuller this time, and, defended by Roach, back down the track, no run.
And I think my concern there at that particular time when they were pushing Butler into the test player that he was never showing signs of becoming, was that he was going to lose his ODI credentials and his ODI form by playing the test matches where he wasn't sure whether he was going to be the attacking batsman or the batsman that plays long innings.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was what Ramprakash wrote in an article, wasn't it? You know, if he didn't have a target, he didn't know what he was supposed to do. Almost, he turned into that kind of batsman. Stokes is left outside the off stump. He puts his hands to his head. Wasn't that far away from Roach's off stump?
Yeah, I mean,
no run.
Butler is the ultimate team man, I guess. They just love him in the dressing room, don't they, for whatever he brings in there. But I guess. Sort of it's more to do with what you do out on the field that sort of should be counted, I guess, in these circumstances, however.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's hardly played any county cricket anyway, and you know what, he looked like a tortured soul in Australia.
He did. You
know, his eyes look vacant, and he doesn't look like he's enjoying himself at all. Again, full by Stokes, and defended nicely by Roach, back up to mid-off, ends the over, no run. And West Indies lead by 15 on 3-2-6 for 7. Tony.
Yeah. Well, over on YouTube, Dara Azizi had said a boring test match. I'm off to buy Chelsea.
Can't buy anymore.
Ravishing Rohit said, guys, if you were to pick a 5-man bowling attack for tests for all conditions, who would you pick? My 5: Shaheen, Jimmy if he hasn't retired, Cummins, Holder, and Ashwin. Not a bad attack.
That's not a bad attack.
So anybody else got their point of view on that, send it via either YouTube or Twitter, and we'll find out who the best world attack for any conditions is.
Leach is still in the attack. He bowls in at Bonner's leg stump. He just clips it off to square leg, sorry. Someone is there, there's no run.
Bear, do you think Stokes is back to his 100% in terms of his fitness?
I think he's getting there. Yeah, I do think he's getting there. He's certainly looked a better bowler here than he did when he started up in Australia. I really think at least they had some practice here, as that's defended. Back towards bowlers, no run.
It appeared that he was a lot more prepared for this series. I found him a little bit kind of not ready down under for the Ashes.
Well, yeah. Oh, now there's an appeal for That's got to be close. Probably clipping leg stump. If the umpire doesn't give it out, I don't think it'll be given on review. I would review it, but I think it's going to be clipping leg stump at best.
I think it may be a little bit closer than that, Bear, for my liking. Yeah, because he was playing across the line and he seemed to be kind of squared up quite a bit there on that occasion. It may be a lot more closer than
possibly. Let's have a look. I'm a left arm spinner, and I'd have been screaming for it, but I just don't think it's strong. No, I don't think it's straightened up enough.
Yeah,
I think it's just going to be clipping the outside of leg stump, possibly. If it had gone straight from turning, yes, but I don't think it has. I think it's a hopeful review by England.
I think it's going down the leg too, but I have to agree with you.
Do you play?
Yes, I do play. I mean, since we've come back to the UK in the last few years, I've been kind of actively playing. I've got 3 teenage boys who are very actively into cricket, especially my older one who's 18. He's a leg spinner. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I hear you're South Wales, yeah?
Yes, indeed.
Whereabouts?
I'm sandwiched between Cardiff and Bristol there.
Oh, okay.
The place called
that
Newport,
side.
a little bit away from Newport, like Rogerstone area. But we are from London originally.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be grazing leg.
It's going to be grazing leg. Umpire's call. England don't lose their review. It is retained, but it is just clipping the outside of leg stump. Close, very close. Yeah, it's a shame. I couldn't get my son to play. I tried so hard to get him to be a player, and he just couldn't get it. And now he plays football.
Does he play? Oh, he plays football.
Yeah.
At least he's doing something that he likes. And the beauty of it is, like, you know, when you get to do the things that you love, and your children have the same kind of passion, isn't
That's
it?
why I want him to play cricket. So I tried so hard for 2 years. He just wasn't really that interested, I have to say, and I wasn't going to force him. Nicely swept by Bonner, but good bit of fielding.
Can I just make a quick observation?
Yes.
I think there might be a case on that LBW that the umpire was a bit scared to give the decision and was relying on the technology, and not giving the decision was the easiest decision to do.
Yeah, well, my initial thought was it's a good shout, but it's just a bit too leg side.
I agree with you, Bear, on that. It looked a good shout, but on the replay, it definitely looked like it was sort of going down the leg. But the thing is, the umpires, they don't get that second
no, they don't
view,
get a second view. I mean, I'd certainly appealed. I thought it was close, but I wasn't surprised it wasn't given out defended. The last ball was defended out to cover. The next ball was just defended. It dropped on the offside and made an over by Leach.
It was more of a desperate kind of a sort of a, you know, like appeal, wasn't it?
Well, to beat the bat.
Indeed.
I'll go back to YouTube and then back onto Twitter. I think Jasprit Bumrah I would put in, by the way, into that attack.
Yeah.
I might have him for Jason Holder. If you're picking it just on the basis of being an attack as opposed to an all-rounder, then I would probably put Bumrah in there. Scott Harrison's just got back, so just did 2 hours work, still 7 down.
Yep, and a lead of 15. Wopes is going to continue. He has 2 for 36. And Roach just tries to stand and deliver through the offside, gets an under edge that goes out towards mid-wicket, sorry.
84 balls, Bear, for Roach's 15.
I know, slow.
Indeed. But it's looking to slightly accelerate a little bit, isn't it? Not afraid to stretch his arms a little bit.
No. And you know, they're stretching that lead, 326 for 7. They can get their lead up to 50 or 60.
Indeed.
Suddenly they're on the front foot a little bit. Stokes pulls out from delivering.
Oh dear. I hope he's not injured there, because that's sort of a not really, he kind of lost his run up more or less, then pulls out. But you know, like, do you think the pitch has sort of started to die down a little bit, Bear?
It's
in the last,
dead as a doornail. I think it's a terrible, terrible test wicket. It's not really got a lot in it. It's really slow. I mean, you can stand it if it's this placid but quick, but it's just slow and low. It's almost a subcontinental wicket. And that's down the leg side. Roach tries to turn it around the corner and misses it.
And do you think there was a bit of a surprise when Joe Root won the toss and decided to bat?
No.
What were your thoughts on that?
I thought, you know, if you win the toss in a test match, the pitch barely had any grass on it anyway.
Yeah, but especially given that there was more kind of movement, I guess, on the first, you know, the first.
Yeah.
First
but the movement was all in the air, though, wasn't it? I mean, there was nothing off the pitch. There was nothing. There was no demons in the pitch, and I think that's what you've got to go on. You know, it's sunny overhead. I think you've always got to try and bat first. Roach loses that one, gets hit on the hand. I don't know what he was doing there. Stokes is kind of laughing.
Indeed. But you know, I was just sort of thinking on the grounds that England's the batting lineup, you know, it was more of a sort of a, like, you know, just getting the act together, isn't it? So in that sense, perhaps giving them a bit more time to settle. Yeah, that's a nasty blow. Roach has got at least about 3 or 4 of them now for the day.
He keeps losing it. I'll come back to that in a second, what you're just saying there. Stokes in. That's very full and defended out to the covers. There's no one. I think that's a really defensive way to go play cricket, though. If you believe you can win, you don't win the toss in conditions like that, on a pitch like that, and decide to bowl. I mean, that way, psychologically, you're saying to your opposition, we don't trust our batsmen.
Indeed. Yeah, but I think West Indies were looking to sort of field sort of first as well, from what I read somewhere or picked up.
Really? No, that does surprise me. But that's the batsman. You know,
or maybe they read the pitch a little bit differently. You could say, you could argue. Wow. I mean, or perhaps thought that the bowlers they thought the bowlers would do a little bit more on the sort of pitch, and knowing that it may start to sort of slow down like it has happened now.
Yeah, but precisely that, don't you? When you want more pace, at least, you know, okay, we lost a couple of wickets, so the ball came on to the bat a little bit better and sort of day one and beginning of day two. It's just got slower and lower.
It got slower,
It's defended out to the covers, no run. Stokes comes in for the last ball of the over. And, I think he's hit Roach again. He's dropped his hands and goes out on the offside. There's no run. Ends that over. 2 for 36 for Stokes off 21 overs. Pretty good going. Bonner's on 102. Roach 15. 326 for 7.
Okay.
He's leading by 17.
Brian 001 says, what has a bloke missed in the last hour while he's been in his hot yoga class? Well, my question to you would be, what's hot yoga?
Hot yoga is Vikram yoga, isn't it? And they do it sort of 67 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh my lord!
So you sweat more, lose weight. It's really good for you.
Here's one that would be of definite interest to you, Bear. Alexander Sutcliffe. Where do I apply for the almost certainly unpaid position of web designer?
To me.
Well, I've just said mail us at gorillacricket@gmail.com, so yes please. Brian Barish says, I can't buy Chelsea, but I married her 11 years and 11 months ago today. That's my wife's name, if you hadn't figured it out.
Defended out to the offside as Leach bowls once more. And there's a man eating his jerk chicken, looking like he's enjoying it in the crowd.
Looks like you at lunchtime.
Yeah, oh man, we've still got loads. Warren, if you're listening. That one's again looped up on the off stump, defended back down the track. There's now Warren yesterday sent us some huge, great meze meat and vegetables, and there's loads of it, and it's really tasty. But there's still loads left. I'm going to be able to feed myself for the whole test off that one thing. As that's worked into the leg side by Bonner, but nowhere. And it's chased down by Folks, and there's no run. So you still playing yourself? Do you actually play yourself, or do you just watch your kids now?
I do play actively there. I mean, here in South of Wales, I do play a bit of cricket, and I really want to, because I have a bit more time now in my hands, and I want to play a little bit more actively. You know, get myself a bit more fitter, and enjoy the time.
Cool. I'd see that was the thing. I really wanted to kind of go through and be able to play with my son, but since he doesn't play, I retired. That one is defended back down the track, and there's no run.
And I just realized there's been so much of unfulfilled kind of ambitions that I had.
Yeah, well,
as a youngster.
We all dream. That one is defended down. Oh, now that's a good shout. Wow. Surely that's out.
That looked close.
That's a pointless run, isn't it? I think that's out. It's a really good
take. I think he's gone too.
I think he's well short. It's just been dropped by was it Bono who dropped it, or was it Roach? I think I can't remember.
Bonner just went for the single. It was Roach coming to the striker's end, the danger end.
And he just dropped it straight to a very short third man, and he is gone.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
He's gone by.
Roach is out.
He's gone by about a foot. That's a really good take, and Folks is in front of the stumps. Does the old takedown from in front of the stumps as the ball's coming in, and Roach is about a foot out, and that's a run out, and that's unnecessary.
Important for England, though.
Very important for England.
Indeed.
That's a wicket you kind of want to get.
And I think the way they were batting there, this is probably the only way they may have got themselves out, the way it seemed.
Exactly, but that's... Yeah, let's send them off with a jingle.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
And run out by Pope. He's the sub. Kemo Roach 15 off. How many balls is that? 96?
89. But that was such a sort of a very smart and clean kind of a way that Folks did his business, didn't he? In terms of picking it. So slick it was. See, if you notice, he picked up the ball before the stumps rather than waiting for the ball to come. And that really gave him a little bit more time to break the stumps. I wonder how it would have been if he was behind the stumps. Because perhaps that would have given a bit more time for Roach to sort of put a dive in or stretch his bat out. So excellent keeping there from Folks. Very well done.
That's that's the modern way, isn't it? Take it in front of the stumps and try and do it that. Virasamy Pamal is the next man out. He has a jingle that's it's not that long. It goes like this.
Does anybody here Remember Vera Sammy. He'll play again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
Jeff Perkins summoning up his inner Vera Lynn. I quite like that.
Ah, is that what it? I was wondering what it was. That's defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. And of course, we got your deets via Dan Norcross. How do you know Dan?
Yeah, so I actually reached out to him on social media, because I heard him on television covering the international games, and I was thinking, oh wow, how did he do it? I've never heard his name playing international cricket, and he was just outstanding. He was forthcoming. He sort of chatted with me, and I asked him for some time to talk to him, and I did tell him about my past. I was an international cricket commentator involved with the Hong Kong national team. I was a manager of the Hong Kong national team, and I told him I have a lot more time now, and I'm very keen to do something that I love. And he was very, very encouraging, and sort of empathized with my position. He said he was in that position not long ago, and someone really gave him the opportunity. So he said, you know what, I really want to try and see if I can sort of see what I can do, and introduce me to Tony. And here I am.
Yeah. Stokes is in, and Bonner has got a cock bother. He's has sat down a little bit. It was there to pull, but I think it's kept a little bit low, and it's gone under his bat and got him right where it hurts. And we all know that feeling. He's up quickly, which is a good one, but quite painful.
The player's having a bit of a chuckle there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you always do.
Like.
When we all know how it feels. It's not pleasant,
absolutely.
but it's funny to see something happen to someone else. Yeah, and of course I started Test Match Sofa with Dan all those years ago, and now we're doing this, which is good.
I heard that you were one of the founders, and Dan was sort of here at that time as well.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
Does he still get involved with Gorilla Cricket, or?
He can't. The BBC won't let him. No one will let anyone do anything with us. That's missed time drive, and it goes out to the leg side. It still looks like it's huffing and puffing. It's still a bit of pain. There's no run. No, some people are scared of coming on to us. I don't know why. I think it's all really old stuff that's probably not really relevant anymore. But that's the way it goes. Bonner is going to face up. Stokes is in. Third ball of the over. Short again. Over the keeper. Into Wokes' hands. And there is no run. You didn't get any tweets in. Do you want to get some tweets in between two balls?
I can do that for sure. Leah says Pinocchio Joe starts looking like he just realised that he will never be a real boy. Obviously, that's the I'm going for the Disney version there rather than the Carlo Collodi book. But so there you go. Neil Harris is going Bumrah, Rabada, Stark, and Ashwin in. There's only 4. Who was your 5th one, Neil?
I'm not sure I'd have Stark in my best team. Oh, now that's a top edge, but it's got into a gap behind. It's basically gone straight over the keeper.
But being afraid to sort of play that shot, isn't it? Although the England setup was making him play with the long leg right there, he's not afraid. He got a 6 off Wood earlier on, in a similar fashion. But yeah, he's not afraid to take that on right behind long leg there, just towards fine leg area. But I just worry for Stokes there, because he's just coming after a bit of fitness, not that up there, and he just comes in and just does the same holding short length kind of bowling. I hope he's sort of he's able to stick on in terms of his fitness.
Well, yeah, it'd be nice to think that's true as that comes in off the boundary. Did they go for a single? I think Bonner.
Yeah, single.
No, I don't think they did. I think they did actually. They did go through. It was the 5th ball of the over. That's the correct thing to do. I don't think Pummel really wants to face anything by the looks of things. Was wondering whether you should just go back and wait until the next ball to run. As you see the crazy outfits in the stands.
Yeah, it must be pretty warm in that kind of weather to be dressed up like that.
Yeah, nice breeze though, isn't it? You're never far from the coast when you're in an island in the West Indies, and
Oh wow!
You always get a nice breeze.
What a beautiful place to play cricket.
Well, exactly. Stokes comes in, last ball of his 22nd over, and there's a big appeal for LBW, and he's been given.
Given him!
Yes. Well, there's an immediate appeal by Pamal. Now he thinks he got an edge.
I suspect the way he went up straight away, that way perhaps he felt there was an edge.
Well, yeah, you think so. I mean, I thought it come off the face of the bat, but I'm not obviously seeing things very well. So England think it's missed the bat completely and gone on to hit his back leg. If he's not got an edge on this, then it's out.
And I really think
there's a big inside edge.
Huge
as well.
inside edge.
Yeah.
A big inside edge, which is why Pamal has correctly reviewed that.
No wonder why he sort of went up straight away, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sort of really poor decision there. It was hard though. Yeah.
And is that Joel Wilson or is that the other guy?
No, that's Gregory Brathwaite. Yeah.
Craig Brathwaite?
No, Gregory.
Gregory Brathwaite. Is he related? I presume so.
I don't think so. It's
no?
It's a very it's not an unusual name in the Caribbean, Brathwaite. Rebel Scum, by the way, says it's on the subject of playing cricket with your son. My happiest moment was my son Joseph taking his first wicket last summer, with me snaffling the easiest of catches behind the stumps in a friendly. Fantastic! I know that feeling, and my son's also called Joseph. Well, one of them is. He's my younger one though.
I do remember when my son did play, and he was probably only about 9 or 10 then. Played a game over at Spencer, I think it was, over in sort of Carl Shorten. And the other team, their umpire cheated, and he was only 9, and he huffed off and said, "Let's go, Dad." And he was like 9 years old.
It's and good moral compass, that lad. Well done him.
It's the first game he'd ever played. Leach is in bowling to Bonner.
And I must say, my first game with my boy, who was 15 at that time, in Canada about 3 years ago, was memorable because both of us ended up bowling in tandem. And his very first wicket was caught by myself at extra cover.
Sweet.
And
see, that's a good thing
that
to
was
remember.
like a script. That was an absolute script.
Leach into Bonner, goes on the back foot, pushes it out to the leg side. And there's just a single. Pamal is happy to face up to the spinner. Presumably they'll try and keep him away from the quicker bowlers.
Bonner's been absolutely fantastic, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Cool as ice.
Well, 2 really good innings, one on either side, isn't it? Johnny Bairstow batted exceptionally well. Bonner's batted exceptionally well. Bit of support here and there from vital people. And a reasonable score is attainable. 332 for 8. Lead of 21. Not bothering them too much at the moment. But if it...
I just love the way that Bonner really kind of... he just... trusted his partners, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, with the map. I mean, he was not really in an undue rush to sort of get away from the strike. And I really loved that. He was just
now that's worth an appeal. The last ball was just defended. I mean, I think he's more than 2.5 meters down the track.
He was away outside. He was away a lot outside the stumps.
Yeah, he was. But I think that's going on to hit the stumps. However, in fact, I reckon that's going on to hit middle stump, roughly. But you will never get that overturned. It's about 3 yards down the track. Which is a shame. But Pamal's decided he's going to be proactive against the spinner.
I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to eliminate the LBW, isn't it, by stretching, coming out of the tracks.
Yeah. Defended by Pamal out to the onside, out towards mid-on, no run. At the end, after this ball, we're going to have a little change. I don't know who's on next.
Do you want me to do jingles for this session, and then if you come back on and do them for the next one?
Okie dokie. Let's have a look at let's see what the rotor says. Last ball, driven at by Pamal, gets in a bit of a tangle, and it is no run. Dave B, Colin and John. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. You can come in here. All right, Colin.
All right, good evening.
All right, John.
Good evening, Bear. Next tweet is Leah. Well, you'll read it. It's 6 minutes ago, and it's referencing Bonner's being hit in the goalies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go on up. Cheers.
And good night to you, Bennett. I hope to see you again soon. Who else is the third person on? It's supposed to be David Brooker.
Oh.
David never knows what's going on. Dave! If not, you can chat, can't you, till Dave turns up.
We'll manage to handle it.
We'll hack it.
Ah, there he is.
Here he is, the man himself.
I shall see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and normal service is about to be resumed, and there'll be a sudden break in transmission while someone fills in for me while I adjust my microphone.
Well, that was a ball outside the off stump that went through the keeper.
That sounds like John.
It is me, David. Hello.
John. It's John B. Johnny B's in the house, not Johnny Bairstow. We've got Johnny Bow. Is it Bonham?
That's close enough.
Johnny B.
You're going for Led Zeppelin.
If you wouldn't mind just taking over the ball by ball while I get...
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I had an unexpected phone call, very exciting phone call actually, with another potential Caribbean product that they'd like to associate with our coverage. So I thought, if you don't mind, this is more potential rum, guys. The way things are going, we're going to have crates of it arriving at Gorilla Cricket. We're going to want to give it away to all subscribers. We could have the biggest racket since the days of Prohibition going on.
Well, here's Stokes into Bonner, who sways out of the way of that one, through to through to Folks, who spoons it out of his hands into a route at slip. No run.
Sydenham could become a home, not just of rum, but of money laundering in general. Colin, would you sign up for a subscription service? It's already available. It's called Patreon.
I'm already a Patreon member.
How did you do that?
By going to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Nice. Here's Stokes again into Bonner, who ducks under a short one, through to from Stokes and clapped. But
not to mention,
once again, no reward for England.
Have you liked it so far,
322 for 8. Sorry, Colin, what was that?
I said, how have you been liking it so far, John?
Surviving, as you do.
That's good. That sounds good. Good day at the cricket, John. Well, surviving.
Here's Stokes again, and this one is short again and down the leg side.
John, you're not...
Yes, David.
You're not from Lancashire, are you?
No, definitely not.
You're not one of those people who says, do you like cricket? He said, well, it's all right if you like that sort of thing.
No, I'm usually highly enthused about cricket. It has to be said.
What's gone wrong today? Is it the partnership that we saw between Bonner and Roach? Was that what did you in today?
Not really. I mean, I just think Bonner's played a proper test innings.
Absolutely.
And we're struggling against him as a result.
Yeah,
here's Stokes again, and this one's a bit further up, but again, it doesn't make Bonner play. He just lets it go, and Stokes just takes it without fuss.
The thing is, John, Permaul is going to dig in as well. He's a very experienced first-class cricketer. He's a 60 wicket a season man, a man after your own heart. In first-class cricket, he's dominated it for the last 10 years. He's taken his chance. He's so old. He used to open the bowling. He used to spin partner with Bisu, and Bisu. The reason why Bisu took so many wickets and got into the West Indies team and won the ICC Emerging Player of the Year award was because he had Permaul at the other end. And I think he's a name that we're going to be talking about by the end of the match. I think he'll be looking for West Indies to post a lead in the region of say 50, 100. That will put England under real pressure. And Permaul.
Well, I think if the West Indies get over 50 in front, they'll be well on the way to victory, won't they? Because let's face it, England aren't going to get 300 in the second innings, so that won't leave West Indies many to get.
Quite a lot of shooters.
Here is
we'll see how
Chris Wokes.
I think if you look man for man at this team, John, I think this is what you're getting at. You actually start to see that actually West Indies have a stronger team than England. It becomes incontrovertible the more you watch it. Man for man, Seals against, Wood, who's gone off the field again.
Well, let's be honest, David. We've picked two bowlers with suspect fitness, one of whom is now off the field, another one who's not a Test match bowler, and another one who doesn't take wickets abroad. But apart from that, it's a good attack.
Apart from that, have you got a problem with this selection, John? Apart from those points,
it beggars belief, really. Anyway, here is Mr. Wokes, who's going to bowl to Permel. And here is Wokes, and that's at least on the stumps, and makes him play, and he pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run.
John, on one of those comments.
We're queuing up Mr. Wokes.
Found this way that his healed and healed. Passed the test, and he went to the team.
On that comment about fitness, who could you name in the England bowling lineup that is actually quite reliable for fitness levels, regardless of tests so far?
Only two names spring to mind: Broad and Anderson.
Well, on this tour, not many.
Just in general, not even on this tour.
Broad and Anderson.
Here is Wokes again, anyway, and this one comes
Broad
in a
and
little
Anderson.
bit from outside off stump, and he pushes it out. There's no run.
But Anderson, they've said with Anderson he can't play every test in a series.
Why not?
That's what they've said.
He can't play any tests in this series because he's not been picked.
He wants to play every game, you know that. If he doesn't, he'll play for Lancashire. He wants to play. Him and Broad like playing cricket. I know.
He's not been, you can't play if you're not picked.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's not go too far down that road, chaps. It really will get depressing. Here is Wokes again. He's in and he bowls, and Permel hooks it away, and down to a fine leg. Thrown back in, and they cross for a single, so that gets Permel off the mark.
No, the reason
he has one, and it's all the threes. 3 for 8.
I mean, so Permel's going to dig in. Yeah, Permel's going to dig in now, and Bonner's not going to give it away either. I was asked before on air, when do you think Bonner will cut loose? I said he won't. Not while he's
not his style.
Not until Seals comes in. He might have a go then, but he won't want to give up his wicket. You know, he's a real team man. He's taken his chance. I heard someone on a rival station today saying, "Oh, Bonner's playing for his place." No, he isn't playing for his place. He got his place back. You know, 2 years ago, he's been a consistent performer, but he's the first name on the score sheet. He's scored 2 tons. He's been a pillar of strength. He's really strengthened the West Indies lineup. And,
I know that Mr. Radford likes him. So that's good enough for
indeed,
me.
Toby Radford's been in touch to say, yeah, he was the class of 2010 Bonner at the
Here is
High
Wokes,
Performance
and this
Centre.
is driven out through cover. It's just going to be a single because there is a man out there patrolling on the fence. Throws it back in. It's just one run. 334 for 8.
He's tweeted us saying, "Good evening, Toby, former West Indies batting coach, of course, very successful one. Bonner was the class of the High Performance Centre of 2010, and Jason Holder too. This was the initiative set up by the University of West Indies, which produced this amazing crop of youngsters. It's no accident that a certain Toby Radford was involved as the batting coach."
Here is Permel again facing Wokes, and this one's sort of turns him round a bit, but he gets bat on it, pushes it back up the pitch, no run.
And Toby went on to coach really successfully West Indies team, and then was sort of got rid of in a coup. The whole coaching staff were removed following a political election of a new president, so it became like a military coup. So he was out. Baspert Drake's lost his job as bowling coach, and so it went on.
Here is Wokes again. He's in, and again he's a little bit squared up, but he gets in behind it, pushes it back up pitch, no run. That's the end of the over. Who's talking to us on social media?
So we have Mayank. My first ever wicket was in 2006 as a 12-year-old, and the catch was taken by my then 49-year-old dad here in the US. That's quite.
I love that. That's great. Father and son playing together. That's good.
I never found, so being in northeast of Scotland, cricket's not very common as you can well imagine. I fell into cricket by accident, and then I told my dad later on. It turned out he played it when he was younger, which was quite weird because he never mentioned it to me before.
And the idea of falling into cricket's quite interesting, isn't it? It's makes you think you could audition to be Mark Wood. He falls over quite a lot.
Do with the rabbit holes in our pitches.
Mr. Overton's coming on to bowl.
Do I detect increased confidence in your tone, John?
No. I think probably the opposite. I'm probably being facetious, but anyway, here he is. He's in and bowls, and this is swung away to
a piece of film.
fine leg, and thrown back in, and it's just a single.
Yeah.
In fact, he hasn't bothered to run. He's not bothered to run at all.
No, just in case there was any doubt in that debate, Overton chose to throw down a Frey and Bentos pie.
Yeah, it was definitely a pie, that, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah, indeed. Yes, I'm not particularly excited by Craig Overton. I saw somebody tweet today if the ECB thinks that Craig Overton's their best option as a frontline bowler, we really are in trouble.
Seriously? Oof.
And this one's about 2 feet outside leg stump, and it's
he's clearly
taken
not,
by folks.
Yeah, he's clearly not the best option, and that's why I think people are disgruntled by some of the selection decisions. But just going back to Bonner, because I think, look, Bonner's on 109. You could say this is the match-winning innings, because Sinner's already leading now by 23. As you said, if they get 50 lead or 100 lead, it's going to put them under real pressure in there.
Yeah, I agree. Here is Overton again, and this is swung away to deep square, and this time they do go through for a single. 110 for Bonner now, 335 for 8. Well, so far in this over, he's almost hit his own feet about 3 times, and been outside leg stump every time. So I'm not quite sure what the objective is. Answers on a postcard, please, social media tweeters. Tell us what the hell Craig Overton's actually trying to do here.
You've seen the spinning tactics for Pakistan versus Australia and thought, oh, bowling down leg side, that's an idea.
That's probably the cue for someone to smack one straight up in the air now, and he'll say that's what I was bowling for, isn't it? So, but be my guest, Mr. Overton. Here he is again. Well, that one's actually on the stumps, and it's played down to silly point, really, or silly mid-off. I don't know what you call that these days.
John, what Toby was getting at there was not to publicise his own self, but just to remind us that Bonner, Holder and Co. were the products of the Centre. There was an initiative set up by University of West Indies, and it was killed off by the change of guard at the West Indies Cricket Board. As they centralised everything around the Stanford ground at Antigua.
Overton again, and again it's played to the man at silly mid-off.
But
who is that under the helmet?
Lees.
Is that Lees? Yeah. Well, yeah. New boy duties, I guess.
Get under there.
I suppose he could be at short leg, which would be worse, wouldn't it? Well, particularly the way Overton's bowled some of this over.
He might get hit in the back of the head by the way Overton's bowling.
Well, yeah, it might be nearer him than it is to the batsman. But anyway, good job, my mate who's a Somerset supporter's not listening. He wouldn't be very happy. Hooked away, and 3 fielders converge on it. The man at deep square wins the race and throws it back in. So Bonner now goes to 110.
336 for 8. I'll take over, John, at the end of this. I'll come in with some information about our sponsors, and I'll take over the BBB.
Okay. I'll just quickly... Nestler's a giant 6-foot owl tried to eat me in Norwich, says Jogger. Not quite sure what that's in reference to, but okay. Mark, Sir Viv looks like he's actually withering away of boredom watching this. In a bit. He's also smiling at the English bowling, I would reckon.
Well, it's a different style of innings to the one that he would have played, let's say, but it's not exactly a pitch that's conducive to playing every shot in the book, is it? So.
Also, he would have appreciated a knock like this because it was players like Larry Gomes.
Yeah, I was going to say it's very Gomes-like, isn't it, David?
They played a key role to allow the stroke makers to do their thing. There's
this one is edged through where second slip might have been, and it's away for 4. That's a first boundary for Pamal, and he goes to 6. 340 for 8. 29 ahead now.
Yeah, people who were questioning his tactics earlier on now might like to reconsider what they said. You know, that they were sort of going too slow or weren't being enterprising enough. Every run counts in this is going to be a low-scoring second innings, however flat people were saying the pitch is. And I think Permall might have quite a role actually. With his
oh yeah, almost certainly. Here is Wokes again, and he thinks about hooking this one, and maybe he even tried to, but it went through to the wicketkeeper. No run. It has to be said, with Wokes and Overton bowling, you really wonder where a wicket's coming from.
You really do.
Or not coming from.
Well, it's 2 more to take.
I think the biggest average I would have is hit wicket by the looks of it.
Here is Wokes again, and this one's down the leg side, and it's missed by the batsman, and Folks sort of tumbles over and takes it as tidily as one can take a delivery like that, I guess. But surely this has got to be the 1+ for England. Other than Johnny Bairstow's runs, the appearance of the long overdue appearance of Folks behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Better late than not at all. Here comes Wokes again, and this is right on the stumps, but Pamal is nicely in behind it. Actually, plays it very well.
Yeah,
and no run.
Pamal's one of those obdurate late order batsmen, and you know there's a reason why Guyana have won like 6 championships in the regional 4-day tournament. Is people like Pamal who not only bowl really miserly and take hat loads of wickets, so he's been the leading wicket taker in the 4-day tournament the last 5 years, around 60 wickets a season, guy. But he also hangs around.
Here comes Wokes again, and this is played up to mid-on. There's no run.
Doesn't give his wicket away, so you'll see him chipping in 20s, 30s, just hanging around to give the big guns the ammunition.
Well, he's doing exactly the right thing here, isn't he? Because he knows that first innings lead's going to be very important. And they're eking out as many as they can, which is absolutely the right thing to do.
By the way, I also give you Gus Logie as another example of
absolutely.
He used to play this role. West Indies always had one batsman doing this Bonner role. Doesn't look pretty.
Gomes, Logie, remember them well. Here's Wokes again, and Pamal gets out of the way of that one and lets it go through. It's a maiden over. It's 340 for 8. Some more social media messages, and then I'll swap seats with David Brooke.
England are currently the 3rd best Test team according to the ICC rankings, with a rating of 101. After the series, I expect them to be rated around 80, about the same as Sri Lanka. I'm surprised they're that high up in the ICC rankings, to be honest. Mog, can someone get a message down to the bowlers that it's cool to mancad?
Desperation.
Yeah.
Desperation.
I can't imagine them. They've chosen not to run most of the times, let alone being able to do that.
Mr. Bonner has cramp by the look of it.
Yeah, they'll be taking a bit of time out of the game. No, I think he's got genuine cramp. Colin, you got him. Can I come back to you in a moment? Because I just wanted to get a plug in for our sponsors, Windrush Bay.
Anyway.
Windrush Bay, you don't just send us their tweets. That would be welcome too. But they're sending us like hampers to the Gorilla Cricket team. We're treating it like provisions, like we're going into like all little towns. And Windrush Bay are fantastic purveyors of Caribbean products, and they distribute them in hampers anywhere in the UK. I mean, Bear was surprised when someone came knocking at his door late last night with his own hamper delivered to him. Never mind Amazon. You know, these people are doing it out of South London and Sydenham. Windrush Bay hamper. get a nice choice of rums and stuff all over the Caribbean. So thank you to them for sponsoring Guerrilla Cricket and Babbling for Brook show. So in return for that, I get to babble about them 3 times a day, I'm afraid. No, I'm really happy to. And we're going to get Brad on himself tomorrow, the guy who set it up from London. And when I actually spoke to him about it, I said, you're not missing any action, by the way. There's some... in fact, just seeing the replays, aren't we? Bonner 110 not out from 289 balls. My God, what an effort!
Proper red ball cricket.
Marathon leg.
Yeah, he really has turned it on. Anyway, the Windrush Bay have made available. They're going to be putting out a hamper in time for the second test. So you can go to windrushbay.com and there's going to be like a special promo code which subscribers or cricket listeners can access. Okay, so watch out for that and do support windrushbay.com. You won't just get the normal rums, you get like rum from St. Lucia, there's one from Grenada, and I can exclusively record producer going to make Blackwell's rum available, the one from Jamaica, the golden rum that Chris himself, the founder of the Island Records, Bob Marley, and that he's going to be putting his rum into the mix too. So that's exciting news. We're going to become number 1 in cricket rum programs. Would you be available for one, John? Here's Overton, John's favourite bowler, and that's swung away. It's short and it not threatening, and Bonner has all the time in the world and a bit more to play that one down to deep square leg, and they go through for a single. Weak looking smile from Jack Leach there, but Kamal is sticking with and that's what it'll do. West Indies lead 29.
It was almost a slow motion shot, wasn't it, really? Waited for it for so long. You actually thought you weren't in fast motion anymore.
Let's see if this one's quicker. It's not, but it is. And Bonner just plays it correctly. Like his patience and the fact there's no silly shots at any stage from Bonner. Some of the earlier West Indies batsmen gave their wickets away, but he hasn't shown any signs of doing that at all.
Well, he knows his role, doesn't he? He knows what he's in there to do, and he's done it perfectly.
He has. Here's Overton, and that's short, beautifully steered, glided down to deep square leg. Again, he had time to swivel around, adjust his helmet, comb his hair, and still had time to put that one down to deep square leg. It's just like in slow motion, like Gower in slow motion.
It's like a tennis ball throw down that one.
The only explanation can be Overton is bowling really slowly.
Yeah, I think he could have had jerk chicken and rice and peas.
Yeah, this is not test match fast bowling, so therefore I hope to God, Colin, he's moving it around. Otherwise, WTF doing in the team. Here he comes now to prove me wrong. Prove those doubters wrong. Go on, bowl a good one. No, it's another short one. Play down to the leg side.
Well, I was on yesterday, David, and I said what he's doing in the team is he's batting at number 9 because England is still worried about the number of runs they're going to make, and so therefore he got preferred at number 9 to Mahmood, who would probably have batted 11.
Yeah.
And came out and made naught. So that worked out really well.
This one is short. It's played almost on tennis racket style down to mid-wicket for 1 run. I've had to issue some urgent instructions there. The Tsingtao's coming out, the Chinese beer. What's your preferred beer of choice, John, for watching cricket? Choose any beer. You only choose one.
No, I'm not really a beer man, David.
You've got a wine cellar?
I'm not. Yeah. I don't mind. I don't mind a good glass of red.
Overton bowls it. It does hit the edge of the bat, but it just dribbles down harmlessly, and Paul has a grin about it. That's the end of 135 overs. West Indies lead by 30.
That lead is creeping.
Yeah. Colin, what are they saying out there?
Over on Twitter, we've got Leah, who's put up a graph basically of CricViz analysts going on about catch percentages and where Butler is in comparison to folks In short, Folks is down at 57% and Butler is up at 87%. But I guess that's just because of how little Folks has played.
I was going to say that's got to be a smaller sample.
Exactly.
Please don't tell me somebody is trying to make out that Butler is a more competent wicket-keeper than Folks, because the game's completely gone if they're going to do that. Because that's a non-entity of an argument, and I'm not hearing it.
The standing up of Wokes was a key point, and you could tell the difference.
Great to hear such passion there from John. Stridden down to the mid-off by Bonner, and it's a new over from your other favourite, John Wokes. You were being, very, what's the opposite of complimentary about him earlier?
Well, I mean, I quite like Wokesy, but his record abroad's not great. So the question is he playing because he's a competent Test match number 8? That's the problem.
I think it was Josh who pointed out he bowls a lot of 4 balls.
Lovely shot by Bonner. It was down to there's a man back there, deep cover point, but it was a really lovely shot down on one knee with the sort of square drive. He takes a single. 342 for 8. And another obdurate partnership. This is 16 now for 45 between the man of the day, and Kuma Bonner, the man who had to wait for his chance, came back into the Test match team at the age of 32 after really he got his first run and of form, and he's really taken advantage of it. That came after a very successful domestic season with Jamaica, where he was a top run scorer. Here's Wokes. That's turned down the corner by Permal. 342 for 8. Yeah. So okay, taking out Broad and Anderson. If one had accepted the selectors wanted to go for like next generation, that makes Wokes' selection laughable at the age of 32. Who would you have gone for? Saqib Mahmood. Who else at the other end? And who's your backup?
I was going to say you've got to have Mahmood, haven't you? I mean. Yeah. That's quite clear. I mean, yeah, I can. As I've said before, I can understand why we didn't have both Broad and Anderson. If we take one of them and not the other one, that would have been something. But you know, you can't have neither, because you haven't got the depth of bowling to have neither. That's the problem.
Absolutely. West Indies lead is 31 now. Wokes to Permal. Permal digs it out, and Wokes feigns a bit of aggression. But it's a weak-looking, England team. You compare it like with the one here, so it does beg the question: who should they have gone with, if not these players? So. It's what we've got at the moment is a pretty pedestrian looking Wokes. 1 for 77 off 26. This is last ball of the over. It's short, and Permal is able to glide it down to long leg for a comfortable single. So that's the end of the over for Wokes. West Indies lead by 32, 343 for 8.
Yeah, I mean we're in a situation at the moment here. The cricket looks like England have set a field and are bowling as if they're waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, to stumble on
the West Indies are batting as if they're happy for England to wait for something to happen, because they're pretty confident it's not going to. So, you know, it's I don't really know what England are trying to do. I mean, obviously, in an ideal world at this point, England would have Wood on bowling as many balls as possible at the number 10, but surprise, surprise, he's injured again.
Well, I won't sound cynical, but they do say his nickname is becoming Sick Note.
Well, it is very much.
There's no run there from that, so Permal remains on 7. The lead is 32. It's creeping up. West Indies 3, 4, 3 for 8. One stage it looked like they were going to go a lot less than this.
And then you look at teams like New Zealand, where they can't they can't fill their bowlers because they've got so many. There's too many bowlers for the squad.
Overton's gone round the wicket, and Moore plays that comfortably. The way these two are batting, I'm considering going back into the Bet365 market. Do either of you two like a punt on the cricket, Colin or John?
Not anymore. I used to. I gave it up.
You'll forgive me if I keep going.
I'm not a big gambling man.
Yeah, well, okay, to keep going.
You'll forgive me if I keep going, because I'm actually really up on this series by getting winning. Yeah, it seems to be easier. That's down the leg side, because generally I don't let sentiment rule. I'm not a particularly England fan anyway. I don't know what's Josh saying there. You just missed the most wonderful pop. Oh, the corks are flying in. I don't think it's Gorilla Towers. I think down in Wales, where Josh Robinson's just limbering up. He'll be doing some like gargling exercises. He's a pro. The prof. It's round the wicket. That's a full toss, and it's played out past mid-off, down to the boundary, easy as you like. Another pie, not from Frey Bentos, but from Overton.
I don't know about a pie, that was almost a 3-course meal.
Yeah, that was the case. Those of you who've ever gone into a self-service restaurant will be familiar with the buffet system. That was provided there. A buffet was provided. Help yourself, basically.
My name's Craig Overton. Smash me for 4. Okay, I will then.
What was it they said in Kez, the little kid that was in the goals? That cow wants milking, that does.
Here's Overton. That's short filth down the leg side. This is poor.
Well, I mean, I don't wish to be rude, but I could bowl that. And I was a wicket keeper when I played cricket, and I could bowl that.
Yeah, thousands of cricketers all over the country are thinking, saying, that could be me. I can do that. Here's Overton. It's short, and again, it's innocuous. And from all, as if to say, I missed that one, but I won't miss too many or more of those.
I think, just to explain, I think Bear is making frantic signals because he thinks we should be swapping, but in actual fact I did the first 15 minutes of David's thing because he wasn't quite ready, and then we swapped, so we're a bit out of sync, Bear, but I don't want to interrupt David at this precise moment.
Okay, well, England 311, West End is 347 for 8. Was that Bear?
Yes. Yep. I'm saying, will you carry on for another 15 minutes? You three are on for the next half hour anyway.
Right.
But when John and Dave are ready to switch back to the other way round, make that decision yourselves. Whilst Josh drinks wine in the corner.
This is corked. Yes, he's just appeared and swigging his glass of red. So
good evening. Good evening, Josh Robinson.
Good evening, David. Good evening, John. Good evening, Bear.
What a pleasure to be sitting watching the cricket with Josh. There's no better way to watch it. Here's Leach, and that's covered up by Bon. I'm dying to ask you what you've made of today's play, Josh. Keep it clean.
I've only just switched on.
I like your honesty. A lot of people would have
I could make it dirty by using that 4-letter word that begins with a W and ends in a K again, that has stopped me watching all day.
That's probably too much information.
A hopeful shout for LBW, and well, I don't think anyone's going to be reviewing that. Surely you can't be that desperate to want to review that. He's gone for the review. 347 for 8. Can we have the pointless review jingle, please?
Careful, David. You're sounding almost as cynical as me.
That was definitely.
You cannot be serious.
No.
You're sounding almost as cynical as me, David.
Well, that's tough. There is, as they say in Australia, he smashed that one. So what?
No, he's missed the ball with the bat.
He's missed it completely. That might be going onto the leg stump, Dave.
Oh, okay.
I think it will be umpire's call and not out.
To be honest, I sampled my own little backhander arrived. I'm going public with this because I don't want Fred chipping away, saying that I'm trying to pull a fast one by getting some free rum. off the back of this deal with Windrush Bay, and I just want to make it clear. Yes, I did receive a hamper myself, but I said the Gorilla Cricket hamper should take priority. I'll wait for mine. Thus, therefore, displaying a degree of delayed gratification that I hope at least will endear me to part of the audience who value, a sustainable future.
What about the start of the audience who value rum?
Oh, on that subject, Josh, I've got some really exciting news. I should explain to everyone that Josh is a connoisseur of the good, food and beverage side. He cooks in a sublime fashion and knows his alcohol after many years of serious research at not just graduate, postgraduate level. Josh, Blackwell's rum. How excited would it be if I told you that Chris Blackwell's dark rum, we're going to be doing a deal with him on Gorilla Cricket?
Oh, wow.
I rest my case. Umpire's called not out, by the way.
Good shout. I thought I thought the review was as wasted as I intend to get this evening, but actually it was a good deal less so.
Oh no, that is some cat. Let's get into the serious stuff. That is some cat. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with that. Maybe we ought to get the cat to bowl in the West Indies. We might get a wicket.
I think poor forward defensive there by Bonner. He remains on 112. Pomol's on 11. 347 for 8. Both teams got 2 reviews remaining. Leach is on 1 for 66 in his 36th over. That's the deal that you've missed, Josh. I think I'll tell you about it in a moment. Leach bowls, and that's covered up by Bonner. What you've missed because of that word beginning with W and ending in K, not that one. The other one is that Bonner has been, very, very patient today and taken his time. It's been fantastic test match batting from him. Leach bowls and games. Just shows the patience of the man. But he's made a match-winning innings here. I'm telling you, Josh, there's no way England, I said on day one, there's no way England winning this test match. And there's no way, obviously, they're going to come back from this.
Well, I think the West Indies are favourites now.
Yeah, well, you'd think so,
without much doubt, yeah. However, there is another plus for England, which is that Jack Leach has finally got a long bowl, albeit largely, for the most part, with the wrong field. But
but at least I think that's good to allow him an extended period so we can all be aware of the full mediocrity of his spin bowling compared to Pomol's. I tell you, Pomol would be much more dangerous on this pitch.
Pomol didn't get a fucking wicket, mate. At least he got a wicket. He's been more
Hold on.
I'm on with you later. We'll have this talk later.
Exactly. I was just looking at the roster that had been prepared by Tony Bishop, and I didn't notice your name on it there.
No, there's no Crack the Bear, but there is Asked a Cat. There you go. Although currently she's not got her rear end sticking up at the camera.
Well, no, her rear end. Yeah.
Her rear end is against my chest.
Overton, and that one does leap up a bit. But that was a bit more meaningful from Overton, and it's up against Pomol, admittedly. But I mean,
that's the best ball he's bowled, or I'm tempted to say it's the only one he's bowled. But
I think Veerasamy Pomol is just the sort of player you want coming in at 10, because he is obdurate and he likes a scrap. The same qualities that have made him the leading wicket taker in West Indies first-class cricket for the last 6 years.
You want me to read me tweets, by the way?
Yes.
Cool. Pirate Badshah is up for being the Atlantic connection if there's any rum smuggling going along. He's offering to seize some trawlers for the purpose.
Excellent.
And Jeff Perkins reckons that Gorilla is going to have a higher rum rate than the West Indies.
Very good.
Write that one down. Can we use that?
Very good. We like that.
Full waiver forms on that one.
What's the net rum rate today?
That's magnificent. We like that.
Oh, here I'm so excited about that. I was writing it down. Overton, Pomol game plays it down. There's no run. What was it again? Net run rate. What was the other one?
No, that was it. Line? Rum rate.
Rum rate. Brilliant.
Bear wrote that one down as well. I think everybody's having a bit of that. So
we should. Warren suggests that with the news that Wood has gone again, that the glue factory can't be far away. He's definitely one for the Knackers Yard.
Here's Overton. Speeds up in a really strange way, and then I realised the screen was buffering. I thought, God, it's really accelerated there. At least he's putting something into it now. And then I realised it's actually a buffering on my own, slightly inadequate.
Hoodwinked by the buffering. What can you do?
It's not corked. It just needed to open up a bit.
You caught any of the tea time like shows, the babbling we've been doing with the guys from the Caribbean?
No, but I might stick them on the headphones while I go to sleep to send me off
please
tonight.
do. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, Overton Bowls, and that's for defensive. Yeah, we've discovered, not discovered, but
decide whether that's a compliment or not, really. But there you go.
Oh, I missed it. Either way.
I love it when Dave thanks me for an insult.
Josh didn't know. I'm just here to entertain Bear, really. That's really the only objective.
So, are you the Gavin Williamson to his Boris Johnson?
Oh, please!
Here comes Overton, and that's short and wide, and Pramul's not going to get a million miles near that one. So his job today is going to see Bonner through to the close, so that West Indies can extend this lead to say 100, which will make life very different for for England, with an average second innings score of about 210, 220, less than that, I think. And so, anyway, it's going to be a really good day tomorrow for Test match cricket, that's for sure. We got a special guest appearing tomorrow in the hutch, and that's on the back foot goes Pramul. There's no run. Yeah, so tomorrow in the show that Tony has named, Babbling with Brooke. I didn't name that. In fact, I didn't like it when he mentioned it. It reminded me of what my Latin teacher used to say. Brooke, babble out here, would you? Much to the amusement of my classmates.
You don't like being the babbling?
No,
Brooke?
I've embraced it. I think you have to embrace the dark side.
Prep school or public school was that,
No,
David?
It was just normal state school.
With a Latin teacher?
Yes, then we had standards.
Called by your surnames? I
Yes.
guess you're a fair bit older than me.
Yeah.
I never did Latin. I had enough trouble with English.
Standing grammar school.
But there you go.
Which wasn't comprehensive by the time I went there. I insisted on it. I said, I insist the government put this act through before I agree to go there. It must be a comprehensive.
You're
Sure enough, they changed
better
it
at
the first
standing
year.
up to your parents than I was mine. I tried to let mine. I tried to persuade mine to let me go to the local comprehensive rather than the local private school on the scholarship that they offered me, but they weren't having any of it. Fuckers.
Parents, what do you do with them?
The same as you do with horses, I think. Leah suggested the days of shooting lame horses and turning them into glue are over, but nowadays we make lasagna out of them. How long ago was that Findus lasagna horse meat scandal?
Oh dear.
Show your age there, Leah.
Awful.
My Yank asks, who the fuck is Craig Overton? This guy has nothing in his arsenal. Not village, but absolutely club cricket shite. That's a little bit harsh on club players, I think. Warren asks, I don't know if this
club players that might be insulted by that. Yeah.
I don't know if this is a propo of horse meat lasagna, but Warren asks whatever happened to the Guerrilla Cricket cookbook. I think we need a brownies recipe from Bear for that.
Absolutely, yeah.
He's gone.
He's
probably gone for a beer.
Other
Or a brownie.
suppliers are available.
Yes. Indeed.
That's one sponsorship slot we haven't filled yet. All those CBD companies operating on the very fringes of the law, we'd be happy to do deals with you on promotion side.
Mog's got an offer for us, which is, do we actually want a pointless review jingle? Well, I mean, of course we do.
Yes.
So, Mog, please do.
Oh, yeah, definitely send us one.
And Perko asks, not quite out of your top drawer, Perko, but how about a pointillist review jingle for the art lovers?
Absolutely love that. But guys, I don't want to take the guys off the main project. Jeff Perkins, if you're listening, can we have a Babbling with Brooke theme tune, please, based on the song "Give Me That Ting"?
Oh yes,
the 1971 group whose name escapes me. And can we also have one, please, that says, what's the other one we want?
Sadly, I remember that.
We also want another one.
We dropped it.
We want another one. We want another one that says rum rate. The other one we want, Jeff, is anything that says rum rate or any other cricketing pun involving the word rum. All you creatives out there, you know that website that pays £5 for a decent idea? We'll pay less than that if it makes you feel better.
We'll read your name out.
incessantly.
My Yank says there's nothing like hearing the bear screaming, "Oh, fuck off," in the background when that umpire's call came up on the screen.
Why did he shout that? Because it was missing.
Well, because it was umpire's call and he didn't want it to be, I suppose. But,
yeah.
Well, I was going to say, surely if we're going to have a jingle about alcohol, it's got to be born to rum, isn't it?
Excellent. Excellent. You've set new standards there. Born to rum.
If we're doing rum puns, then Bonner's got 112 not out of them.
I beg your pardon?
Well, perhaps we should drink 4 rums every time a 4's scored.
Oh, I see. That was very clever. I see what you did there, Josh.
Leah doesn't seem
there
to like...
There wouldn't have been enough of them for us to get drunk tonight, would there? So let's be honest.
Well, that reminds me, I've got to give a shout out to West Ilsley Cricket Club. I've been upfront about this, Fred. I want every shout out I get a pint at the cricket club. As I'm the slowest drinker in the team, I could have it basically running on permanent tap all season. And
you play for Palmer's, Dave?
I play for Palmer's only sometimes now because I'm in Oxford, so I'm playing for West Ilsley Cricket Club in Cherwell League, and I really love it there. Good bunch. They offered me a pint for every shout out. Leach bowls and Bonner plays that defensively, and he's on 112, Promote on 11, 347 for 8. It's getting to that dodgy light where I'm going to reach for my glasses, and I want to say thanks to Specsavers for fucking up the last pair. And
you can say I reached for my glass before we started.
And that's played out. They're going to get a single there, I think. No, they decided not to. Why take a risk?
I was going to say no wonder you thought Overton was bowling slowly, and then I realised no, actually he really was bowling slowly. So we can't even blame your eyesight for that, Brooksy.
No, Leach and I think I'm having defensive. I think I'm having that laser treatment, Josh. If you had that, because you always seem to observe matches very keenly.
I have perfect eyesight. I don't need the lasers.
And that sort of degree of perfection, does it extend to other parts of your anatomy?
I don't know. I quite like my toenails.
Leach plays that one down to Bonner, and there is no run. So 347 for 8. Bonner's on 112. Pramal's on 11. The lead is 36. How long have we got to go this evening before close of play?
I don't. About 45 minutes officially, but there'll probably be some overrun, won't there? So
can I just say, end my stint by saying thanks to Windrush Bay for being our sponsors of this segment of the show, and as Leach bowls, and that's played forward defensive. I mean, we have long debates in the Gorilla Cricket boardroom, usually initiated by Josh, who's not even a member of the board, about the ethical.
I'm just a pro.
The ethical aspects of selling products like rum. Believe us, we don't take these things lightly. We thought long and hard before accepting the deal with Windrush Bay, and we thought long and hard about extending it to a deal with Blackwell's Dark Run. And any profits that we make from this enterprise, we guarantee that only only a certain percentage will be drunk. I think we have to say we won't drink
a certain percentage.
Would you be prepared to say that we wouldn't drink it all, Josh Robinson, or do you have? Now you're going to come here and announce a drink problem this evening?
I don't think there's anything to announce to anyone who's heard me on the air, particularly on overnight stints from the Ashes.
Well, you did a great job during the Ashes. A lot of us had some really weird dreams thanks to you. Can you imagine waking up and hearing your voice and your view of the game echoing in your head? You're half asleep, you're a quarter asleep, it's the middle of the night, and there's Josh.
And you've got the dubious contents of my mind being broadcast into your ears as you
It was hell, honestly, it was hell.
And that was just when we were both sleeping in Gorilla Towers, Dave.
Oh, no, I enjoyed that period. The standard of the cuisine from the kitchen area, from what Bear produces it from the oven.
Anyway, back at the cricket. Here's Mr. Wokes.
Yeah, defensively. Have I finished my stint now?
I thought
Yes.
you said you were going to swap.
Yes, I am.
Stop,
I
which
am.
is why I carried on. But you can carry on if you want.
It was a genuine request for information. I have finished. Thanks to Windrush Bay, I have got to go. Thank you, John, for covering me. And I'd like to say to Bradley, come on tomorrow to the show and tell us about all the like the runs that you can do on Windrush Bay. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Brooksy. It appears that we've been left completely alone, Josh. This one's played up to mid-on and there's no run.
Might actually get some tweets in then.
Yeah, indeed. Throw a few in quick.
Leah seems not to be keen on the idea of Overton doing well. She says it's good that the Windies are 8 down as it ensures he won't get a 5 for this innings. And I know he's just left, but Perko asks Dave if your facilities are currently hampered.
Oh, very good. Very good. Very good.
Dave Barrett says that Craig Overton's lace underwear is turning me on. You and me both, Dave.
Here is Wokes, and he's in, and this is punched to mid-on, where Overton dives on the ball and stops it, prevents a run.
Mog says, of course Dave learned Latin at school. English hadn't yet been invented.
Ah, there you go. There you go. Memories of the little boy that stopped the old man and said, "Were you in the ark?" And the old man, this is played out on the offside no run, and the old man replied, "No, of course not." And the little boy said, "Well, why didn't you drown then?" But there we go.
That is quite good.
I was thinking if we didn't want Bourne to rum, we could have "I want to rum to you," but oh dear, I don't know.
Just don't get a dose of food poisoning and get a dose of the rums.
Oh, very good, very good. We're here all week. No, we're not really. We're only here for another 10 minutes.
Well, to be honest, we're only here for another day and a half. The rating of West Indies finish off England.
Mind you, these two could be batting for another day and a half at this rate, because England don't look like making much happen. Here is Wokes. He's round the wicket now, and this is swung away. This might be. Well, I thought that was going to be the first 4 since I was on commentary, but it's actually swept up on the deep square boundary by Leach, thrown back in, and they cross for 2, which takes Pamala to 13. This got up to about shoulder height. He kind of fetched it from off stump and swung it away into the outfield.
Yeah,
349 for 8. No, if he'd really got hold of it, it might have been the first 4 since I joined the commentary team 53 minutes ago. But there you go.
Wow, has it been that slow? I'm just wondering, does Lila's purr get picked up by the microphone?
No, it doesn't actually. Which is a bit of a shame. It would add, but actually there has been 1 4 because there was a 4 that went down through second slip, so there has been 1. But that one was again off target and allowed to go through. That's the end of another over, I think. Indeed, it is.
And we're almost up to date on tweets. I might have to go and see what those on YouTube are saying. Tim Gardner says, "Hope we've got an Annie Chave jingle lined up for the weekend." Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? I think there's some inspiration there for some of our jinglers in residence and indeed our jinglers at large.
The great Annie Chave. The great Annie Chave. Be good to be on with Annie at some point.
Though she says that there isn't a jingle, but Perko did do her a song and a t-shirt.
Here is Leach, and he's in, and Bonner props forward, just plays this out on the offside, no run.
What are you
Crawley clapping his hands
saying?
at slip. Here is Leach again. He's in and he bowls, and this is again just pushed out on the offside. And, folks sprints from behind the stumps to pick the ball up, no run.
YouTube doesn't timestamp its bloody comments. I've got no idea where we're up to on there. If you want stuff read out on YouTube, write it again and I'll read it.
This is flicked down the leg side, and they basically walk a single, and that brings up the 350 for the West Indies. 350 for 8, 39 the lead.
They're just milking it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Milking it like we are that rum pun.
They're not. But the thing is, they're not being asked any questions, so they're just, waiting for the odd ball that they can score off. taking time out of the game. This is punched off the back foot, down to mid-off, no run.
Got a suggestion of rum out for Dara Azizi from Dara Azizi on YouTube. We need a rum out. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
You settle for any out at the moment if you're English, but this is played round the corner to square leg. No run again.
I don't know, there's a certain English perspective that says the longer the West Indies bat, the less chance there is of this ending within 3 days.
Well, that's true. Yes, we might get it into a fourth. Yeah, that is true. Oh, there's a shout there from Leach. The umpire's not particularly interested in it. The ball's disappeared down towards the boundary. It's been retrieved by Crawley, and they've taken one by the look of it. I assume Leach has been appealing for LBW. Root kind of consults and wanders away and decides he's not going to do anything.
Aha! Colin from technical support has used the Zoom chat to tell me how to turn timestamps on the YouTube chat, so I've got a good chance of working out which we're talking about. Suter Who says that the fans are also disinterested hand job. There was a big inside edge on that.
There was a big inside edge on that, yeah,
and it was probably missing.
Which was why the umpire wasn't that interested, and it didn't carry to anybody behind the stump. So the umpire was quite right about that. 352 for 8. 41 the lead now.
A question from Dara Azizi. Combine these two teams and how many world-class players do you have? 2?
Well, that's hard, isn't it? That's hard. Yeah, I think it would be fair to say it's not the best West Indies team you've ever seen, and it's a pretty ordinary English team. Very ordinary, but there you are. Well, we've got Chris Wokes coming in again and bowling, and that's left outside the off stump through to Folkes, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have thought Folkes has the potential to turn into a world-class wicket-keeper batsman, but he's certainly not there yet.
Well, he's certainly a world-class wicket-keeper.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think he's in the top few wicket-keepers in the world. For me.
Although, again, whether that is also the case at Test level is something he hasn't yet had the opportunity to prove.
Yes, that's true, because he's relatively unexposed. Here's Wokes again. This is punched up to mid-off, no run.
Lila
I
seems interesting.
think he will prove it if he's given a sufficient run in the team. I think he will prove it.
I think you're absolutely right. Like, he's certainly one of the best keepers I've seen on the county circuit. And I don't want to assume that the county circuit is the place where there's the highest concentration of talent in any domestic.
Well, I think those of us that watch county cricket could probably name 7 or 8 keepers that are better than the one that we've been using for the last 3 years.
17 or 18, more like.
Well, possibly, yes. This is swung away, and it's found the gap, and it's going to go away for 4.
We need a jingle.
And we're without Bear, and we're without Tony.
If you're on YouTube, there's a chance, or Facebook Live, there's a chance.
They're
lolloping back into his seat to play a jingle.
They're giving up any hope of there ever being a 4. That's why he
or
wasn't
a wicket.
there. He thought, I can have a beer. There won't be a 4. Of course, there won't be a 4.
Something like that.
That was yet another pie from England's bowlers, who have been truly dreadful. Here's Wokes again. That one is. There's a sort of stifled appeal. I don't know whether he got some bat on that. Wokes, hands on hips, looks back down the pitch as if to say, I'm not sure he got any bat on that skip. Somebody else has got hands on head. Root paces around, goes back to Folkes.
It was a proper double teapot, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a definite teapot. But
the only suggestions for world-class players are Holder, Stokes and Root in the YouTube chat.
Yep.
Yeah, possibly. Can't see anyone else. I guess Bairstow. No.
I'm not convinced. I think Bairstow could be.
I think Folks is a world-class wicket-keeper and will prove it. So I don't have any problem with that. Yeah, I think Holder deserves to be called world-class.
He is. He's I think he's just been overtaken by Jadeja, but he's constantly been in the top 1, 2 or 3 all-rounders in the world, playing in, as you just said, not a great side. I don't know where Dave went. Has he just fallen over?
He's disappeared, yeah. He went.
Flounced.
He flounced in and flounced out, as you do. That one's just played up to mid-on, no run.
Why did he flounce out?
I think he didn't realise that after doing ball on ball,
I think he didn't realise he was on till 8:30 and he disappeared.
Oh right, okay.
We didn't have the heart to tell him he had to stay, but
I think he was happy being the prima donna, but his instincts did not allow him to perform a supporting role.
Well, he's still listening out there. It's time for a change. You two are off.
It is.
Yeah. I'll see you at 9. I'm assuming there is going to be a fair amount.
Of course they'll be over still.
There?
They'll go through till 9:30.
I'll stay on.
I shall see you tomorrow. I shall see you in the next Test match sometime.
Okie dokie. All right.
Take care now.
See you later. We're joined by Colin. He's come back to join us.
Hello, Colin.
Hello again.
Welcome back. Oh, you sound a wee bit better there as well.
You can turn yourself down a little bit more too, you know.
A little bit more. Okay.
Turn yourself down. Don't put yourself down. As Leach comes around the wicket, and this one is smeared away by Veerasamy Permaul, but it's going to motor towards that mid-wicket rounder. It's going to be pulled in by Lawrence. There's men around the bat, of course, for Jack Leach. It only went for 2, indeed, in the end. 23, I think I remember seeing highest score for Veerasamy Permaul. And he got that in 2015.
I have to say, this is one of the most turgid days of cricket I've watched in a very long time.
Turgid, that's a good word. It's not quite onomatopoeic, but if you say turgid, it certainly says what you think. As forward comes Permaul, just pushes this back to Somerset's finest. A left arm twirling of Jack Leach as he flips the ball. He has a leg slip and a conventional slip, and this one slightly uppish but past square leg. Away goes Johnny Bairstow. Not, I would say, moving in for a man who's normally so quick and nimble. Johnny Bairstow there was plodding like I don't know, someone who's just had a heavy lunch, to be honest.
You know what?
Pope's in at forward short, but he wouldn't have got anywhere near it.
Well, I'll tell you the reason. They've been out there for 143 overs. They're approaching sort of second new ball territory, and I think they'll actually be quite happy that actually as this day ends, they'll think, well, actually the lead's only 49, but at least we don't have to go out and bat tonight, because they're not going to declare. I mean, they might have to go out and bat. But someone like Johnny, he's been out there for ages, I hope he's not going to have to
Around
bat
the wicket
tomorrow.
comes Leach, does get some turn, and Permaul rather edgily gets that away towards backward point, and there is no run.
That's a current fear with England, that if they do go into bat, they'll probably be 2 wickets down by the end.
Well, this is it, and they probably won't want to be, will they? So that, you know, they're not scoring very quickly if they can take them through to virtually the end.
Leach again, a bit shorter this time. Permaul plays it nicely. That 23 was against Australia for Veerasamy Permaul in 2015 in Jamaica. And I didn't do West Indies a huge amount of good. Australia won by 277 runs on that occasion.
No good whatsoever.
And down the track comes Permaul, but he flicks it straight to Lawrence, who's at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I mean, a more generous umpire would have had Bonner twice, possibly.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid I've expressed my point of view on that. I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, but I genuinely think he's ducking decisions and waiting for. I keep wanting to call it VAR. I've had a complete mental blank there. I know what I mean.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think he's a victim of, just using technology.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's a 49-run lead. Who have we got on social media?
I'm not actually sure where we are, so I'm going to go.
Just dive in. Pick a point.
Andrew Veer. At what point should England start bowling Lawrence and Crawley? Christ, even Bairstow.
Well, they should give Lawrence a go, I think.
I don't think I've ever seen Bairstow bowl.
Well, if only for the entertainment value while I'm doing the commentary, because it's the fantastic frog in a blender action to enjoy, isn't it? Well, it's not Leach, is it? It's quite clearly Chris Wokes who's coming in over the wicket. But the
trust your instincts, Tone.
Well,
not
yeah,
the TV.
The work experience caption creator was a bit behind the 8 ball there. Wokes it was. It was away into the offside by the estimable Nkrumah Bonner, who has been quite superb. 117 runs off 316 balls. He has been dogged and, well, frankly magnificent. And what a fantastic innings, given the fact that when he and Holder came together, they were somewhat in the mire. They're not in the mire now. In comes Wokes, it's short and it's pulled by Bonner. It's a bit uppish, but it's going to go all the way backward of square for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I'm sorry. I mean, on this pitch, if you're going to drop a short one in, it's got to be that and a half on pace.
You need to be Mark Wood.
You need to be Mark Wood or somebody quicker, not Chris Wokes. I'm not blaming Wokes necessarily. I mean, he on the right kind of wickets, he can be a fantastic bowler, but dropping one short on this wicket is not going to help much. That's slightly better ball. Still a bit short, but Bonner is not really the man at the moment to try something twice, is he?
No,
he's going to be careful.
He goes along his own merry way, doesn't he? I mean, he's virtually at a strike rate of barely over 33%.
Yeah.
It's as I said, it's fucking turgid to watch, but in terms of Test cricket, it's the right thing to do. I'll give him that. You know, I'm not going to take it away from him. He's batted really well and he's got his team into a position.
Well, he certainly has. He's going to be facing Aston Villa fan Chris Wokes, and that's a decent ball, but easily played back to him. It was on a good length, kept the batsman honest, and Bonner, seeing the ball the size of several footballs, is just able to push it back to Wokes, and there is no run. Average is 41 before this game in 9 tests as Bonner.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, 2 tons.
Oh, sorry, I think no, yes, that's right.
Yeah, so he's had 17 or 18 innings, so that's about right.
His highest score he got at this ground. I'll tell you about that in a moment, as this one is on the line of probably one stump outside of off stump, and it's steered away into the offside, but they decide not to run as we're probably approaching the edge of the over. That was the 5th ball. Yep, he got versus Sri Lanka in 2021. It was a drawn game. He got 133 not out, which may not surprise anybody having watched his performance today, to be honest.
But I mean, Christ, unless this pitch breaks up on day 5.
Well, the lead is over 50.
I'd still reckon a draw 53. If the pitch doesn't break up.
If the pitch stays like this, then I might say the draw was favourite. We should have a look at, as this one is just pushed away into the offside again by Bonner.
Shall I investigate the bookies?
You can look at the bookies, and I will look at my favourite WinViz, and we'll see how close they are.
And I'll look at Twitter.
And you can look.
You can
look
tell
at
us
Twitter
what's
and
going
YouTube.
on
On
Twitter.
Twitter, we have Leah, and with that, the West Indies number 10 has outscored the England captain. Yeah, it's happening a bit all too often now.
Well, that's a very uncharacteristic leave by Reid.
Wow, funnily enough.
He just got done for it, didn't he?
Lee again. Folks is decent, I'll give you that. He's no Rishabh Pant though.
Well, that's
I do love Rishabh Pant.
I think he's a better keeper than Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, definitely.
Much better keeper than Rishabh Pant.
Ooh, well, you tell me the bookies odds and I'll tell you what WinViz is saying.
Well, I think it was saying 10 to 11 to me then.
Okay.
10 to 11 for
10 to 11. Hello, Bear.
Sorry, no, fucking Face ID, isn't it?
Well, all right. Let me give you WinViz first then, which is saying 44% for the West Indies, 11% for England, 45% the draw. Yeah, so they have the draw just edging.
Yeah,
just edging a West Indies win.
Well, West Indies are still 8-5 at the bookies. That's
it's
not bad.
It's going to be Jack Leach to continue. A little bit of turn, slow, predictable turn.
However,
I'll give you a quick tweet from my
Moore plays it into the offside, no run.
West Indies should bat as long as they can. I reckon the 952 by Sri Lanka is in jeopardy at this rate.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've gone against
comes
grain.
Leach. Forward comes Pramod, pushed to mid-wicket, where it's fielded with his feet by, was that Joe Root? I think it was, showing us a little bit of nifty footwork.
Right, so I've just bet on England at 13-2.
13-2. Leach, and he comes. He's probing away. Well, he's really
quite
sort
good
of
odds.
just dropping it
that's
towards
why I
middle
bet on
stump.
it. It's a value bet there. With 2 days to go, 13-2. My £5 gets me £37.50 if it comes in.
Well, worth a go. A slip and a forward short leg, but neither of those are going to be needed for that delivery because Pamor just pushes it very confidently straight back to Jack Leach.
Well, the draw's favourite.
Yeah.
5-4 on.
40, yeah, and 40, as it is on Windies, 45% versus 44 for a West Indies win and 11 for England. That's nicely played. Again, defensively by Pamor down to his toes. He has the look of a man who says, well, I could do this all night. If that's the best you got, I could do this all night.
That's the problem, though, isn't it? That's the wicket, isn't it? I mean, if number 10 can feel like he can bat all day.
Leach is in, on to the back foot goes Pamor, punches this down towards... that's Fisher, isn't it? Who's on? Who's gone off there? Mark Wood will be off, won't he?
I have Pope's on for Mark Wood, so it must be second person off.
So we've got 2 substitute fielders trying to...
And I imagine everyone's as stiff as a board, haven't they?
Well,
they've been out there for 146 overs over 2 days.
If you don't mean that in the sense of bunch of stiffs, then yes. But it's been a little bit frustrating for those who would follow England today. On the West Indies, on the other hand,
they'll be happy.
I think have done a terrific job. I've got to be honest. Okay, it's been attritional rather than aggressive at some times, but you've got to think that they were in a bit of a 2 and 8 at the point at which Holder and Bonner came together.
Yep, much like England.
Bonner has absolutely held the back of the innings together. He's had a bit of help here and there. Johnny B, of course, had a bit more help, had a bit more solid help probably from Woke Stokes.
Yeah, but we fell off after that. Their tail has wagged longer, hasn't it? I mean,
it has been a longer wag. You are quite right. Well, we're going to see, speaking of bowling changes and indeed Ben Stokes, he's going to have one last tilt at trying to get a breakthrough for England here. Just for the one slip. Short! And Bonner started to duck, but it just didn't really get up enough.
Yeah.
And through to Ben Foakes it went.
Ben Stokes.
That's not how Ben Stokes got injured in the first place. Trying to bowl bumpers when we've got an injured player.
And then we're looking at Saki Mahmood.
He was very, very critical of himself, wasn't he, Ben Stokes, in the Ashes? He said he felt he'd let the team down. He was either trying too hard, or he wasn't ready, or he just felt he didn't do himself or England justice, as this one is. Squares Bonner up a wee bit, maybe a hint of movement in the air, but Bonner's been out there for 323 balls. I'm just going to let you know how long that is in terms of time. Actually, I'm not sure I can tell you that.
I can find that out for you.
Well, he's been out there all day today.
Well, he's certainly been. Yeah, he's definitely been out there all day today. Well, of course, it'll be on the score card, won't it?
What time he came in?
Yeah, let's have a look. How long has he been batting out there?
Well, they lost shortly around about tea or before tea yesterday. Shortly after, they lost a bunch of quick wickets, didn't they?
Rather annoyingly, it doesn't tell you minutes. Okay, if Colin can find that out, I'd be ever so grateful. How long has he been at the crease, Nkrumah Bonner?
4 sessions and a bit, I reckon.
Sounds about right. Stokes over the wicket.
Oh, that's out.
Probably got him bang in front. Umpire Brathwaite's finger goes up.
Please.
Bonner has immediately reviewed. I wonder if that, however, is, well, I'm really the last batsman standing, therefore I might as well.
Well, it might be. He might have got an inside edge. If he got an inside edge, well and good, but it looked absolutely stone dead, didn't it? Kept low.
Well, as either way, whether it's given out or not out, credit to umpire Brathwaite, because he didn't do a Joel Wilson and hide behind technology. He gave us a huge inside edge. So maybe not so much credit to him. I might have to take that back. It was a shocking decision. It was a big inside edge. And there is no wicket for Ben Stokes, and that's not the first time that's happened to him.
No.
Overturned on review. Again, I think previously for an inside edge as well. DRS says, I'm afraid umpire Brathwaite got that wrong. He's got a smile on his face. He doesn't seem to mind. He's probably saying, OK, Joel, but at least I had the guts to put my finger up.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes can't believe it. He's rocking his head back as though the world is against them. England heads drop. There's a full-on gingerthon there with Bairstow, Pope and Stokes, and they all look anguished in the Antiguan sun, as they probably would. Over the wicket comes Stokes. Swish from Bonner, a big old flash, and he misses it, and it's through to Ben Foakes. You have a feeling maybe that has made him think, well, perhaps the time is now then to have a crack. You've got England down. You can tell that the body language is of a frustrated team. They're tired, and that might be the opportunity, thinks Nkrumah Bonner, to just really put them a little bit more to the sword, but he didn't quite achieve it there. In comes Stokes again, and Bonner says, well, right, I saw what happened last time. I'm going to play that squarely, sensibly and defensively. Away to cover.
See,
and there's no run.
Here's a question. So if the pitch does go, do you think it's going to go suddenly at some point? Presumably late tomorrow?
No.
If it's going to collapse, it's going to collapse suddenly, I reckon, because it's that kind of pitch that it's been so dead, suddenly it starts cracking and everything starts falling out of it, and then suddenly it gets lively. That's the only way there's a result in this match, and now I put some money on it. I'm just thinking of the positives.
Well, Stokes will be the last ball of his over. It doesn't really get up. Bonner raises his bat, and it's taken down at ankle height by Ben Foakes. It's the end of the over. The West Indies are moving along tidily enough. 364 for 8. The lead is 53. Colin.
I couldn't find Bonner in minutes, so I moved on. Twitter, J Grover, morning all, just woke up, oh bother. I did Latin GCSE, and, in brackets, I know this will shock everyone, I did not go to public school.
Wow.
Out with you. Leah, no, not Mog. You reckon this is turgid? It's better than Pakistan Boarfest the other day.
Well, I didn't watch that, but I imagine if I had to commentate on it, I'd have been saying pretty much the same thing.
I watched it, but maybe I dipped in at the right times because I actually managed to see a couple of wickets.
Bloody hell.
I was probably lucky.
You must have been then, because there weren't a lot of them in the whole game.
Jack Leach is going to continue, not Ben Stokes, is what our BT trainee captioner is still saying. Oh, they've told us now.
That Pakistan wicket got a demerit point.
Did it?
Yeah.
And that was away into the offside, and there was no run, by the way.
Well, this one kind of
Leach
deserves it as
trots
well.
in again. Very solidly forward comes Veerasamy Permaul, who, he may not, he may have a higher score of only 23, an average that we don't even bother talking about, and played 7 tests in the last 10 years. However, he's not going to give his wicket up cheaply here. Down the track he comes, and he thumps Jack Leach back over his head, or lofted on drive. And he thoroughly enjoyed that. So did we. Well played, Veerasamy from all 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Both mid-off and mid-on turned to jog after it in the manner of men who realised it was an utterly pointless exercise to go chasing it.
Leads up to 57 now.
The leads up to 57. Veerasamy Permaul has He's equalled his highest score, and he nearly got done there by one that kept a bit low and pushed him onto the back foot, and he jabs the bat down just in time. I'm just double checking that 23. I'm pretty sure I said 23 is his highest score. Is that still the case? He needs one more in that case to beat it. He doesn't do it on this occasion. He just pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. Oh, the reason I can't find it is I'm looking at Chris Wokes. That's not going to really tell me much about Veerasamy Permaul, is it?
You and your notes. Forget notes, man. Forget notes.
23, yes. 2015 forward. He comes again, Permaul. He's got his highest test score in his sights now. Just one more run would get him there. Never mind all these hundreds, 200s. I wonder if Bonner's got his eye on the highest score on the ground, which was Virat Kohli. And a bang on the nose 200 for him. The way Veerasamy's Permaul's batting and England are bowling, you wouldn't necessarily back against him to get there, would you?
Well, wickets come from mistakes, really, and the odd ball that misbehaves. And if you're if you're patient, you shouldn't make that many mistakes as a top class batter, should you? So.
Well, we're looking at the England squad, which I suspect, which we can't see obviously, and not bothered what other people are talking about, but I suspect the conversation is something along the lines of, right, who are you going to pick for the next test?
Well, you're going to hope Robinson's fit.
Yeah.
I think he was bowling during lunch hours, so it looks like he's going to be available for the next one.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise
back spasm,
him. Back
wasn't it?
spasm, he should be back. Loads of heavy massage and.
Well, Ben Stokes is going to continue in the absence of Mark Wood, of course, who's off the pitch. He's continues to be pressed into action, but Bonner just guides him to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And then I presume then Sanj Mahmood gets a go if Wood's out.
Well, we've seen a few close-ups of him. Again, don't know what other people are saying on their commentaries, but you suspect the way the camera's following certain people, there's conversation about them.
And that, I suppose I suppose weirdly you've got to leave Wokes in. He's a senior member of the side, strangely enough.
Well, and he batted well,
yeah.
You know, but yeah, he's not an opening bowler. I really don't think he is, as this one is short, and it dies as it goes ankle height.
Well,
after I've gone over the head of Bonner's sort of gentle duck, down to the ankles of Ben Folkes, and there was no run.
Well, strange enough, Ollie Robinson is, and probably Sanj Mahmood is as well.
Well, opening bowlers, yeah.
Which may balance it up a bit. And
there he is again.
Yeah. I'd give him a go if Woody's injured, and I'd certainly get rid of fucking Overton.
Who was it? It was Anna Forsyth saying he looks like a tad like Stephen Finn. I do see exactly what she means by that. Back foot by Bonner, big high elbow, away to cover. No run. He's starting to look almost Dravid-like in his wall of resistance. Knock him down at. If you knock him down, you deserve to knock him down.
Yeah.
A very pensive Paul Collingwood, who's probably got more chance of being Watford's next manager than leading England into the summer, but we'll see.
Well, he's had 3 LBW shouts against him, of which one was given out, and he clearly got a massive inside edge. 2 weren't. One was closer.
Oh, Ben Stokes, you're talking about, yeah.
No, I'm talking about Bonner.
Oh, Bonner, yes. This one again is short by Stokes, but short enough that it loops up tennis ball-y style. Bonner barely had to duck and didn't really bother. He was quite dismissive of it.
And he was dropped in the slips.
He was, yes, he was.
By Crawley. Was it Crawley or was it Root?
Was Crawley, I think.
Crawley, yeah.
Overton's going through some limbering up exercises.
With the lace doily.
Stokes. Right arm over, wide, floaty. Folkes barely deigns to put a glove on it and simply helps it to Root next to him. And again, there is no run. Yes, I'm assuming Overton will be... He's been doing his full calisthenics set. He's been on his back, rolling from side to side, stretching his thighs, his calves. I wonder if he stretches his chin as well when he's doing his warming up exercises.
Ready for eating his cow pie. Yeah?
Ready for his cow pie. Desperate Dan style. There's 8.1 overs remaining today. Stokes in, that's down leg. Lively, sharp take from Ben Folkes. Bonner's looking back down the track, pretty much as if to say, is that the best you got? And it's the end of the over. Colin.
Nooner on Twitter. I still think this is the worst England team I've ever seen. Yeah, some in the 90s would disagree.
Oh yes, I go along
there were
with
some
that.
poor ones in the 90s.
Mog, are you forcing people in the studio to wear matching hoodies now, Bear?
Oh, actually, they are quite similar.
They are quite similar.
Yeah, similar colour. Although
brown and brown.
Mine's super dry though, you know.
Mine's not.
Yeah, no. Is it Gucci though?
No.
No. Leah, Bonner faces on average around 120 balls every time he goes out.
Leach again. Oh, sorry. So bloody Stokes. What are they doing? Honestly, I mean, BT is a big company. You really would think they've got the wherewithal to get the captions changed in time when it's obvious what's going on in front of them. There was no run, by the way, otherwise I wouldn't have been moaning quite so much about it. A bit more air from Jack Leach. And misfielded horribly by Ben Stokes. A ball that came straight through him. I think he attempted to throw it up in the air. He can't believe what he's done. Pamal can't believe what he's done. He's going to be on strike. Bonner's got one. Well, he didn't. They didn't run in the end. All right, which surprises me, I suppose. Yeah, that does surprise me. Are they now thinking maybe they want to keep Pamal with the strike? Odd. Maybe they really are going with a never run on a misfield. 1 for 77 for Jack Leach. Just his third ball. Bonner. Oh, they did take a run. Jesus Christ.
That's his top score.
That is his highest score, 24. You wouldn't know it because the BT captioner is operating in an entirely different time zone to the match, which is extraordinary, but there we go. Round the wicket comes Leach, down the track comes Bonner, but he just pushes it to short mid on. And there will be no run. Is that Ollie Pope who's stationed in that position? I think it is.
And Bonner's already got his top score, so...
Well, he has. Leach crashed away through point. It's probably going to be hauled in just before it reaches the boundary. Yes, it is, and in fact they will only take another single. Bonner on 122. Veerasamy Pamal on 24. 370 for 8. And that lead is stretching ever further. 30 is manageable, 50 is a worry. 50 to 100 is a decent lead, and once you get past 100, well,
then you're
that
in
can be a match-winning lead. Forward again comes Pamal. Just pushes it towards Jack Leach, though. It's the end of the over, I think. How many? I've got probably a couple more if Jack Leach is bowling. Shall I do 2 more, and then I probably need to say a fond
Twitter,
farewell.
Rich Turner, thanks to Guerrilla Cricket for covering the cricket when the BBC can't be arsed.
Well, you're extremely welcome, and we're glad you're with us. Very glad you're with us.
Swing it both ways. Either umpires that can't see gigantic edges anymore, or a lot of guys out LBW beating the cover off the ball.
Well, you see, I think I think umpiring, I'm sure, is a confidence thing. You get plenty right in a row, you feel good about it. If you get a few wrong, you get a little bit nervous. And I genuinely think there's an umpire out there who's more reliant on the technology than he is on his own eyes. And I know I'm sitting a long way away, and I know it's a very, very tough, arduous job.
Celeb appeals as well.
That's what I'm seeing. Ben Stokes is going to carry on again. 2 for 41 for him today. He's going to be bowling from the Kirtley Ambrose end. He's going to be bowling to the hero of the day, really, Nkrumah Bonner. One slip in place, it's full, and Bonner plays that superbly in defence back towards Stokes, and there is no run. In the evening session of day 3, it's 370 for 8. 150 overs have gone. And West Indies are manoeuvring themselves, I would say, into a position of some strength here. Bookies favourite slightly, although was the draw. No, the draw was slightly the favourite. You may find now that balance starting to shift before we're very much older. In comes Stokes again, short, and played one-handed down towards fine leg. And he may actually decide he doesn't want to run there. No, he doesn't. He'd rather carry on facing Ben Stokes than expose Nkrumah Bonner, which is fair enough.
I think anyone betting on the draw overestimates the batting capabilities of this England side.
Hello, where did Josh suddenly come from?
Well, he's due on.
Oh, was he?
At 6 o'clock, yeah, see.
Oh,
end of this over, Josh. Come back at the end of the over.
Brian, I was going to say Brian. Colin told me to come in.
Oh, well.
Oh, right, okay. In that case,
this one
Con,
short
take a break.
And ducked under by Bonner again. Bit of a fumble by Ben Folkes, but he's had a long day in the field. Joe Roots looking sort of flushed and florid, and the spirits seem to be high. Maybe they're trying to keep each other feeling chirpy. Maybe that's part of the reset. Plenty of PMA. Not sure it's working. 370 for 8. Positive
Premenstrual.
No, positive mental attitude. 59 the lead, 3 balls left. This over, and that's again short, and again it goes past the shoulder of Bonner, and again Folks has to dive away to his left. These are tired looking bouncers that don't seem to be scaring a man who's been there since he was 12 years old, I reckon.
No, but I mean, you know, at the end of we're going to get the second new ball in a minute.
What?
It's nearly 160 overs.
Well, then we got who are we going to give that to? Presumably Wokes and the fearsome Craig Overton.
Oh, with a bit of luck, it'll be tomorrow.
Income Stakes. That's a good ball, and that hurries Bonner a little bit. And he plays it again one-handed away to point. There's no run. It's been a maiden over so far. I've got a feeling, by and large, Bonner's looking like he's just putting up the shutters now.
Yeah.
And he's thinking about tomorrow, and he's thinking that he wants that lead to be 100 plus, and he's certainly thinking that he's done enough to feel confident he may well get himself there.
He doesn't want his side to have to bat again.
Well, he's been an absolute rock for the West Indies. He should be very, very proud of his efforts, I think. 341 balls, 122. Don't look at the strike rate. Look at the scores on the scoreboard, and they are pushing the West Indies into a position of a very decent lead here. 59 it is right now. 370 for 8 in total. Bonner 122. Veerasamy Permaul, his top score. Highest test score since 2015, but then he hasn't played that many tests. That one's wide and left. Outside of off stump. 370 for 8. 59 the lead. And with that, I shall take my leave and talk to you tomorrow.
Okie dokie. Dave! Calling Dave Brooke. You're back
Off you
on.
fuck, Tony. Lovely to see you. And hear you. One disagreement, though. I think do look at the strike rate, because Bonner's ability to occupy the crease for best part of 60 overs, well, best part of 120 overs, assuming he's facing half of them, while he accumulates those runs, is part of the reason that the West Indies are in the position they're in. There's no need to score any faster. There's plenty of time in the game. And this kind of accumulation, perhaps something of a lost art in Test cricket, you know, since run rates increased massively.
Well, yeah, there was that whole period,
ago.
wasn't there? Exactly. But then they've gone back again. If you watch over the last couple of years, you know, teams that have won have had men who just basically learn how to leave the ball. I mean, the Australians, Marnus Labuschagne, annoying as he was, left the ball quite well. As Leach comes in to Permaul, and it's defended back down the track. There's no run. We're supposed to have Dave. Colin's offering to come back. Colin, come back, and when Dave finally appears,
give him the finger.
Yeah.
Jonathan Trott occupied the crease well, and that was based on taking his guard religiously and knowing exactly where his off stump was.
Exactly.
Alistair Cook, obviously, great leave.
Yeah.
His best shot.
Well, exactly. That's down leg, and once again it hits the pad. It's a non-out.
When you said Marnus Labuschagne, I thought you meant Marnus no run there Labuschagne.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's an annoying chip.
I think you meant Glamorgan's Marnus Labuschagne.
I love him. I think he's brilliant.
I can't stand him.
He's done very well for us.
I mean, he's even overtaken the pecking order than Smith, and I hate Smith.
I was going to say, do you hate him more than you hate Piggy?
I hate Marnus more than I hate Smith.
Yeah, have you noticed that he's no longer calling Smith Pigstar, and he's sort of warming to Smith.
No, he's still the Pigster, but fucking Marnus Labuschagne. I mean, he's a pastiche of Smith, and that makes it even more irritating.
Would you take him in the England side?
What, Marnus?
Yeah.
No, I refuse. Leach is over the wicket, bowling into ostensibly no rough outside the leg stump of Permaul.
Are you like me, still on Team Gower in '93?
Yeah,
smarting at the fact that he was dropped by that mustachioed wanker from Essex.
Exactly, it's outrageous.
Completely agree.
But that's too short, and Permaul just plays it to short leg and on the ground. There's no run. But it's like,
my favourite Gower story was when Atherton came into the England side and, you know, picked his brain to see if he could get any advice as a new player, and the only advice he got was on which wine to have with dinner.
Played again can't beat short leg as he plays it into the ground. Pope's there. Pummel, no run. It's like Broad and Anderson here. It's, whatever England have done is very stupid. Now, surely nearly gets bowled around his legs. Misses that one. Comes across and misses his leg stump and his pads, and there's no run.
Joyce Oak has a prediction that the West Indies will get a lead of over 200. England will lose by an innings as the collapse in the second innings. The second innings is on schedule. Where
this is it. I realise I've bet on England and we're running out of time. And the bigger this league gets, there's still 2 days left though. And that's why I'm praying for the pitch to collapse late tomorrow after England have got a lead of 150. Manage to get another 50 the next morning and then it becomes a minefield. And
I think it's going to be the swinging ball that's going to be the one that's going to do England. It's not going to be the pitch breaking up or anything like that. It's just going to be a quick flurry of wickets and then...
The ball doesn't swing long enough, and the thing is when it's not swinging, if it's not doing anything off the pitch, even mediocre batsmen can stay there. Really, if they you take time out of the game, I mean you can get a draw, right? So if England, if they're patient, they can slow the game down enough that it would probably end up being a draw anyway. I think.
Ever the optimist.
Well, yeah, possibly. That's defended back up the track. And there's in order to win this, I mean, look, if we bat as slow as they do and get 250, we're going to take up all of tomorrow and a bit of them next day anyway. So, yes, it's basically down to England.
Do you think this England side can bat out 90 overs on a day 4 pitch?
If this pitch doesn't break up, this pitch, yeah. Depends what pitch you're talking about, Joss. This pitch, yeah. If it doesn't do anything, this pitch definitely.
Is it? Are they saying it's not going to break up?
No one's saying it's going to break up. See you later, Tone. That one on the back foot forced out to deep point by Bonner, and there's no run. I mean, there was a little bit on it on day 1, but there's been bugger all there pretty much for the.
Yeah, it just doesn't look
since then.
Before you fuck off, Tone, we've got an insult for you from Mog, who calls you a noted brand whore, saying that Gucci will be completely in keeping with your aesthetic.
Yeah, well, it's not labelled, you see. And, I'm always... People who don't wear labels have usually got the most expensive brands on, haven't they?
I don't know about that. I don't wear labels. And I shop
Edge! But of course, there's no one at 2nd or 3rd slip. Probably would have an easy snaffle for one of those. But there isn't one. And it goes off down to 3rd man for a single.
Leah says on the plus side we get to see day 4, but I still feel a bit shortchanged as we will not get to see 4 innings.
We'll get to see 4 innings, I think. I mean, the problem is if England are too slow, there's no point in declaring on them at any point on day 4. You just get bowled out. Day 5, sorry.
Yeah.
If
it's
they're still there.
A 5-day pitch. This is going to.
Yeah, totally.
Which is quite good in a way because.
Well, yeah, but you'd like... Well, I mean, this is my point. As that's defended back down the track, there's no one. Actually, I'll tell you what, if this pitch does start taking a turn tomorrow, then it's almost... And it doesn't go too quickly, then it's almost the perfect test wicket.
Yeah,
because then if it gets to a minefield after tea on day 5, West Indies have got a chance to win and England have got a chance to get, a tricky wicket, gets them some cheeky wickets, then it'll end up being an absolutely... stomping finish, but it just from here it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
And it's rewarding the team who's batting sensibly.
Yeah. Attempted cut as Stokes comes in for the 5th ball of this over. Bonner just hits it in the ground, can't beat Root, who goes running across from first slip.
Takes some Mark Ramprakash kind of style positivity, but
you're going to say Mark Ramprakash style bowling.
But at least England has made a score higher than 300.
Yeah,
bowling in the right areas. Well, they're not even doing that.
No, the bowling has been. Yeah, I don't know what positives you take from that, other than that positively that you don't want to play Overton again.
Well, just think how much worse it would be if they had Root and Anderson in the dressing room. Not doing what the captain tells them, apparently. Short
and over the keeper, and there's no run.
I'm sure we'll all read it in the Daily Mail when Brody does his column.
Leah has a prediction on the pitch. She says the pitch will go suddenly and without warning when England come out to bat. It will then calm down considerably the moment they're all out. Leah, make your mind up. Either there's going to be only 3 innings, or it will calm down after England are all out. We can't have it both ways.
Yeah. What's that story then? What you're saying is that Root was trying to tell them to bowl here, and bowlers were going, no, we're going to bowl here.
So there was the press conference after one of those Ashes defeats. They all merged into one in my mind, where he complained afterwards about failing to get the bowlers to pitch it up more. And it's like, you're the fucking captain. If you can't persuade your bowlers to bowl the right length,
but bowlers don't really take instructions.
Either you're setting the field wrong to them, or you're not communicating with them properly.
It was that same test that Robinson started bowling offies.
Oh right, okay.
And then everyone slated him for going, well, if you're the captain, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, you can't really tell a bowler what to bowl. They kind of get a sense of what they need to bowl and want to bowl.
But you can enforce taking them off, saying, look,
yes, exactly.
If you're not going to do what you're if you're not doing
also,
what
you can have a conversation with them about the field. You can say, I think you should be pitching it up a bit more. If they say no, then you take them off. If they say yes, they say, what do you need to do it?
Well, that's defending on the back foot up to mid-off in the zone. Yeah, I mean, the bowler will go, well, if I pitch it here, I'm kind of getting a bit of this out of there and blah, blah, blah. So I want a guy there, if they know what they're doing anyway.
Exactly.
I think it was all coming to a head in that test, because it was the same test that Broad went in the post-match interview and says, well, the reason we're doing shit is because our batters can't bat.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well. I mean, he had a point. It's all very well complaining about the bowlers if you've got such small targets to defend.
And he was absolutely fucking right, though, wasn't he? No question about it. That's pulled by Pamal. Nice. Out to deep square leg. They'll get a single.
You just imagine it in the dressing room, just everyone sitting either side, bowlers and batters.
Yeah. I'd be like, fuck you, man.
But ultimately, it's the captain's job to sort out the atmosphere in the dressing room. And if you can't do it, then fuck off.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's the paycheck as captain, you get more, but I mean, I often think captains in a cricket side are more actually a sort of committee of senior players anyway, because the captain has his senior players that he goes to. So what, he's blaming them for the fact that no one can bat and they're the bowlers? I don't know.
Is it really surprising that England haven't approached Netflix or someone, given how much they love the money, to do some sort of following?
Now, we're looking at Stokes. I thought he was just...
He's hurt his foot.
I think he's hurt his foot. Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's got a massive bulge where his toe's rubbing up against the edge of his boot.
That's worked into the leg side. I thought he was going to bowl, so maybe he's just complaining about it. I thought
potentially an injury I keep on doing when I used to bowl, of your foot sliding in your shoe, and you end up like basically pulling off your toenail and your big toe.
Blisters. Sounds like you bowled a lot quicker than I do, Colin. Little leg breaks off 1.5 paces. There's no danger of that happening.
Probably same pace. I just heavier.
Overton's back into the attack. I've given up playing jingles.
Oh, great.
And Overton's shit, isn't he?
Yes.
That's driven out square on the offside, and there's no run. He's just a waste of space in an England shirt. I'm sorry, Annie's going to slate me tomorrow because he plays for Somerset, doesn't he? But I mean, he's fucking useless.
I mean, look, if you're going to slate you for saying that, then you're watching cricket with one fucking eye.
Yeah.
There's just nothing in him that says international test bowler.
Maybe a bit of mongrel?
Nah, good catch on the day one, I'll give him that.
Like, surely these people must be doing something special in the... What's the second team squad again?
Perhaps he bowls a heavy ball.
Lions. He bowls a heavy ball, and consistently he's one of the better bowlers in county cricket. Maybe that says more about county cricket than it says about Overton. That's worked into the leg side, but nowhere by
But surely it should be the lines where you kind of say, look, if you're good enough, we'll put you in the lines, see how you are for a couple of games. If you come out with rock star performances...
Have you seen how many Lions games they've played
well,
recently?
exactly. The Lions doesn't play like a proper
I suppose,
England
I never thought about that.
You need more money in the system, and then you could do that. The Lions could be on tours at the same time, all the time, you know.
But also Lions need to be playing home games.
Yeah, that's true. But that, it's always in the county season. I think that was an attempted pull by Pamal, and I think it hit his helmet. I'm not quite sure. But it skewed off down through the slips, and no one went for a run.
Arazizi's making some good points over on YouTube. He says when Stokes is your best bowler, you're going to struggle. Spot on. He also says at least Marnus didn't fucking cheat.
About what? What?
Well, presumably ball tampering.
When? Oh, you're right. With the Australian side.
You know that jingle we've got from Perko about Cameron Bancroft?
Yeah. Okay. He wasn't.
He
part
got
of that
very
team.
excited here that he thought there was some sort of breaking news that Marnus has been up to no good.
Well, no. He's. Oh God, I'm going to say this and people are going to slate me, but part of the reason I hate him is a God squatter, isn't he?
I mean, it's a good enough reason.
Is he?
Yeah.
He is. Yeah.
Apparently
Serious.
He's really serious. Yeah. Which always makes me suspicious of someone, I have to say. I'm sorry if anyone's religious out there, but
Why did you have to go and ruin it for me? It was like a little special thing me and Marnus had, and you just
if I just ruin it for you.
Is he like proper homophobe, anti-Semite God squatter?
He's some weird branch of something, isn't he?
Anti-science type.
Well, I don't know how far it is, but yeah, he's very into God.
You heard about Freddie Flintoff is quite...
He's a flat earther, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's worked into the leg side. Just past.
Or is he flat Earth curious?
Well, he apparently he went to an astronaut, one of the most famous ones, during it, and he never went to the moon because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I've heard that about flat earthers. They're another bunch of crazy fuckers, aren't they? Jesus. I mean, are you mad? Lawrence is on! Excellent! I'm going to play his jingle. I was calling for him earlier. I just said that so nonchalantly and then realised, yeah, Lawrence is on. Let's give him a jingle.
Dang, the batting man. You want to get runs, dang, comes from 6 foot drives a van. His dad does a gram with a watering can.
That sounds like Men with Ben.
He comes from Essex.
Yeah, it's a Men with Ben special for Dan.
I hate this action. It just...
A little bit frog in a blender type.
I was going to say, he reminds me of Paul Adams.
Yeah, totally. It's great. Love it. If he gets a wicket now, he'll be a hero.
He doesn't end up with his head quite as low, square on with the ground as Adams did.
No, not at all.
It looks like someone's told him, like, Dan, whatever you do, keep your eye on the ball.
He bowls that one.
Keep your eye on it.
Outside the
Jack Shantry bowled spin.
Calm down, boys. Calm down. I'm trying to tell people what's going on. That one just went straight on with the ball, and to be fair, Bonner just prodded at it flat-footedly. Could have quite easily got a little inside edge, outside edge, caught by folks. Maybe this is it. Maybe the break. If we get 2 wickets now, it'll be the end of the day, and we won't have to come out anyway. It's 18 minutes past 9. Lawrence in again, flat, horrible, down leg side. There's an appeal from Root. Lawrence is up. Folks wasn't really interested. A strangle. Well, you've got 2 reviews. You might as well use one. I mean, we haven't lost a review actually, have we?
He went up just because the route went up. That was...
Come on, you haven't got long. They're going to go. Yes! Have they got in time? Have we run out of time? We didn't have the DRS time on the TV, and that decision has been reviewed. Now does he look a little bit worried if he goes like that, strangled down the leg side to fucking Dan Lawrence after getting 123 or 355 balls?
Newland Gordon, good to hear from you over on YouTube, says I'm a Jamaican and my firm belief is that Jermaine Blackwood should be replaced by Odin Smith and Alzari Joseph replaced by Anderson Phillip.
I don't think he's anywhere near that, is it? It's come off the bottom of his thigh pad.
I was just thinking that's not an absolutely terrible shout, but...
I don't think the bat's near it. I think the ball there is well past the bat.
Well past the bat, no, I think you're right.
Maybe flicked a thigh pad at most.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have a look at Snicko eventually.
Richard Forster says, apropos of I have no idea what, some seriously wishful thinking from the Bear here. Probably about thinking that it might be a close game or one in which England have a chance. But yeah, he's got money on it, so there's always...
Yeah, exactly. I put some money on it to add a little bit of spice because basically it was boring as hell.
Yeah, it's most likely scenario England collapse tomorrow regardless of pitch conditions.
There's a tiny little... I don't know. There's a little waver of the ultra edge as it goes past the bat.
No.
And the thing is, it's very difficult to tell. Maybe they haven't got it lined up. There's a little wave there. Tiniest little... It could be on the bat, you know.
Well, nothing else is happening.
No.
Yeah, but
I think they have to give that out.
Do they? I don't know. I don't think it's enough, is it?
how much of that could be background noise? It's
he's going to give it
None,
out
it's
as well.
happening-
Fucking hell, he's
It's
giving it
happening
out.
exactly the time that there's no background.
Dan
noise
Lawrence has
whatsoever.
got Bonner out after 123, 355 runs. Some rank shite down the leg side has made Bonner get a slight little nick on the inside edge. I don't think that's enough registered personally on the DRS there to give that out. I mean, that's just minuscule. It's not even a little spike. It's a tiny little rumble. And if that's out, I don't know. I mean, I've seen them give a not out.
It's a pimple.
And considering he wasn't given out first of all, I'm surprised that was overturned. I'd say that's not enough evidence to overturn it. However, England have, been a bit unlucky with a couple of LBWs. So, them's the rolls, man. Them's the rolls. And finally, Bonner goes, and we have a batter out. Really
Richard
well batted.
Forster says the most likely scenario is that England collapse tomorrow regardless of pitch conditions. Windies romp home to famous victory.
No, I don't even think England might not even be possible to collapse on this pitch. It's so shit unless something happens. Lawrence flogging a blender. That was a shite ball. It was basically on middle stump going down leg. He chased it. Folks, really well. He has kind of gone up. There's the slightest little bubble on there. Well, maybe you can say that's a slight tap of the bat. It's gone enough.
He must have just kissed it as gently as you possibly can, like when a snooker player's trying to roll the ball up, when he's snooker trying to roll the ball up against the red off 3 cushions. Basically, imagine that with slightly less power in the impact.
It's virtually nothing. New batsman. England got both end opens now. You could say it's Jaden Seals.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Now he's a number 11, and then you've got 7 minutes left. You've got this over, probably another over by Leach, followed by
Only
1
3 minutes
more.
past 9, and there's fucking more than 2 overs left. This is despicable run rate.
Yeah.
Well, there's only 2.1 overs left, and they might even get them in if they're quick, which is amazing. I don't think I've seen 90 overs bowled in a day. I can't remember the last time I saw 90 overs bowled in a day. Round the wicket, Seals gets a pretty much full toss on leg stump, dipping on him, plays it out to mid wicket. There's no run. Ends the over. 2 overs left.
Wicket maiden.
Wicket maiden. 1 for none for
Probably
Dan
the
Lawrence.
worst wicket maiden you will ever see in Test cricket.
Hero, absolute hero. It's in the scorebook, my man. It's in the scorebook. I got Bonner, the man who'd fucking been there for 335 balls. I got him. You lot are useless.
Can that Leeds guy bowl? Asked Smog. Bring him on! Ilya says, have to give it to Bancroft. That was the second time cricket was on primetime news in Germany. First time was Imran becoming PM, but they showed a video of Wasim for some reason.
Oh, Jesus. That's typically Western racism, I would suspect.
Also
famous
German
Pakistan
cricket.
cricketer they all googled in German and came out with Wasim and whacked him on the telly. That'd be terrible. Ben Stokes is going to continue. 27 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 41. Economy rate 1.52. No one's gone for a lot of runs apart from Wokes went for 30 in 3 overs and he still pulled it back to under 3 and over.
Why is Stokes bowling?
I lived with someone who was married to a member of the German national cricket team for a while.
Oh, there you go.
It's already shown that he could be potentially injured. Why would you risk it?
I just think it's his boot rubbing on his foot. I don't think he's injured in muscular terms, and they'll just stick that in ice and put a load of gunk on it, won't they?
I think there's a lot of gunk coming out of
it. Was that dropped by Root at slip?
it
Maybe
didn't carry.
not.
I'm not sure it carried.
I'm not sure it carried. Pummel sort of tried to guide it down through the slips towards the vacant third man. I think he played it down enough. It's just on the half volley. Root, good stop in the end. If we'd have caught it, we're doing fantastic. Stokes gives him a clap. Wickets have been shared round, it has to be said, haven't they, really?
No one's bowled particularly well.
Yeah. Stokes has got 2. Stokes short, pulled by Pummel out to deep mid wicket. They'll run. The light seems to be fading.
Leah is correcting us. Says Flintoff is no flat earther. He joked about it on a comedy podcast, and then the scum didn't get the joke. On which note, O'Neill Harris says, "Well, Flintoff has done a lot of things that aren't smart. Not really surprised." And Hombre Nuevo says the t-shirt says it all. Shit gets wickets. Morg asks, "Play the shit gets wickets jingle." O'Neill Harris says, "Shit gets wickets. So many West Indians gave away their wickets with bad shots. At least Bonner made 100 first."
I've got to find a shit takes wickets jingle.
Must have met Dan Lawrence.
No,
shit takes wicket, mate.
This is really fucking bad.
No.
No. Sure, there is a jingle for shit takes wickets.
Didn't sound like it.
I've got to commentate at the same time, haven't I? Let me just put shit in the audio thing.
It's alright, we can.
Oh, what happened there? Something came up from below. Left alone by. Well, was he leaving alone or was he just waving his bat? I don't know. Went through to the keeper and there's no run. There's a stop being shit one. I haven't had that for a while.
Richie Darth turns out.
Dan DeCastro on YouTube came with the same point of that I'm trying to make with the wicket,
which is
before the frames before the wicket or the ball passing the bat are exactly the same as the frames whilst it's passing the bat.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is why I think it's a bit unfortunate. Played out into the covers and there's no run. Shit takes wickets. There is a shit takes wicket jingle. Someone sent one in.
Now all it is frequency and air pressure. It's not not
yeah,
actually.
But yeah, exactly, and that's what I mean. I'm going to save that file. I'm trying to do all things at once. Stokes around a wicket and defended by Seals out towards point, and there's no run. Now all I have to do is do this, put it in there.
I didn't see the spikes before the ball got there, but you know, I'm watching on a dodgy Sky feed shared by, it's not even Sky, is it? Shared over Zoom and without the live audio and quite seeing what's going on. So, you know, Dan, I think you've got a better view of it than we have.
We have a jingle for shit takes wickets.
The first thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket.
Broad. Sorry. He's not there. Stokes round the wicket, defended by Pamul. No run. It's not Pamul. It's Seals because. No, it was Pamul. Sorry. Right, I'm going to play that again. Here we go.
The first thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket. Shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets. Inducing a portion that don't clear the tickets. Yeah, shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets.
Shit takes wickets. It does indeed. Last over of the day. We're going to get a full 90 overs in a day. Admittedly with the extra half hour.
Did either of you watch the warm-up test?
No.
Lawrence actually seemed probably the only bowler that gave him a bit of kind of hard times bowling, but I think it was mostly just because they went, what the fuck is this action going on?
What's going on? I suggested you should have bowled earlier in the day. I don't know why I haven't tried him earlier, to be honest. Tosses that one up. Tiny little bit of turn, but well wide of the off stump. Well, no need to run. Plus, everyone's been facing left arm spinners, haven't they, in this entire test? Is a right arm. Give them something different to think about, even if it's not doing much. 5 balls remaining. In comes Dan Lawrence. Tosses it up straight. And it's defended by Pamul. Back up the track and there's no run. I was going to say Pamul's the right hander, Seals is left handed, so I was right. Seals played the last shot, the last over. Crying out now. There's people on the telly can't get their dot in the right place. 4 balls left. Lawrence comes in, tosses it up, met nicely, driven out to someone deep in the covers. Presumably they just cruise a single, don't they? Or no, Pamul's decided he's taking this last over.
Yeah, keep strike.
Fair enough. He's been out there for 84 balls.
Richie Dar tells us that Pamul's no rabbit with the bat. He's got 3 domestic 50s with a highest score of 86.
Yeah.
And Leah points out Dan Lawrence's bowling average, which is now 16.5.
Is he?
Wow. Yeah, he got how many? He's got one or two wickets in India, didn't he, or Sri Lanka? In those Test series. Lawrence are going around the wicket to Pamal. There's a leg slip, a slip and a short leg. He just bowls it across him. There's just nothing. There's no turn. He doesn't get the revs, obviously, to be able to get it to turn.
I also worry for his shoulder socket, the way he bowls.
Yeah. 2 balls left in the day. 373 for 9. So the lead of 62. 1 wicket left. And that is much straighter in at leg stump from around the wicket by Lawrence. Defended by Pamal out on the leg side, and there's no run.
Dara Azizi asks if you've ever seen a rabbit with a bat.
Plenty.
Yeah, lots of rabbits at number 11.
Usually a ferret at number 11.
Wow. Last ball of the day is going to be Dan Lawrence. Oh, come on, just get on with it, man.
When did we last have a genuine ferret inside?
Genuine? It'd be
a genuine ferret, you know, the one you send in after the rabbit.
Well, if you have one of them, that'd be quite interesting to see, I suppose. Lawrence is reorganising his field for 1 ball.
It might be quite long. Tufnell, maybe? Genuinely shit.
Yeah. What's his name? Kiwi guy. Chris Morris? Chris Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Smith. Was it Chris Smith? I can't remember what his name was. He was genuinely awful. Is it? No. Everyone's gone up because it's the last ball of the day. It's attempted cut by Pamal.
That's
Keeper, everyone goes up.
I
thought there maybe was a wicket off the last ball of the day, which would have been quite interesting, but clearly it wasn't. It was.
Didn't Ed Giddens bat below Tufnell in that tale of Caddick, Mullally, Tufnell, Giddens?
I can't remember that far back. My brain is fuzzy at the best of times, man, and that was a long, long, long time ago.
I mean, anyone who can push Tufnell to 10 or even Mullally to 9 must be pretty bad.
Yeah, well, absolutely. That's the end of the day play. 90.1 overs, 171 runs was all that was scored today. 5 wickets, over rate 13.5 is pretty good. Run rate 1.9, turgid shit, man. But the West Indies have got themselves a lead of 62 with 1 wicket left and 2 days to go. And
Ricky Bumfinger is desperate that they declare before lunch.
I think that, yeah, well, hopefully the new ball's going to be due in. How many overs are gone? 157 now. So 3 overs time to get a new ball as well, which is, which means England should be batting pretty early with a little bit behind. Now, the only question is, does the pitch break up? If it doesn't, this game could well be a draw. If it does, either side could win, I'd say. West Indies will probably be favourites, although they have to bat last.
So what you're saying is it'll probably be a draw, but if it isn't, then either side could win.
Yeah, shut up, man! You're destroying the mystique. Who knows? I mean, you can't predict the pitch, can you? If the pitch stays the same, I'd say it's going to be a draw. Most definitely.
On the subject of the review, Dan De Castro is apologising for a rambling rant. Look, this is guerrilla cricket. There is no need to apologise for rants, rambling, or otherwise.
No, exactly.
But he says it needed a bloody magnifying glass to see those spikes. If they allow human judgment on close LBW calls, why not on microscopic bat spikes? That could be from anything.
Well, that's what I mean. The point is he was given not out as well, so it should have remained not out. Benefit of doubt to the batsman and stuff. I mean, I'm defending Bonner here. I'm glad to see that he went because it gives England a chance, but I think that was a bit weird. That was actually overturned. I think we saw one very similar in the Ashes, and it wasn't overturned. Maybe it depends who your third umpire is and how friendly they are and what they think. I don't know.
Mark Zick claims that wicket. He says, I drove into a black hole of data just as the bear was saying that Lawrence was going to take one. Emerged on the other side of the data hole, and there it was. Shit takes wickets.
Absolutely. We done. I've
run out
of words to say,
basically. We've got anything else to say? Ooh, Mog says Monty Panesar was a shite. That was good. Richie Dar says we've had a lot of rabbits, a few squirrels, even a chicken in the form of Courtney Walsh. Jay Grover is a bit harsh on Andy Caddick, but says Caddick tough normal Ali Giddens and Chris Martin. Others have also said Chris Martin over on YouTube. Leah thanks us for the excellent company. See you tomorrow with homemade quiche, ale and some distilled liquids. Please send some of those our way. And Mog is complaining about the jingle. He says that wasn't the shit gets wickets jingle I meant, but it all works out the same. Shit gets.
Okay, well, you might have to resend the shit one that you mean, because...
or maybe re-record it.
There's two here. There's shit takes wickets and shit takes wickets shorter, but they're... maybe I'll download the other one and see what that sounds like.
Someone called Yahweh says, well played Windies, sensible test match batting.
Indeed.
Old school. I mean, absolutely spot on. This has been a fantastic knock. I mean, I've not seen a great amount of today, but there's been some mediocre bowling. But we've seen England get out to well under 300 against bowling that's not been that much better than this. So yeah, credit to the West Indian batters for putting together such an innings.
Let's listen to the other shit takes wickets jingle. Or was it just longer than
First thing I learned from
That's the same one.
Is
there another one, Mog? If there is, resend it.
Or maybe it's called something else.
It could be. Unless he means, or do you actually mean this one, Mog? Because maybe actually I'm just being really obtuse and you actually mean this.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Possibly. I don't know.
We haven't heard that today, have we?
No. Well, I generally do it to teams that I either don't like or England doing really shit. So when we were playing Australia, we heard it a lot. Because both those things were happening. However, when we're playing the West Indies, they don't really bug me. So I really.
I mean, England v Australia. That's a test in which your two favourite sides are playing, aren't they, Bear?
Well,
England and whoever's playing against Australia.
Well, that's just true. But hey, listen, I've lost the ability to speak. I've been talking for 3 days on the trot now, and it's 9:30 at night, and I've had a few beers, so I think it's time to say good night.
Good night, Bear. Good night, Colin.
We shall see you tomorrow. I shall be a lot livelier at 10 to 2 in the afternoon. So until then, good night. Do whatever you're doing well, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Night all. I'll see you on the second test.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we